everybody. Welcome back. We are still here live at Barber Vintage Festival. I think I bonked through that camera. Yes, I did. Just want to give a little shout out. Our Grand Marshal for this entire weekend is Brian Slark from here at the Barber Motorsports Park. He was signing autographs. He's a Hall of Famer and an excellent all-around human being and the guest speaker last night at Motorcycles by Moonlight. So I just wanted to give him a little bit of love. But what I also wanted to give a little bit of love at the very top of our afternoon program is our next race is going to be this year's Vintage Cup. Every year, AHRMA decides on one particular class to really showcase and celebrate. And this year, the Vintage Cup is Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. And the number one spot is super heavily contested between two gentlemen right now. It is very, 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 very close racing. That is Jeremy Madrill and Jesse Davis. I had the chance to talk with them yesterday a little bit about that class and Barber. Just a quick little interview, and I want to go ahead and show that before the race. So let's go ahead and check it out.
All right.
Mr. Jeremy Madrill and Jesse Davis, who are currently battling neck in neck, right, guys?
Yeah.
For this Vintage Cup this weekend. Tell us a little bit about it. First of all, what is the Vintage Cup class this year?
Vintage Cup class is Vintage Superbike Heavyweight.
And what are you campaigning? What are you riding?
KZ 650.
Okay, and what are you on?
I'm on a Yamaha XV920R.
Excellent. And I know right now, Jeremy, I believe you're in one?
I am in first place.
Okay, and you're right behind Jesse in two.
Right there,
and it's super close. And you were saying if you end up with a pair of second places,
Yeah,
it'll be the final countdown, I guess. It'll be down to like a tiebreaker.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, and then how does the tiebreaker get decided?
So AHRMA does a tiebreaker based on first, if you tie in points, they count how many wins you have, how many second places you have, how many third places you have, and so on. So we will have the same amount of points. If I can get 2 second place finishes this weekend, we will have the same amount of points. We will have the same amount of first places. We will have the same amount of second places. Neither of us will have any third places. So then it will come down to our head-to-head battles on the racetrack, whether if I've beaten him more or if he's beaten me more times. In this case, I think I have more head-to-head wins. So if this all works out, that's the way that I could win the championship.
Right on.
But if anything happens, anything goes wrong, and I don't finish where I have to finish,
Yeah. So you guys are
he's in the driver's seat.
clearly very evenly matched in this class,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Somewhat, yeah.
How fun is it to go out there and bang bars with each other? There's got to be a lot of trust going on out there for some close racing. I've seen some pretty epic battles between you guys.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, and having a blast out there, so it's a good time.
And
Right
we don't
on.
hate each other in real life, so it just makes it.
No.
We just screw around and have fun.
We just need the third stooge because that's how we act pretty much.
Totally.
Just
Yeah, we're
make
missing,
fun of each other.
We're missing
and-
Curly.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, alrighty then. So if anybody out there that's watching the broadcast wants to jump in and be Curly to these two up here to be the third of the Three Stooges, feel free to
Right.
go ahead, jump on in the comments and let us know. Guys, have an awesome race this weekend. We will be broadcasting it Saturday and Sunday, obviously, and we're all going to be looking forward to it this year's Vintage Cup.
Right on.
It's been an epic battle, and we're looking forward to more out of you guys. How stoked are you to be at Barber, by the way, this weekend?
It's beautiful. I mean, the weather's awesome. Everything here is super cool. The museum, the track, it's just awesome to end it here and just.
Yeah, we love coming here. It's a great track for vintage bikes. It's always manicured and just pristine. And again, we got great weather this year, and so we can't ask for a better finale.
You hear that, race fans? As stoked as I am about you guys watching at home, you got to put this on your bucket list.
If you've never been here, you need to come here. This place is
Sure.
epic.
Awesome. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a great race,
Cool.
and we'll
Thank
see
you.
you later.
Right on.
Attention up the paddock, let's go second call. Second call for Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it's second call. Second call for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup race, sponsored by Tim CBX and the CBX International Owners Association. And the cup itself sponsored by Road Racing World and Technology. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Second call for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup.
So as you saw in that interview, Jeremy Madrill currently in one, Jesse Davis right behind him, very close race. Jesse has to either second place or better both days in order to win. So it's this is going to be some real close, real hot and heavy racing for sure, and it's the Vintage Cup, so it's kind of a special race on top of a special race. So thanks to those guys for stopping by and letting me interview them real quick and share that with you out there on the broadcast. Jay just called second call, so they're going to be heading to the grid in just a few moments. I also wanted to go ahead and show real quick, and first of all, thanks for tuning back in, everybody. If you missed this morning's program, you can always go back here on the AHRMA Facebook page or AHRMA Videos YouTube page and watch all of these previously recorded live streams. So this morning's program is already posted. You can go back and watch it, stop it, pause it, rewind it, whatever. This is going to be live for the next handful of hours. We have 17 races today. Woo! So we will be rocking and rolling for another 5 and some change hours. So we will be here for a long time with you. All of this, showing you all of this awesome racing going on here at the 17th Annual Barber Vintage Festival. Thanks for tuning in. I did have a chance to have one of our AHRMA racers do a hot lap of the track and put it on his GoPro. So we have onboard camera footage so you can check out the track for yourself. So let's go ahead and check out that video while we go ahead and call for third call. Watching right now as he is going across start finish. So he's headed into basically turn 1 right now. It goes into its left and the right sweeper goes on for 500 years or so. And that way you can see also there's a map in the upper right corner showing you the track.
Jeremy Madrill, 03 Jesse Davis, 1V Kevin Rammer at 045 Curtis Adams. Row number 2, it's bike number 1 in, Matt Esterline, 118 William Brent, W13 Warren Wilson. Row number 3, it's 02 Robert Rinalda, 092 Alexander Cook, 162 Alan Perry, and 846 Andre Hauer. Row number 4, it's 48 J. James Brown, 313 Julian Huxley, and 32Q Dale Quarterly. Then rounding out your field on row number 5, it's 74 Wes Orloff. For the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup, sponsored by Tim CBX and the International CBX Owners Association. Tim CBX is an independent shop that specializes in the Honda CBX 6-cylinder machines. They sell parts and offer services for the CBX only. They offer hundreds of OEM and custom parts to keep this Honda CBX on the road, and of course, they race one in Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. The International CBX Owners Association is the oldest Honda CBX club, and it's noteworthy that this is a single model motorcycle club. The Honda CBX 6-cylinder was only produced for 4 years and still has a popular following. For the field out there itself, this is a variety of machinery up through 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Race prepped 4-cylinder Japanese bikes in the 900 to 1000 cc range are out there. Unlimited displacement pushrod triples such as Triumph Trident and BSA Rocket 3s are out there. Unlimited displacement twins from BMW, Moto Guzzi, and Harley Davidson are available. Even the 6-cylinder Honda CBX can be seen in this class. Announced to control. if somebody thinks this is race.
All right, and again, this year's 2022 Vintage
Not
Cup.
race 7.
This year's Vintage Cup is making their way to the grid right this second. We're in for a heck of a show, I've got a feeling.
They got 2 bikes out there that didn't listen.
Oh, is it from the...
They think it's...
There was a little bit of a kerfuffle. They think that this is race
they think
7.
That race 7, and I never announced a
Yeah.
race 7.
Yeah, no.
I never did that.
So
That's
again,
what's-
the special
that's
class
what's
gets
going on.
singled out. It races all by itself. There's no other grids, no other waves happening. It is just its own standalone Vintage Cup race. However, it's the first race after lunch, which the race before lunch was number 6. So some of these racers in race 7 think that this is their race. So we're gonna have to go grab them and have them scoot on off the track. There we go. One bike making their way on out. They just got a little anxious. That's all. They're ready to go. They're ready to rock and roll out there.
Guys out in the back.
All right, we have our grid marshals down there getting those 2 extra. They just wanted to join in on the fun, Jay. They just wanted to be part of the Vintage Cup.
Looks like our grid set out here for one of these premier races, the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup. Lights out, and there they go. In 03, Jesse Davis gets a rocket start, and he's got bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, right there behind him as they dive down into turn number 1. Everybody's starting to fork themselves single file through turn number 1 over into turn number 2 as they're working through 2 up over into 3, waiting for them to come back into view here in just a moment. Some passing going on back there for 2nd and 3rd, but we'll get that full running order here in just a moment as here comes Jesse Davis leading the field up over the crest of the hill down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. Go for announce. What you need?
All right, and right now you can see on your screen
Copy
towards
that.
the top
We'll have
that
to do it
is
again
our
tomorrow
race.
too.
That is the race leaders and the pack making their way over towards the museum. You can barely see the museum through the trees there towards the middle of your screen. And then we're going to hang tough for just 1 second before they head back to the back side of the track. There they are.
Copy.
Race leader looked like it was Jesse Davis, but somebody was just
Looks
making
like
a pass.
race leader bike number 03, Jesse Davis, still leading as they dive over up into the turn number 14 and 15 area. Again, we'll get the full running order for you in just a moment. Just as a gentle reminder out there, from the schedule that we had, the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup was at the top of the schedule, is said to be running at the end of lunch activities. So we did not put it in the middle of the schedule because, quite frankly, we didn't know if we were going to get 5, 6, or 7 races in this morning, so that's why we did it. So tomorrow, whenever you guys get ready at the end of lunch, racers in race number 7, you're not going to be first up after lunch. It's going to be the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup. Then we'll get on to race number 7. through 16. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. That's what happened today. The Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup's out there. It runs at the end of lunch. It wasn't in the main schedule because, like I said, quite frankly, we didn't know where to put it because we weren't sure how many races we were going to be able to get. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. When we finish lunch tomorrow, the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup will be out. Then we races 7 through 16. Out there in that first lap, looks like it was 045. Curtis Adams may be out front trying to get it up there. And then 30, well, we don't have race monitor up and running here just quite yet. We'll get that straightened out in a moment.
Let's go track down our race leaders. It looks like they're making their way towards the museum right now.
Excuse me. Race monitor. I think 03 Jesse Davis was running about third that time. I was still making a bunch of announcements, so we'll get the full running order here in just a moment when they come around and complete this next lap.
Well, whoever it is at the very front of this pack, they are absolutely flying down the backside of the track. Again, this is our Vintage Cup for 2022. This is our very last race of the season.
45. That is Curtis Adams. Now it's working. Looks like 045 Curtis Adams is out there in front. 03 Jesse Davis running back there in that second place position. Did he believe he had to hold on to second place both today and tomorrow to take the championship? 1P Jeremy Madrill rounding out that top 3, as I know he and Jesse Davis and Madrill were battling heavily on this one. Then 1V Kevin Rammer back there in that 4th place position. A battle between 118 William Brennan, 02 Robert Rinaldo rounding out your top 5. Then next across the line, it is going to be bike number 1 in Matt Esterline out there. And 48 James Brown, 46 Andre Hauer running that 9th position, and 092 Alexander Cook rounding out the top 10 as 045 Curtis Adams setting a blistering pace here on this lap. 03 Jesse Davis solidly there in second with bike number 1P Jeremy Madrill holding on to that 3rd place. What do we got going on in Charlotte's Web?
Alrighty, I'm going to keep an eye out for race leader. I have a sneaking suspicion they should be coming through here in just a few moments.
It'll be 045 Curtis Adams. Should be race leader 045 Curtis Adams rocketing down that front straightaway across the start-finish line as he's into the braking zone. A full front straightaway lead over second place rider bike number 03 Jesse Davis out there as he rockets across the start-finish line himself.
Wow.
Then another full front straightaway lead over to that 3rd place rider bike number 1P Jeremy Madrill. Jeremy solidly out there in that 3rd place position as he starts his next lap. Quite a bit of a distance back to that battle for 4th on this last time by, although it looks like his 4th place rider, bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, holding on to 4th as halfway flag should be coming out next time by with race leader 045 Curtis Adams all the way over out of turn number 7 down that back straightaway, while 2nd place rider 03 Jesse Davis just cresting the hill down on the braking zone for Charlotte's Web, as again halfway flag should be coming out next time by.
Curtis Adams is just dropping the hammer on those two.
He's booking.
Yeah, Jesse Davis is in a good looking spot though. He has to do second or better in order
both days, right?
on both days, yeah. To win. But he's got a full front straight length between him and Jeremy, so race leaders at the top of your screen right now headed to the museum. Jesse Davis behind him. Right there.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, 045 Curtis Adams, as he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. Then next across the line, it's 03 Jesse Davis starting the second half of his race. And here comes your third place rider. Looks like it's going to be bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, across the start finish line as race leader, 045 Curtis Adams, all the way over at the exit of Charlotte's Web, as he's put his head down at the beginning of this one, trying to check out on the rest of the field, and so far has done so quite well. 03 Jesse Davis down across the crest of the hill, down in the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. As fourth place rider, bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, across the start finish line, seeing the green and white flags cross, letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go.
Thanks everybody for tuning back in on the broadcast for the afternoon part of the program. Ron Smith, Carol Evans, thanks for watching. Terry Cooper, thanks for watching. Ziggy Martin, Eric Strom, Josh Baldwin, thanks for tuning in, guys. Curtis Adams in 1, going across start finish. Just really absolutely walking away from Jesse Davis currently. Jesse just now crossing start finish.
Bike number 045, Curtis Adams, continues his domination of this race as he dives down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web, still looking back up towards turn number 17. Here comes your third place rider, going to be bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, across the start finish line as second place rider, 03 Jesse Davis, up over the crest of the hill himself, down into Charlotte's Web. Meanwhile, race leader 045 Curtis Adams all the way over by the museum turn as everybody's spread out here. Bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer back there in fourth. 118 William Brent round out your top 5. 02 Robert Rinaldo running up there in that 6th place position. 48J James Brown drops back a position at 7th. Bike number 1N Matt Esterline there at 8th. 092 Alexander Cook back there at 9th, and 846 Andre Howard round out your top 10. As the laps continue to dwindle down here with 045 Curtis Adams out in the lead.
So what if there's also a little bit of a bike preservation mode happening?
It
You know
might
what I
be.
mean? Like, you gotta go fast today.
Yeah,
But
might
you
be.
can't step on it all the way. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Nope.
these guys have one more race they gotta get through tomorrow.
They'll pull all the stops out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that's going to happen.
We know what that means, race fans on the broadcast. You're gonna have to tune back in tomorrow.
That's right.
Alright, let's check out last quarter.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 7. First call for race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. First call. First call for race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. First call, race number 7.
Race leaders already through Charlotte's Web. Jeremy Madrill just crossing start finish.
Curtis Adams way over there out of turn number 9 by the museum on his way back up. Jesse Davis just dropping in by the museum turns. In fact, no, Curtis Adams already over 12 and 13.
Yeah. Curtis Adams is really putting on a clinic here of how to get around this track real fast.
He's obviously got nothing to lose, that's for sure.
Well,
You're going to go out and win.
you're
Win
not
big.
wrong.
Win big.
He's just out here to wring its neck. All right, he's coming down start finish right now.
Race leader, bike number 045, Curtis Adams, seeing the white flag, letting him know he's got one more lap before he can taste victory as he's picking his way around some of the lap traffic, working his way down in through turn number 1, over to turn number 2. Then it's going to be bike number 03, Jesse Davis, waiting for him to come into view here in just a minute as Curtis Adams working his way out of 3, waiting for him to come up at the top of the hill here through 4. There he comes up over the crest of the hill in 5, down into Charlotte's Web. Meanwhile, here's your second place rider, 03, Jesse Davis, holding on to second as he sees the white flag starting his last lap. Meanwhile, race leader 045, Curtis Adams, out of 5 up over the crest of the hill in 6, down through 7. Down that back straightaway he goes here on this final lap.
He's at the top of your screen right now, headed towards the museum. That is Curtis Adams, race leader.
Looking back towards turn number 17, waiting for that third place rider, bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, to come into view as 03, Jesse Davis, holding on to that second position down into Charlotte's Web. Here comes your third place rider, bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, seeing the white flag starting his final lap as 03, Jesse Davis over the crest of the hill down towards 8 and 9, while 045, Curtis Adams, working his way through the turns 12, 13 area here on his final lap. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it is second call. Second call for race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. Second call for race number 7.
Curtis Adams in 1.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 045, Curtis Adams, as he took off at the very beginning of this one and never looked back as he takes the unofficial win out there. Second place rider, bike number 03, Jesse Davies, across the start-finish line to take the unofficial second, then waiting for bike number 1B, Jeremy Madrill, to come across the line, holding on to that unofficial third place position here in the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup race.
Celia Rentrosper, thanks for tuning in. We're glad you are okay. Peter Craig, thanks for watching. Carolyn McLaughlin, thanks for tuning in. Joshua Gurley, thanks for watching. Hey, don't be afraid to hit that share button at the bottom of your screen and let your friends know that this awesome racing is going on here at Barber Vintage Festival.
Third place.
Jeremy Madrill in 3rd. Well, that's going to make tomorrow's race very, very extra exciting, I think.
Oh boy, is it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real barn burner tomorrow.
Figuring somebody from the drills camp's probably trying to figure out how to disconnect one of Jesse Davis's spark plugs.
Nah, they said they're good friends. They love racing against each other, but I mean, don't you just want to beat your friends?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Alrighty, so as this winds down, let's go ahead and put away these graphics and get ready for actual race 7. Now we're ready for race 7 out there.
Yeah.
Speaking of, what is race 7?
Race 7's
Sportsman
Sportsman
5?
500, 350 GP. Third. Go back-to-backs.
Oh my gosh, I can't see anything. It's so bright in here. There we go. Sportsman 500, 350 Grand Prix, and Formula 125. Alrighty, this is race number 7. We do have a little bit of a slight delay because we have some back-to-back racers. We always try to make sure that we create enough space around these races, that these racers can get off their bikes, change bikes, put gas in the bike if it's the same bike. Whatever they got to do, we try to create an extra like 60 to 90 seconds or so. That way they can accomplish that. That way everybody makes all of their classes and makes all of their grids.
Huh.
So we try to make sure that that we give everybody that courtesy here at AHRMA.
And he's back-to-back with Formula 6, or the race 6.
So So there's a little bit of back-to-back racing going on. So we're gonna take just a second.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call, race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. You folks are up there right now. Again, it's third call. Third and final call, race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. If you folks want to bring them on up, we'll get you out there right now. Again, it's third call. Third and final call, race number 7. Sportsman 500, 350 GP and Formula 125. Bring them on up.
Well, I figure while we're waiting, let's go ahead and take a look at the 17th Annual Barber Vintage Festival official map. You can kind of get a little bit of a better lay of the land. This event is absolutely massive. There's dirt racing, there's road racing, there is an amazing swap meet going on. The museum is its own entire day to visit. It's 5 stories of awesomeness. It's the largest privately held collection in the U.S., if I remember that correctly. There's a fan zone with tons of vendors and display bikes. The Wall of Death is here. If you are not here, you're missing it. There's no other nice way to say it. You are absolutely missing it. You've got to put this on your bucket list for next year. All that being said, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you guys watching the broadcast. So thanks for tuning in. Don't be afraid to hit that share button. Let your friends know that this awesome live feed is going on this entire weekend, showing off some of the great racing that we have here at AHRMA. All right, looks like some bikes are headed on out here, so let's go ahead and head into race number 7.
As the riders take to the track out here, here's how they're going to grid up. Row number 1, 1P Eric Cook, 69M David Miller, 334 Scott Turner, and 270 Rob Hall. Row number 2, it's 30 Graham Carlton, and 32X David Felpel. Row number 78, Peter Pinello. Row number 3, it's D33 Herman Narcicos, 86 Ian Oberholzer, 97R Kevin DeBellick, and 647 John Waberka. For the 350 GP presented by NYC Norton on row number 5. It's 2022 Alex McLean, bike number 7 David Roper, 87 Eric Watson, 309 Tim Joyce. Row number 6, it's C7 Jerry Duke, 37 Jim Jowers, and 54 Jason Roberts. Row number 7 is bike number 9A John Sneed, 80R Helmut Niederer, John Scales, I believe on 294, and 120 Michael Edwards. And on row number 8, it's 317 Tim O'Donnell, 99Q Patrick Hirschfield, and 350 Doug Bowie. Then row number 10, it's bike number 220 Tim Terrell, 13X Rod Skaggs, 215 Stuart Sanders, and 17G Randy Newt. Row number 11, it's 805 Grayson Roberts, 721 Rob Lewin, and 050 Zika Pyrus. Row number 12, it's 899 Clifton Ginger, 14K Kevin Newt, 7F Mark Morrison, and bike number 777 Robert Himmelman. And on row number 13, it's 417 Michael Perry, and 338 Andy Feinling. That is your field here for race number 7, the Sportsman 500 class presented by Niche Cycle Supply, and the 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. For the Sportsman 500cc class, sponsored by Niche Cycle Supply. Niche Cycle Supply is offering the largest Mikuni inventory in the nation, supplying a vast selection of vintage street and off-road parts and accessories to the world. Niche Cycle has you completely covered from simple repair and maintenance to major custom and restoration projects. They stock everything they sell so they can ship it to you the same day you order it, because at Niche, they understand the passion. For the field itself, this is for 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines. Maximum 3-cylinder machines, no fairings, and drum brakes are required. This class typically pits British twins against Honda and Ducatis and even a BMW out there. For the 350 GP class, sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restorations, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycle restorations, upgrades and custom builds, motorwork, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. The field itself, this class is for 1968 and earlier machines, including 350 4-strokes and air-cooled single-cylinder 2-strokes, and 250cc liquid-cooled single-cylinder 2-strokes and air-cooled twin-cylinder 2-strokes. It includes some rather exotic purpose-built race bikes such as the AJS 7R, Yamaha TD1, and Harley-Davidson Aramaki's ER/CRTT. Converted production bikes are also in this class. Ducati singles and Harley-Davidson Sprints, also known as Aramakis, can be seen out there. Alex McLean took the 2018, 19, 20, and 2021 titles on his Rob McKeever-sponsored Aramaki. For the Formula 125 class, it includes a variety of air-cooled twin-shock steel-frame Grand Prix bikes, including models into the mid-70s. This class is primarily populated by 125 to 200cc two-stroke singles and twins, including production race bikes and converted street and enduro machines. You'll see and hear even a few Honda 175cc four-stroke twins. Single disc front brakes are allowed, and some machines will be bumped up to Formula 250. That's how the field's stacking up out there. Looks like everybody's getting ready to go, waiting for that green flag in just a moment.
Machine 350 already pulled off of the grid. Some sort of mechanical trouble.
Looks like the green flag waves, and it's Eric Cook and John Miller almost side by side, along with 270 Rob Hall as they dive down. It looks like 270 Hall sweeps around the field to lead him out of turn number 1 down into turn number 2. Looking at the second wave, the 350 GP field taking off themselves as it looks like bike number 7, David Roper, and 122 Alex McLean were just about side by side as they work their way down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, the Sportsman 500 class already over to the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. Then it's going to be the turn of the Formula 125 field as here they come out across the line up front. Couldn't quite make that the number out, but it looks like 17G Randy Newt leading the field down in through turn number 1 as the 350 GP field over into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. We'll get the complete running order here for you in just a moment when they come around to complete lap number 1.
First wave already making their way over towards the museum, and again, bike 350 already pulled off of the grid and did not make the start. But everybody else clean away, clipping on along out there. Let's take a gander at Charlotte's Web, and the top of the screen is going to be that first wave, which should be Sportsman 500. Heading down the back straight.
7 started in the wrong row. Grid infraction.
All right. Ooh, got a real close race happening right now. Ooh, drag race.
Race leaders across the start finish line. 270 Rob Hall and 69M David Miller. You could have thrown a blanket over those two as they were side by side. Looks like Hall just holding the slimmest of advantages, about a half a wheel length over Miller. Then it's bike number 1P, Eric Cook, back there in that third place position. D33, Harm Narcicos back there in fourth, and 334, Scott Turner rounding out your top 5. 30, Graham Carlton back there in sixth. 78, Peter Pinello in seventh. 647, John Waverka back there in that eighth place position. 86, Ian Overholzer in ninth, and 32X, David Feldpel rounding out your top 10 as it looks like Rob Hall finally getting the better of his battle with the 69, David Miller. Miller's still trying to work the draft, but about 6 bike lengths separate those two as they rocket down that back straightaway towards turns 8 and 9. Meanwhile, Eric Cook's got bike number D33, Herm Narcicos, back there trying to move himself in position and battle for that third as race leaders are already over there by the museum working their way back up the hill over there in front of the fan zone. Getting some people out there in the fan zone.
Yeah, oh no, there's people stacked against all of the fence lines, even over here where I've got a camera, you can see.
Cool.
Oh yeah, they're packed.
That's good.
All
It's
right.
Great weather for it.
Yes.
Oh, somebody's
Perfect
breaking
weather.
sins early over there. I wonder who that is.
Top of the screen is your race leader, so let's go track them down as they come out of the last handful of turns, heading down towards the front straight. There we go. Well, I thought I had them. There they are.
Race leader across the start-finish line. It is bike number 270, Rob Hall, who's finally found his rhythm and starts to turn up the heat as he holds about a 6 to 8 bike length lead over the next second place rider, 69M David Miller. Meanwhile, bike number 1P, Eric Cook, has bike number D33, Herm Narcicos, right there behind him. So those guys are shaping up a battle out there for that third place last podium step for the Sportsman 500. Looks like bike number 78, Peter Pinello, rounding out your top 5. 334, Scott Turner's back there in 6th. Then it's bike number 30, Graham Carlton in 7th. Bike number 647, John Waverka in 8th. Bike number 86, Ian Oberholzer in that 9th place position. Then bike number 122, Alex McLean, rounding out your top 10. McLean leading for the 350 GP. He was out there in the start on that second wave, so he's working his way forward to put himself up on the top 10 overall.
And if you're looking for more detailed results, a little further down pack, feel free to head over to race-monitor.com. I can only show the first 10 or so results on my computer program, my live feed. If I try to scroll through, it kind of upsets the program. So you can head on over to race-monitor.com. for the full listing.
Oh, there he is. He's over by turn 1. He's down there. Okay.
Rob Hall just crossing start finish, followed by David Miller in 2.
Looks like Herb Narcicos worked his way around Eric Cook on that last lap. Not sure if Cook had a bit of a moment or he got hung up on some lap traffic, but put bike number D33, Herb Narcicos, up there on that third step of the podium. Meanwhile, bike number 270, Rob Hall, still showing the fast way around this track with bike number 69M, David Miller, right there behind him. Then again, D33, Herb Narcicos in third. 1P Eric Cook back there in fourth, and 78 Peter Pinello rounding out your top 5. Looks like the halfway flag should be coming out this next time by.
Race leaders are at the top of your screen, heading to the museum right now. Going down this very fast back straight.
Green and white flags out. I'm letting race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go, and he's using some of that lap traffic to his advantage as he's got a comfortable lead over second place rider, bike number 69M, David Miller, the next across the line. It looks like it's going to be bike number 1P, Eric Cook, working his way back up onto that third step of the podium as bike number 78, Peter Pinello, there in fourth, while bike number D33, Herb Narcicos, dropping down the order board. So I'm taking it third place. Must have retired. Oh, there he is out there. He's had a mechanical failure, tough break for Herb Narcicos as his bike gives up on him out on the back section of the course. That's looks like he's over in the turn 13 area, way over on the far side of the track. So tough break as Herb Narcicos' bike quits on him while he was holding third place. That means 647, John Waverco, round out your top 5 rather. Bike number 30, Graham Carlton back there in 6th, Ian Oberholzer on 86 back there in 7th. Then bike number 334, Scott Turner, still leading for the Sportsman 5, or rather, he's back in the Sportsman 500 class. It's 122, Alex McLean, he's leading for the 350 GP class, and he's got bike number Z7, Jerry Duke, right behind him. So McLean leading Duke for the 350 GP class as halfway flags are out. So whatever happens in this race, it would be considered a complete race. I
thought I had an eye on race leader, but we're getting caught in some some traffic and
Yeah,
some
there he
mixing.
went.
There he is.
There he went.
Rob Hall just goes up there. I was like, I'm just gonna stay here and wait. Eventually they'll come to me.
Well, it's a pretty big class, and he's definitely lapping way up there. So
Yeah, it's turning into a chess match for sure. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of things that need to be moved around.
I won't say it's a war of attrition because we haven't had that many people drop out, but like I said, there's quite a few. There he goes. Race leader 270, Rob Hall, picking his way through some of the lap traffic as he works his way down into Charlotte's Web one more time. Meanwhile, 69, David Miller, still charging hard as he's trying to work his way through some of that lap traffic, trying to reel in Rob Hall, hoping that some of that traffic maybe checks up Hall just a little bit. That'll give David Miller the opportunity to reel him back in. But that duo worked their way over through turns number 8 and 9 over to the museum turn one more time. Alright, so on these back-to-backs, I'm going to go first call at white, second probably deep into the checker, and then third once we know the back-to-back's already in and change bikes. So we're going to be dragging quite a bit through the rest of the day, just an FYI. I don't know if that matters to you or not.
I feel like race leaders should be coming around the back couple turns right now.
Yeah, probably.
It feels like it's about time.
Here he comes. Race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, across the start-finish line one more time. Looks like he's got a few more bikes in front of him. Meanwhile, 69, David M. Miller right there behind him. So nobody between those two in this lap.
All right.
And white flag will be coming out next time by. So Miller's definitely not give up. He is keeping the hammer down, trying to reel in Rob Hall as those two are working their way down through turns number 2 and 3, waiting to come up on, again, some more of this lap traffic. As here comes 270, Rob Hall up over the crest of the hill down into Charlotte's Web. He's still got bike number 69M, David Miller, about a half a front straightaway lead behind him, but definitely still right there, keeping him in sight as they work their way out of turn number 6 of Charlotte's Web, up over the crest of the hill and down towards the museum turns one more time.
I think I saw Rob take a little peek over his shoulder.
Somebody came through the turn over here and won over against the wall. I just saw it on here on the TV monitor, but I didn't catch a number. They haven't followed him around, so I don't know who it is. We're definitely going to have to drag because we got to pick up bikes.
For those of you watching at home, if you hear us talking about dragging, it just means we need to give a little bit of space between the races because we have some racers that are racing 2 races back to back, or we have to go pick up a bike that has broken down, or what have you. So it's just our language. We're not really saying the races are a drag.
Can tell you, yeah, I'm saying, I can tell you as a racer, the last thing you want to do is get third call and be sitting down there ready to go and go, okay, well, let's go.
Yeah.
And then have to sit there and wait because somebody fell down and you got to go pick up the bike. So definitely try and make sure we time our calls properly to make sure that the riders are not sitting down there cooking in their leathers waiting to go out for their race any longer than they have to.
Right.
Should be a race leader in this pack. Race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, seeing the white flag, letting him know he's starting his final lap. Then it's going to be bike number 69M, David Miller. Looks like Hall's got about 5 back riders or back markers between him and Miller, so he might be sitting comfortable. Miller's definitely got his work cut out for him if he's going to pick his way through that traffic, trying to reel in Rob Hall on this final lap. So whatever David Miller's got up his sleeve, it's time to play his cards now. As bike number 270, Rob Hall over the crest of the hill down into Charlotte's Web. Here comes 69M, David Miller, charging past most of them and down into the braking zone with Charlotte's Web. But I think he's unfortunately going to run out of time as he's trying to get around one more back marker. Rob Hall comfortably in the lead as he rockets down that little back straightaway towards turns 8 and 9 with bike number 69M, David Miller in tow. Attention out in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 8. Sound of Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it is first call. First call, race number 8. Sound of Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. First call for race number 8. First call. Oh, somebody else is down at turn number 1. Pushing up against the tire wall.
Mechanical.
Yep. That's 2 down there. You got 1 up here at the top head mechanical, and now you got that guy over there. You got Herm over here, although Herm might have pushed his over on the back here. They maybe will pick him up quickly.
So we got a couple folks that are going to need to be scooped up. Everyone seems to be okay though. We haven't heard anything else from race direction saying anything differently. It just looks like some mechanicals happening. It's old bike racing. It happens. Checkers are out from Ed Bargy.
Check her out for the unofficial race winner, bike number 270, Rob Hall, as he takes the unofficial win. Then it's going to be bike number 69M, David Miller, back there taking the unofficial second.
You know, David Miller is begging for one more lap.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was.
He got through all that traffic, all those bikes.
78, Peter Pinello had himself on the podium that last time by. But I don't know. He and Cook were evidently duking it out for third, waiting for them to come across the line. Looks like bike number 78, Peter Pinello, taking the unofficial third place out there for the Sportsman 500 with 1P Eric Cook back there in fourth. Excuse me. 647, John Waverka rounding out your top 5. Excuse me. Looks like Alex McLean taking the unofficial win back there for the 350 GP, just in front of Z7, Jerry Duke, who takes the unofficial second in class, and then bike number 54, Jason Roberts taking the unofficial third for the 350 GP field.
All right.
With the conclusion of this one, let's go second call. Second call, race number 8, Sound to Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. You guys will be up here in just a little bit. Again, it's second call. Second call, race number 8, Sound to Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. Second call, race number 8, second call.
All right. So we do have a little bit of a gap that we need to create to make sure everybody has a chance to go fuel up their bikes or switch bikes or whatnot. So
control.
I just wanted to go ahead and also jump on
We
here
got like
and
3
just
pickups,
let
don't
you
we?
know that, well, obviously we're focusing
Copy that, and
today.
I've already gone second. Just let me know what's going
Obviously,
on.
we're focusing today on road racing on this live stream, but we also have a great dirt racing program. We do cross country, we do flat track, we do all sorts of great dirt racing as well. So I pulled together just a handful of the flyers from this past season so you can see for yourself some of the different races that we go to and different places that we go to. For more information and our full calendar, you can go check out www.arma.org. Now, let's go check out some of these awesome flyers from this past season. So yes, we have road racing, we've got dirt racing, motocross, flat track. We do all sorts of great racing here at AHRMA. And even though our name is American Historical Racing Motorcycle Association, it isn't just old bikes here. We have several more modern classes. Heck, we even have an e-bike class here. So if you already road race or dirt race and want to come racing with us, come check out all of our rules and see if your motorcycle fits in with one of our race classes. We would love to have you. And don't you want to join some of this fun? We have a heck of a good time racing all across the United States every single season. Again, for more details, you can head to AHRMA.org. Mr. J out there working hard.
Yeah, hardly working.
Hardly working. Let me see. But yeah, we've just had a great time. Also, just wanted to give a little bit of a shout out real quick while we have a second. This is one of the racers named Anthony Bond, who is from Australia, who's racing with us this weekend. That's right, we have vintage bikes, modern bikes, and international people coming to race with us. Anthony Bond is racing in class number 10 and race number 10 for today. He is from Australia, and he is here with the folks from Classic Superbike Tours. Classic Superbike Tours is who he is partnered with to be able to come over here and campaign this awesome replica Suzuki race machine. He will be in race 10, so we wanted to wish him also a special welcome for coming all the way from Australia. He is not the only international racer we have here, though. We have folks coming from all over the planet to come race here every single year at Barber. AHRMA always prides ourselves on racing some of the best tracks in the United States. Again, our calendar and everything can be found at AHRMA.org.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call. Race number 8. Sound of Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. Third call. Third and final call. Race number 8. Sound of Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. You folks are up right now. Third call. Third and final call. Sound of Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. Third call. Race number 8. I didn't get third out. I just did. I just did as soon as I heard green. Sorry. It's third call, third and final call, race number 8, Sound of Singles 3 and Next Gen Superbike Lightweight. Third call, race number 8, third call. She did give him green, but it wasn't ready. It's all right. Attention out there in the paddock as the riders take to the warm-up for a lap. Here's how they're going to grid up. For Sound of Singles 3 presented by Rising Sun Cycles. On row number 1, it's bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli. Bike number 3Z, David Frick. And bike number 12, Adrian Yasso. And 329, Matthew Crabtree. Row number 2, it's 242, Michael DeRoche. Bike number 7L, Eric Lucart. And 923, Colleen Ermson. Row number 3, it's bike number 6, Bill Dorr. 968, Jim Masters. 141, Larry Watts. And 241, Shiraz Sanbach. Row number 4, it's bike number 390, Benjamin Zawacki. Bike number 28, Rob Bagley, and bike number 429, Stephanie Floyd. And the row number 8, it's going to be bike number 632, Dwayne Hickson, 781, Paul Nelson, 13K, Rod Skaggs, and 459, Matthew Fisher. Row number 9, it's 843, Alex West, X48, Paul Kohler, and 137, William Doyne. And back in row number 10, it's 313, Julian Huxley, 066, Leisha Overturf, 771, Ray Hoffman, and 271, Davis Vaughn. Then back on the Next Gen Superbike Lightweight presented by Pool Professors of Tallahassee. Back on row number 12, it's bike number 1S, Harry Vanderlyn, and 949, Keith Powell. Bike number 700, Cameron Crockett, and 62X, Robert Himmelman. Row number 13, it's 83, Sven Blay. 321, William Hegarty. T139, David Wallace. Then on row number 14, it's 181, Randy Sullinger. 560X, Scott Wilson. 92R, William Brian Wells. And bike number 224X, Bill Howard. Row number 15, it's bike number 95, Andrew Malk. 902, Caleb French. And bike number 91, Sean Smith. And rounding out your field on row number 16, it's X2, Bobby Birdsall. 220, Shane Gilmore. And 43, Sherry Nichols. That's your field here for race number 8.
Race number 8 of a 17 race day. Massive grids here at Barber, always stacked. Everybody wants to come here and race. The facilities are absolutely fantastic. It is a top-notch premier racetrack here in the United States. We're super pumped to be here. It's an incredible event. Great swap meet, great racing, road racing and dirt racing, of course. Beautiful 5-story museum that takes an entire day to get through, to be honest, if not 2.
Yeah. For the Sound of Singles 3 out there, sponsored by Rising Sun Cycles. RS Cycles is a veteran and family-owned small business that is dedicated to supporting GP bike racing in the U.S. We supply racing bikes, parts, advice, and sponsorship for racers and track day riders on Honda's RS 125 250s, the NSF 250R, the Milwaukee MD 250H, and the Yamaha YZ 125 and 250 GP bikes. They stock thousands of OEM parts and have started sourcing replacement parts as they become unavailable from the manufacturers. While they mainly focus on GP bikes, they can also get lots of gear and other supplies that are needed by AHRMA Racer. Contact them at rscycles.com. The field itself is open to small bore production singles such as the new KTM 390RC and the Duke, plus purpose-built machines with Grand Prix chassis. GP style bikes can use any one of a variety of air or water-cooled 2 or 4-stroke engines. Liquid-cooled 2 or 4 strokes can displace up to 250 cc's, air-cooled 2 strokes up to 300 cc's, and air-cooled 4 strokes up to 350 cc's. For the next gen Superbike lightweight field, sponsored by Pool Professor of Tallahassee and Brian Wells. The Pool Professor of Tallahassee is a swimming pool service, repair, remodel, and installation company in Tallahassee, Florida. They're pleased to sponsor the next gen lightweight class and look forward to supporting and growing AHRMA for many years to come. The field itself, this is a new class in 2018 to showcase what was raced in the 80s through the early 90s. Eligible machines in this class can be from any market in the world. Period OEM and race team paint schemes are strongly encouraged. Bikes that you might see out there on the grid include the Momoto YB7 400cc machines, Honda Hawks and VFR 500 Interceptors, the Suzuki GS 500 Twins, Yamaha FZ 600s and FZR 400s, and even the older style RZ 350s. That's your field. As the field grids up, looks like the lights go out, or rather the lights go off, the flag waves, and it's bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, taking the lead, leading the Sound of Singles 3 bikes down into turn number 1. Here I am used to doing CMRA with lights. Green flag waves out there for the next gen Superbike lightweight field as they take off down that front straightaway. Looks like 700 Cameron Crockett getting the jump on that field as bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, leading the field for the Sound of Singles 3 over into that bike there, over to turn number 5 over by Charlotte's Web. Looks like the Sound of Singles 3 field all spread out now as they work their way down that back straightaway. Next gen Superbike lightweights. There's some definite passing going on from 3rd all the way back to about 7th as they work their way out of Charlotte's Web. 2-rider breakaway on that field, or group rather. We'll get the full running order when they come around to complete lap number 1 in just a moment.
All right, lead pack making their way over towards the museum right now. And they're coming out the backside of the track. And there they are. Ooh.
Race leaders out of that final turn. It's a 2-rider breakaway. Adrian Yasso, and I'm going to bet that it's 80, Ralph Starpoli. Those guys have been racing each other hard all year long. Then it's going to be 771, Ray Hoffman, and 3Z, David Frick. Those guys are duking it out for that 3rd place position with bike number 329, Matthew Crabtree rounding out your top 5. Bike number 6, Bill Dorn out there holding on to that 6th place position. 923, Colin Ernestine back here in 7th. 429, Stephanie Floyd, and that 8th position. 141, Larry Watson 9th, and 241, Sandra Schambach back there rounding out your top 10 as it looks like Adrian Yasso and Starpoli continue to push each other hard. Adrian Yasso holding the lead by about 6 bike lengths over Starpoli as they're out of the exit of the Charlotte's Web up over the crest of the hill down that back straightaway. Meanwhile, looks like bike number 771, Ray Hoffman, might have himself a little bit of breathing room over 3Z David Frick as they rocket down that back straightaway one more time. Leaders working their way over through the museum turn. Meanwhile, for the lightweight, for the for the Next Gen Superbike lightweight field. There's still some mid-pack passing going on as they have caught some of the Sound of Singles 3 riders working their way through lap traffic, just trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow in that pack. As race leader, bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, opened up a blistering pace, and he's got bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, right there behind him. Those two are pushing the pace really hard here in the opening laps of race number 8.
All right, race leaders are making their way through the backside of the track right now. They will be coming around these last turns and hitting start finish straight, and here they come.
At the line, looks like Ralph Starpoli puts himself up on the podium with bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, dropping back a little bit. So not sure if Adrian's got a problem with his bike, maybe a bit of a tire problem, or just might have gotten a little out of shape, but that left bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli, up there in the lead. Ray Hoffman on 771 still holding the lead on that third place position. 3Z David Frick back there in fourth, and 329 Matthew Crabtree rounding out your top 5 as Adrian Yasso sitting up just a little bit on bike number 12 as he dives down into turn number 6 over there for 5 and 6 over there for Charlotte's Web. Now he's back in behind the bubble, but Starpoli really stretching it out with bike number 71 Ray Hoffman back there in that third place position. 3Z David Frick and bike number 329, Matthew Crabtree. Looks like those two are shaping up a battle out there for that 6th place position as the Next Gen Superbike lightweight field. Those guys are really marching through the pack coming up. We'll see them here on the top 10 here in just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think Jasso's having bike trouble. I think he's having Staropoli trouble is what he's having.
Yeah.
Because Ralph Staropoli, watching him for the past 2 years now, or a year and a half now, he is just crazy talented, crazy fast. I love watching those two race and dice it up together. By the way, if you are watching on the live feed, hey, thanks for tuning in. Secondly, I can only really show the top 10 finishers from Race-Monitor. So if you'd like more detailed results a little bit further down pack, feel free to click on over to race-monitor.com.
Race leader, bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli across the start line again, and then it's bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, and then it's going to be 771, Ray Hoffman. So about a half a front straightaway between first and second and third. Here's the battle for fourth as they come across the start-finish line. It's 3Z David Frick, and he's got 329, Matthew Crabtree, rounding out your top 5 as they start the next lap in their race. Bike number 6, Bill Dorn, holding down that 6th place position. Then next across the line, it's going to be 700. Cameron Crockett leading for the Next Gen Superbike lightweight. He's got 181. Randy Sullinger right there behind him. And then 241, Shiraz Shanbag rounding out the top 9 for Sound of Singles. And then 83B, Sven Belay, he rounds out the top 10. He's holding on to that 3rd place position for Next Gen lightweight or Superbike lightweight field. So again, the Next Gen Superbike lightweight starting on the second wave, starting to work their way forward into the Sound of Singles 3 as Ralph Starpoli on bike number 80 continues to show the fast way down as we've got a motor expiring over here, or at least a bike kind of smoking pretty good into the braking zone over into turn number 5 into Charlotte's Web. Looks like he's off the line. Not sure if that is steam that we're seeing come out of that bike, but there's obviously some visible smoke available as he's offline and parks it over against the wall. Don't have a number for you quite yet.
That engine done let go, Jay.
Could be a cooling system. Doesn't look like anybody's getting out of shape. Plus, these things got belly pans on them, so.
And one,
They're
Ralph Starpoli,
looking.
crossing start finish right now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Followed by Adrian Yasso and Ray Hoffman in 3.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. He still has bike number 12, Adrian Yasso in tow with 771. Ray Hoffman, that's your top 3 for the Sound of Singles 3. Looks like 3Z David Frick still holding on to that 4th step of the podium with bike number 329, Matthew Crabtree right there behind him. Then bike number 6, Bill Dorn, rounds out your top 6. Then it's 700, Cameron Crockett first across the line for the Next Gen Superbike lightweight field. It looks like our mystery rider, bike number 181, Randy Sullinger. He looks like he's the one that had the mechanical problems. He was holding on to second in class, starting to drop down the leaderboard big time. So move 83B, Sven Blay, up onto that second step of the podium for the Next Gen Superbike, holding on to second. Then 1S, Harry Vanderlyn, and rounding out your top three for the Next Gen Superbike lightweight field is bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, continuing to lead this one out front and walking away. Riding away, I guess I should say.
Walking away, running away, sprinting away, carrying it away, however you wish to coin that one. And it looks like race leaders will making their way towards the backside. Yes, backside of the track. This should be them. This feels like them.
That's 80.
Yep, Starpoli in one.
Bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli across the start-finish line one more time as he's picking his way through lap traffic. Then it's going to be bike number 12, Adrian Yasso. And here comes 771, Ray Hoffman, really closing in on Jasso as Adrian Jasso had to work his way through some of the lap traffic. So it looks like we might have a battle shaping up for that second place podium step on the Sound of Singles 3. As Ralph Starpoli continues to pick off the slower back markers, working his way through Yasso right there. But here comes Ray Hoffman, just about 4 bike lengths adrift of Yasso as they work their way down into Charlotte's Web one more time. Meanwhile, 700 Cameron Crockett solidly out there in the lead for the Next Gen Superbike lightweight field as Ray Hoffman on 771 continues to stalk Yasso for that second step of the podium. Next across the line for the Next Gen Superbike lightweights, it's going to be 83B, Sven Blay, but he has bike number 1S, Harry Vanderlyn, and sizing that up. So the battle's starting to shape up here for that second step of the podium in the Next Gen Superbike lightweight field, as well as Hoffman sets his sights on Adrian Yasso, trying to reel him in, while bike number 1, Harry Vanderlyn, is trying to figure out how to work over bike number 83B, Sven Blay, for that second step in the Next Gen lightweight Superbike race. Wow, some good passing going down there into Charlotte's Web.
Let's go take a gander.
Ralph Starpoli once again in the lead, and it's going to be bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, working his way around back markers, but 771, Ray Hoffman has Yasso in his sights. We're going to see what's going to happen. White flag's going to come out next time by, and it's going to prove to be a very interesting final lap as the back markers continue to pass by. Looks like 329, Matthew Crabtree still holding on to that fourth place position as Ralph Starpoli working his way in through some traffic, and that means that Yasso and Hoffman are going to have to deal with that same traffic as they work their way out of Charlotte's Web. They're going to catch him back over by the museum turn. Going to have to wait and see how that's going to turn out as the second and third place for the Sound of Singles 3 working their way over toward the museum turn. Meanwhile, Harry Vanderlyn on bike number 1S has worked his way around Sven Blay, so put 1S Harry Vanderlyn up on the second step of the podium for the Next Gen Superbike lightweight 83B. Sven Blay still right there behind him, holding on to third with bike number 700, Cameron Crockett, leading that field. He's running 6th overall as Ralph Starpoli working his way out of turn number 12, 13 over into 14 here on this final lap. Meanwhile, it looks like Yasso continues to pick his way cleanly through the back markers. 771, Ray Hoffman, though, right there behind him. We're going to see what's going to happen when that white flag comes out this next time by as Ralph Starpoli on bike number 80 working his way through turns number 14, 15, 16, and 17 right now. Leader on the front straightaway, white flag out for bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli, as he starts his final lap. Then it's going to be bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, and 771, Ray Hoffman right there behind him. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for F250 Formula 750, Sportsman 350, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Classic 60s. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 9, Formula 750, Sportsman 350, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Classic 650s. You folks will be up here in just a moment. First call for race number 9. Adrian Yasso on bike number 12 still holds on to that second place position. 771, Ray Hoffman still about 6 bike lengths adrift as Yasso gets a great drive out of Charlotte's Web up over the crest of the hill and down that back straightaway they go. We'll see if Hoffman's going to be able to reel him in. Looks like Yasso's seen that white flag and putting his head down, really trying to hold on. Meanwhile, Sven Blay on bike number 83B back up to the second step of the podium over Harry Vanderlyn, and so Vanderlyn might have tipped his hand just a lap too early as Blay puts himself back up on the second step of the podium for the next gen Superbike lightweight field. Meanwhile, 700, Kevin Crockett still leading in that one for the next gen Superbike lightweights as bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli, all the way back over in the back section of the course. Looks like bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, still leading Hoffman. Out of the museum turns up the hill through the fan zone up into 12 and 13 they go, waiting for the race leader, Ralph Starpoli, to come back onto the front straightaway one more time. It's a great race. Here comes your race leader. Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli, working his way into the lead and not looking back on about lap number 2. Then at the line, it looks like it's going to be bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, just holding off a late race charge from 771, Ray Hoffman back there. So put Yasso on that second step of the podium for the Sound of Singles 3. Then next across the line, looks like it's going to be looks like 329 Matthew Crabtree comes home unofficially back there in 4th in class with 3Z David Frick rounding out your top 5. Next across the line should be your race winner for the next gen Superbike lightweight. Could be 700 Cameron Crockett. Then it's bike number 83B, Sven Blay, still holding on to that second place position over 1S Harry Vanderlinden. That's your top 3 for the next gen Superbike lightweight. Let's go second call. Second call, race number 9. Formula 750, Sportsman 350, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Classic 60s. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call, race number 9. Formula 750, Superbike 350, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Classic 60s. You guys are up next. It is second call for race number 9. Second call. Sorry about that.
No worries. As everybody's making their way through their last corners.
While we got a moment, I want to say thank you to Geico. At Geico, great coverage doesn't stop with your car. Whether you have a sport bike, a cruiser, a moped, a touring bike, standard, antique, or custom ride, Geico can help you insure it. Plus, if you have a Geico auto policy, you can hand a bundle with your bike and save more. Visit geico.com for your free, no-obligation motorcycle insurance quote to see how much you can save. Geico, great rates for great rides. Also want to remind everybody to please be sure to visit the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum. They have extended hours. They're open till 6 tonight and from 8 to 5 tomorrow. And you must get up to that 5th floor and check out the new Barber Advanced Design Center. Plus, this weekend only is only one of 3 times a year that they open the restoration level to the public. And it's great to see exactly what goes into these motorcycles that they put on exhibit up there and how they have the meticulous detail needed for these exhibits.
as I had mentioned, you know, we don't just do road racing here, although yes, that is what the live stream this weekend is about. We do tons of great dirt racing as well. We've hosted several flat track races at several of our classic Moto Fest events. And I put together a great little video showcasing some of the flat track that happened. I think this was from Heartland is when I made it. So let's go ahead and check it out. Just some of the cool bikes that showed up to flat track race with us at Heartland at one of our classic Moto Fests. We have a handful of these that happen every single year where we bring together our road racing disciplines and our dirt racing disciplines all in the same weekend. We have music, we have food trucks, we have parties, we have swap meets, we have bike shows, we have all sorts of great stuff going on.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call. Race number 9. Formula 750, Sportsman 350, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Classic 60s. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it is third call. Third and final call for race number 9. Formula 750, Sportsman 350, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Classic 60s. You folks are up right now. Bring them on up. We'll send you out for your hot lap again. Third call. Third and final call for race number 9. There you go.
I mean, you never know what you're going to get at these weekends. They're pretty rock and roll. They're definitely a little wild. I mean, heck, we had Santa and Mrs. Claus at Laguna Seca. We had, what else has been going on? We had a bike show going on at Laguna Seca, which we have at all of our classic Moto Fests. We have bike shows, beautiful bikes turn up for it, museum quality, awesome bikes. What else? We had just this week at this event, let me see if I can find it, we even had a wedding last night down at Start Finish Line. We had one of our racers get married down on Start Finish here at Barber just last night. So it just goes to show, Jay, you never know what's going to happen here.
That's true.
You never know what's going to happen, what we're going to get into, but it's guaranteed always going to be a super good time here with the folks at AHRMA.
As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid out. For the Formula 750 field, presented by NYC Norton on row number 1, it's 1D Mark Morrow, 77D's Dan Sokolich, bike number 17 Kenny Cummins, and bike number 114 Trip Nobles. On row number 2, it's bike number 20 Brad Phillips, 808 Michael Wilson, and bike number 5S Martin Morrison. Row number 3, it's X72 Edward Barna. For the Sportsman 350, presented by Toadtown Racing, back on row number 5, it's bike number 69M David Miller, 270 Rob Hall, 1P Eric Cook, and 050 Zika Perez. Row number 6, it's bike number D33 Herman Narcicos, bike number 150 Blake Parr, and 32X David Velpel. Row number 7 is 317 Tim O'Donnell, 727 Beasley Ayers, 78 Peter Pinello, bike number 88P Jason Prang. Row number 6 is 66D Eric Green, 334 Scott Turner, and 86 Ian Oberholzer. Row number 9, it's 304 Kevin Dinsmore, 97R Kevin DeBellick, 647 John Waverka, and bike number 99Q Patrick Hirschfield. For the Vintage Superbike Lightweight, presented by 51% Racing, back on row number 11, it's going to be bike number 1Z Mike Joy, bike number 51P Jim Mike, 590 David Evans, and bike number 133 Paul Elledge. Row number 12, it's going to be 426 Clint Coolan, 716 Stephen Fowler, and bike number 271 David Vaughn. Then back for the Classic 60s, presented by Nearly Normal Norton Racing, also known as Incube Racing, on row number 14. That's why it's Incube. On row number 14, at 623, Patrick McGraw, 9A John Sneed, and bike number 98Y Doug Young. Why? Because Doug is young. Here we go. That's your field here for race number 9, the Formula 750. 350 Sportsman Vintage Superbike Lightweight and Classic 60s race. Boy, you can tell we're getting a little punchy now.
I know.
And we're
Always keeping me laughing, always with the jokes. I do love a good dad joke, so thank you for that.
For race number 9, the Formula 750, sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restoration and the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and complete builds, motorwork, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. The field itself out here, this class is for 1972 and earlier 600 to 750cc four-stroke machines up to 4 cylinders. They must be representative of race bikes of the era with fairings and lower clip-on style handlebars. Disc brakes and upgraded aftermarket frames are allowed. BSA, Triumph, Norton, Honda, Yamaha, Ducati, and BMW are all represented in this class. For the Sportsman 350, sponsored by Toadtown Racing. With over 30 years of experience, Toadtown Racing's Gary Swan is the go-to guy for British and Honda twin race bikes for both dirt track and road racing. Services include engine building, race prep, fabrication, and more. Products available from Toadtown include race quality pistons, ignitions, bodywork, bike stands, and more. Visit them in the pits and look for the bike number 59. And I want to say thank you to Gary for his tech talk yesterday. I heard it was great and very successful. For the machines themselves, this is 1972 and earlier street bike-based four-stroke machines. No fairings are allowed, but drum brakes are required. This is typically dominated by the overhead cam Honda CB350s. Looks like the field's getting gridded up out there. Vintage Superbike Lightweight is sponsored by 51% Racing. Enjoy racing and enjoying AHRMA and the members that make it so much fun is what this class is about. This class is for a variety of machineries up through 1982 model years based on showroom stock bikes. Overhead cam singles, including Yamaha TT500 and Honda Ascots, are represented out there. Overhead cam twins to 470 cc's and pushrod twins to 650 cc's are also allowed. Four-cylinder bikes, including Honda CB350/400 to a maximum of 400 cc's, are allowed in this class. Looks like the field is gridded up out there, waiting for the green flag to fly here in just a moment. As the race takes off, bike number 114, Trip Nobles from the outside, leads the Formula 750 field down into turn number 1 here for the first wave. Second wave cleanly away as it looks like, I believe it's 1P Eric Cook getting the jump on the field, although Rob Hall couldn't quite tell at this distance as they work their way down into turn number 1, then looking back for that third wave to get going here in just a moment. At the line, looks like it's 51P. Jim Ike getting the lead out there for the Vintage Superbike Lightweights. Moving on through the rest of the field for the Classic 60s. This field is also sponsored by N-Cubed Racing. These bikes are 1950 and 60 era Grand Prix and Club and Style racers. 350/500cc four-stroke overhead valve and overhead cam engines are allowed, and 750cc side valve machines are also out there. These are similar models as 500 GP and 500 Premier classes, but in a more original trim. They have a maximum of 4-speed gearboxes. Norton-mounted Alex McLean has been the National and Dixie Cup champion for the past 7 seasons. As up front, the Formula 750 field really wasting no time getting up to speed. We'll see if it's Mark Morrow or rather Trip Nobles out front. And they come around here to lead or to complete lap number 1 in just a moment.
We have Jenna Prang tuning in, wishing Jason Prang, number 88P, a happy birthday. Happy birthday,
Happy
Jason.
birthday, Jason.
No better way to celebrate that birthday than come dicing it up with us at one of these awesome race weekends.
Race leaders out of turn number 17, rocketing down this front straightaway. Looks like it's going to be bike number 114, Trip Nobles leading. Bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, right there behind him. 17, Kenny Cummins rounding out your top 3. 77D, Dan Sokolich, or then at 4th place position. And 5S, Martin Morris, round out your top 5. Bike number 20, Brad Phillips, is back there in that 6th place position. Then it looks like it's going to be X72, Edward Barna. In 7th by grade 08, Michael Wilson in that 8th place position. 270, Rob Hall leading for the 350 Sportsman field. He's across the line at 9th overall, leading over 69M. David Miller, who's running 2nd out there in the Sportsman 350 class. That rounds out your top 10.
My race monitor was being kind of wonky. For those of you who are following along at home, if you want some information that's a little bit further down the grid, I can only show the first top 10 results. So make sure you head over to race-monitor.com.
Tension out there in the paddock. I know it's going to be kind of crazy, but people need to check their cell phones. If you've lost a cell phone, we have found one. If you can come up to the 3rd floor of the timing and scoring tower and give us a description of it, or at least give us the code to unlock it, we'll be happy to return it to you. Again, a need for everybody out there to check your cell phones. I can't believe I'm saying this because of many people you have here, but we have found a cell phone out there around the racetrack. So again, want to check your knowing or check your cell phones, make sure you got them on. If you find out your cell phone's missing, you want to come up here to the second floor, or the third floor rather, of the timing and scoring tower and describe it, or at least tell us what the unlock code is, prove that it's yours. We'll be happy to return it to you. Again, check your cell phones. A missing one has been found and turned in at the third floor of the timing and scoring tower. Looks like we got some action going on over in the museum turn. Looks like a rider has gotten out of shape. Good news is the rider's up. The bad news is the bike is right in the middle of the track. Everybody's missed it so far, but we now have had our next Crimson adventure here of the day. So it doesn't look like it's going to take too long to get this one cleaned up. I don't see any fluid leaking out of the bike, but the rider is up and okay. That's great to know. But of course, the bike is right in the middle of the track. So we'll bring everybody back, get this cleaned up, and do a restart of race number 9. We'll get this one going here in just a moment once we get this situation addressed out there in turn number 9 over by the museum.
Well, so we're gonna have to go ahead and re-grid everybody. It looks like everybody's okay though, so that's all good news.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me go ahead. Also, my race monitor wasn't loading, so I am going to go ahead and put a little video up thanking some of our incredible sponsors for 2022 while I click over to race monitor and refresh it and see if I can get it to work. So let's go ahead and check out this video.
Mine was working.
Just here to.
Scoot forward so people can see you. Come here. Come peek in. So this is the
Oh
camera.
my goodness.
I've got Nate Kern joining us up here. He decided to come pay us a visit. What's going on, Nate?
You know, for once, I'm really overly enjoying myself at this event. You know, I've always enjoyed myself, and that's why the team and the crew, everybody, the fans, everybody loves to come back here. But it's really, this time around, for some reason, even more special. Maybe I'm getting older. I don't know.
Well, I mean, first of all, you can't blame or can't, be disappointed in this incredible weather. It couldn't be any more perfect out here. I know you've been here the past handful of years when it's been 105 or raining or a hurricane. So that, I think, really makes the whole weekend a little bit more special.
Absolutely, and truly, just sitting back and watching everybody smiling and enjoying themselves and just kind of maybe leaving everything outside the gate that's going on in the real world and pick it up maybe when you leave. But this weekend, truly, there's such an energy and excitement that I haven't really seen in years past.
Oh, good. I know that you were already out there on the grid for one of your races. You have one more coming up, don't you? Or are you done for the day?
We did 2 today, and,
Okay.
and with limited practice, I was in Texas at Circuit of the Americas last weekend, so to be here, I'm fortunate with the some of the constraints, but reality is very thankful BMW Motorrad USA.
It's not in the paddock. Looks like we've got this situation just about cleaned up
strong
out there, but do want to give everybody a heads up. You
we
will
always
see a little
like
bit of oil
running
dry
around
out
the
there in the
Yeah.
middle of turn
Yeah.
number 9 where
Right
they
on.
pick up a little bit of
Well,
fuel.
thanks for stopping by and saying, hey, and let
spill
me
is
throw you
fine,
on the
traction's
camera
fine,
for the
but
moment.
don't be surprised
Yeah,
if you see a little bit of white
definitely.
stuff on the pavement when you go out for your hot
Definitely
laps
thanking-
here in the future. Looks like we're going to send everybody back out for another hot lap, 6-lap restart on this one when they get ready to come back around in just a moment. Taking the original grid positions.
No worries.
No, you're good. Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
No, it's just such a exciting experience to see so many BMW riders, but also non-BMW riders, and for them to go over to the fan zone and meet with them. But to fly the flag on the R9T out here in classes that people don't anticipate us even breaking the top 10. We had a second and a third today, but the bike's getting tired. Our R9T is actually 10,000 race miles since 2015. And the heads have never been off the bike, so no concessions. We're just going to go out and ride it till it doesn't want to run anymore.
I think you got your money's worth out of that one, right?
But there's just so many special people here, and ones that aren't here. Think about the folks overseas and friends of mine deployed, that it's really to have such a unique opportunity to be here. We got to be thankful. So.
Well, thank you. Yeah, you're right on the money. It's a very special weekend. I'm glad we could share it here on the live feed, letting people follow along and participate and be part of the AHRMA family. This is how I met you personally a million years ago, was at an AHRMA race. Like literally a million years ago. I also ride BMW, spoiler alert. So it's awesome to see you still out here campaigning that R19.
Yeah, we got one more race, and it's the money race, and naturally people are like, hey, rider for rider, we know you're definitely in the top 3, but you choose to race the heaviest, slowest bike in the class. And I said, don't judge a book by its valve cover. So, all right, we'll see y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care.
I'll see you soon. All right.
As the riders take back to the track for their warm-up lap here to get going with this 6-lap restart. Row number 1, it's going to be 1D, Mark Morrow, 77Z, Dan Sokolich, 17, Kenny Cummins, and 114, Trip Nobles. Row number 2, it's bike number 20, Brad Phillips, 808, Michael Wilson, and bike number 5S, Martin Morrison. And row number 3, it's X72, Edward Barna. For the Sportsman 350, back on row number 5, it's 69M, David Miller, 270, Rob Hall, 1P, Eric Cook, and 050, Zika Pires. Row number 6 is D33, Herm Narcicos, 150, Blake Parr, and 32X, David Felpel. Row number 7 is 317, Tim O'Donnell, 727, Beasley Ayers, 78, Peter Pinello, and 88P, Jason Prang. Happy birthday, Jason. We found out today that Jason Prang's birthday, he's back there in row number 7. 66D, Eric Green's out there in row number 8, along with 334, Scott Turner, and 86, Ian Oberholzer. Then back on row number 9, it's 304, Kevin Dinsmore, 97R, Kevin DeBellick, 647, John Waverka, and 99Q, Patrick Hirschfield. For the Vintage Superbike lightweight field, back on row number 11, it's 1Z, Matthew Joy, 51P, Jim Mike, 590, David Evans, and 133, Paul Elledge. He was unfortunately our rider that fell out there, but Paul's up and okay, good to see, but unfortunately he will not be joining the restart of this one. Then back on row number 12, it's 426, Clint Coolin, 716, Stephen Fowler, and 271, David Vaughn. Then on row number 13 for the Classic 60s field, on row number 14, it's 623, Patrick McGraw, 98, John Sneed, and 98Y, Doug Young. That's your field here as they're coming back up. A 6-lap race still left in this one, waiting for the green flag to fly once again.
Elias Solis says, go Trip Nobles. You're right. Trip Nobles is going to go. Literally. He's going to go.
He always does.
All right, bad news, gang. One of my cameras up at the start-finish flagger stand seems to have, come offline. So, I know. It's a bummer. I will hit the reset on it from here, but I think...
You got bumped?
I just having problems with the cables. You know, technology is amazing until it isn't.
Bluetooth, man. Bluetooth. Everything's Bluetooth. Bluetooth hydraulics.
Bluetooth is even shakier. All my stuff is connected.
I know.
Sorry, guys, you're getting the behind-the-scenes nerd out computer talk. All right, the regrid for this race number 9.
Green flag waves, and once again, Trip Noble gets a good jump, but here comes Mark Morrow and Dan Sokolich as they dive down into turn 1. So it looks like Dan Sokolich leading Mark Morrow on that one, as once again, 114 Trip Nobles puts his head down and gets a great start. Meanwhile, second wave for the Sportsman 350, cleanly away one more time as it's 270. Rob Hall getting a jump this time on the field as he leads them down into turn number 1, waiting for them to clear turn number 1. Meanwhile, Trip Nobles for the Formula 750 leading the field up over the crest of the hill. Sokolich back there in 7th, Morrow in 3rd as they dive down into Charlotte's Web on the first time. Here's that third wave taking off, the Superbike lightweight and the Classic 60s field as they start their race, working their way down into turn number 1 with bike number 270. Rob Hall leading the Sportsman 350 field down into Charlotte's Web as Trip Noble all the way over by the museum working his way back up the back section in front of all the fans over there in the fan zones. I hope you folks are enjoying the hot racing today. I don't even know if they can hear me over there. Trip Noble's out of turn number 10 over through 11 and into 12, holding on to the lead. Looks like Sokolich back there in that second place position with bike number 1, Mark Morrow, holding on to 3rd. We'll get that confirmation when they come around to complete lap number 1 of the 6-lap abbreviated race. What are we on? We're on 9. was
All
going to
right. We've got our race leaders coming on around right now. Still down. Bummer.
Race leader, bike number 114, Trip Nobles across the line. Then it's going to be bike number 17, Kenny Cummins. I was calling it Sokolich. My apologies. It's 17, Kenny Cummins. Holding on to that second place position with bike number 1D, Mark Morrow back there in third. And then it's 77C, Dan Sokolich rounding out to that fourth place position. And 5S, Mark Morrison holding on to your top five as Trip Nobles once again leading this one through turn number 2, 3 up over the crest of the hill, and 4 down on the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. Meanwhile, Kenny Cummins on 17 holding on to that second, but Mark Morrow right there within striking distance as they dive down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web one more time themselves.
Mr. Kenny Cummings from NYC Norton, one of our class sponsors and longtime AHRMA racer.
Going on back through the field, bike number 20, Brad Phillips is holding on to that 6th place position. X72 Edward Barna back there in 7th. 808 Michael Wilson is in 8th. 270 Rob Hall leading for the Sportsman 350 field back in row number 9, or that 9th place position. And 1P Eric Cook rounding out your top 10. He's holding on to the 2nd place position for the Sportsman 350 as the laps continue to click off here. Should be seeing halfway flags next time by since it's an abbreviated 6-lap race.
Oh yeah, good call. Trip Nobles in 1.
Trip Nobles across the start-finish line, seeing the green and white flags crossed, letting him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go. He's got bike number 17, Kenny Cummins, right there behind him, and then bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, still holding on that 3rd place position. 77C, Dan Sokolich rounding out your top 4, and 5S, Martin Morrison back there in 5th. For the 350 Sportsman, it's going to be 270 Rob Hall still leading, but bike number 69M, David Miller, got to surround Eric Cook out there. So move 69M, David Miller up to the 2nd step of that podium for the Sportsman 350. Then 1P, Eric Cook, rounding out the top 3 for the Sportsman 350 with bike number 78, Peter Pinello, off the podium in that 4th place position with Sportsman 350. We're rounding out your top 10. I'm not going to tell him. Wasn't.
All right, let's go look towards the backside of the track. Race leaders are making their way over towards the museum right now at the top of your screen. Again, when I throw race monitor up here, I can only really show like the top 10. So for more details, a little further down pack, and we do have a bike coming off
Looks
the track.
like we got a slow mover out of turn number 6 over there out of Charlotte's Web, 5-6 area. Can't quite get the number on it from this distance. Looks like it's bike number 334. Unfortunately, Scott Turner taking an early exit to the race as his bike gives up on him and he's way off out of the impact zone out of Charlotte's Web. Meanwhile, 114, Trip Noble still leading this one. He's still got 17. Kenny Cummins right there behind him with 1D, Mark Morrow rounding out the top 5. Or top 3, rather. Good. It's been a long day.
Just now crossing start finish, followed by Martin Morrison, Brad Phillips.
This race, I'm telling you.
I know we got 17 races, my friend. 17.
Oh, man.
17 races.
We're only about halfway because this is race 9.
And Eric Cook rounds out number 9. For more detailed results, you can always click over to race-monitor.com.
Leader's working 4. Leader's working 5. Yeah. We're working 5. White flag should be coming out this next time by for the race leader, since this was an abbreviated 6-lap race due to that Crimson Adventure earlier. Waiting for Trip Nobles as he's working his way through the back section of the course right now. Here comes your race leader, bike number 114, Trip Nobles, across the start-finish line. White flag out. Then it's going to be 17, Kenny Cummins, and bike number 1, Mark Morrow out there. Mark's definitely within striking distance as your race leader working that last lap. Then it looks like it's going to be bike number 77Z, Dan Sokolish back there in 4th, and 5S, Martin Morrison, rounding out your top 5. Attention to the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 10. Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Thunder 4. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is first call. First call for race number 10. Attention out there in the paddock. Race results through race 8 have been posted. Again, race results through race 8 have been posted. Results through race 8 have been posted. Again, we're at first call. First call for race number 10. Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Thunder 4. Again, first call for race number 10. First call.
Nobles still in 1 with Kenny Cummings, Mark Morrow in 2 and 3. They're having quite a battle out there for sure.
My apologies. Looks like I got my lap count off just a little bit. White flag out for your race leader, bike number 114, Trip Nobles, as he starts his final race. Meanwhile, bike number 1, Mark Morrow, sees the white flag, makes his move, puts himself up in that second place position, but Kenny Cummins on 17 repasses him into the braking zone down into Charlotte's Web. So it looks like Cummins and Morrow having an epic battle for who's going to stand on that second step of the podium for the Formula 750 race as they rocket down into that final turns over there. Turns 8 and 9 by the museum here on this final lap. Meanwhile, 77Z, Dan Sokolic still out there in 4th, and 5S, Mark Morris still rounding out your top 5. Rob Hall still leading for the Sportsman 350 field. Looks like he's got a back marker between him, or a Formula 750 rider between him, as Eric Cook and David Miller. Those guys are duking it out for the second step of the podium act there in the Sportsman 350 class, as bike number 114, Trip Nobles, leading this one as he's working his way once again back up the back section of the course, past the fan zone and all the folks over there on the hill watching. Meanwhile, bike number 17, Kenny Cummins, I believe, still holding on to that second place position. We'll see how it's going to work out as we're going to come around that last couple of corners here in just a moment to see who's going to end up on the second step of the podium. Meanwhile, checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, 114, Trip Nobles, taking the unofficial win. Here's the battle for second. It's going to be bike number 1, Mark Morrow's just finally nipping 17, Kenny Cummins, for the second step of that podium as they take the checkered flag and head around on their cool-down lap.
Hey Larry Coleman, thanks for tuning in. David Earhart, I do not have a shot of the full race schedule, not digitally. I believe it can probably be found at AHRMA.org.
Yeah. Looks like bike number 270, Rob Hall, rounding out the top 5 for the Sportsman 350 as he gets by 5S Martin Morrison, Brad Phillips, and then the battle for the 350 Sportsman second place goes to 69M David Miller, who just nipped Eric Cook at the line to take second away, and Cook ending up third unofficially there in that Sportsman 350 class with bike number 78, Peter Pinello, rounding out your top 10. Looks like he held down that fourth place position off the podium and for the Sportsman 350 field. Attention in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 10. Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Thunder 4. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 10. Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Thunder 4. Second call, race number 10, second call.
All right, so let's go ahead and pull these graphics down and get ready for race number 10. Great battle, Mark Morrow, super talented racer. Kenny Cummings, also very, very talented, very fast.
Yep.
Mark Morrow, though, literally teaches our racing school.
Yeah, he is. He's an instructor.
So he's pretty fast. He's pretty good at this racing thing.
You can say that. He's also a hell of a cornet player, too.
He is. He's got some moves, and I think he might be playing the national anthem or tap
Yeah, I
sports or something
got
this
to talk to
weekend.
him about that, but yeah, he usually does the national anthem for us on
Yeah,
Sundays.
he does a great job. Okay,
Yeah.
race number 10, Next Gen Superbike
Yeah, Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Thunder 4.
and Sound Thunder 4.
Ooh, Sound of Thunder 4 is a good size grid.
Unfortunately, my camera is still dead. Dang.
30 in the Sound of Thunder 4 field by themselves. And 11 in Next Gen Superbike. So this next field is going to be a good size field too.
Thanks again for everybody tuning in at home. Thanks for clicking, liking, and sharing all of these videos. We appreciate you all watching. Let me go over to the live feed so I can check in with you. Michael DeRoche, thanks for watching. Larry Coleman, like I just said, thanks for tuning in, my friend. Chris Spargo, yeah, definitely. If I wasn't 250 feet away, I would run right down there and move that camera.
While we got a moment to pick up a bike, I want to say thank you to Bridgestone Tires, the national program sponsors. Bridgestone is proud to be the official tire for AHRMA. From road racing to motocross, Bridgestone has a wide range of tires to fit your vintage racing needs. Go see their full lineup online at BridgestoneMotorcycleTires.com, or better yet, stop in and see Stick Boy up here in the road race paddock to see what kind of Bridgestone tires is available for your racing program. Also, Bridgestone right now has a rebate program of buy two qualifying tires and get a $50 rebate. That program's good until October 15th. You can talk to Stick Boy or jump online. I've seen it out there on social media. So again, Bridgestone offering a $50 rebate on a pair of qualifying tires. If you want to jump online, check out and see which tires are available and find out what Bridgestone tires are available to support your racing program. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 10. Next Gen Superbike and Sound of Thunder 4. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap right now. Again, it's third call. Third and final call, race number 10. Next Gen Superbike, sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Tours and Ned Heidel. And also the Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wick Wilkerson Racing. That's who's sponsoring that one. Again, it's third call for race number 10. Third call.
You got it, buddy. You got
I'm
it.
telling you, my jaw's getting so tired.
You're doing great. You're doing a great
I
job.
feel like I've spoken more today than I have in a long time.
You do a great
And I still
job,
gotta do this again
Jay.
tomorrow.
You do a great job.
Tell that to my TMJ. As the racers take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid out. For the Next Gen Superbike, sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Tours and Ned Heidel, on row number 1, it's bike number 1 wide, Jim Barker, 14, Brian Lehrer, 021, Eric Bozell, and 730, Tom Bishop. Row number 2, it's 34, Aura Rodney Menke, 6'8", Tim Halsmer, and bike number 576, Christian Jensen. Row number 3, it's 054, Gilbert Jennings, 640, Jay Letts, bike number 4, Anthony Van, and bike number 29J, Scott Rothermel. Then on row number 10, or rather row number 4, it's going to be bike number 10P, Michael Platt. For the Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wilkerson Racing. Row number 6, it's 87, Eric Watts, 510, Noel Corwin, 4L, Drew Jancourt, and bike number 923, Colleen Ermsa. Row number 7, it's 242, Michael DeRoche, 28, Bob Bagley, and 47, Sam Weidel. Row number 8, it's 18T, William Kazner, 141, Larry Watts, 15L, Scott Short, and 390, Benjamin Zawacki. Row number 9, it's bike number 511, Jean-Marc Davis, 09 is Eugene Casario, and 459, Matt Fisher. Row number 10, it's going to be 51, Nathan Guy, 69F, Owen Fortish, 55C, Edward Blunt, and 429, Stephanie Floyd. For row 14, well, it's a big row break back there because of the size of this field. On row number 14, it's 968, Jim Masters, 99Q, Patrick Hirschfield, and bike number G66, Mark Smitherd. Row number 15, it's the birthday boy, 88P, Jason Prang, 137, William Doyne, 317, Tim O'Donnell, and 42, Scott Cuban. Row number 16 is bike number 66, Chuck Crocco, 843, Alex West, and 313, Julian Huxley. And rounding out your field on row number 17, it's 066, Alicia Overturf, and 7S, Mitch Skaggs. That's your field here for race number 10. Next Gen Superbike, sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Tours, Ned Heidel, and the Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wilkerson Racing. Boy, Mrs. Prank's going to be going, why did I tell him it was his birthday?
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's pumped. Larry Coleman, great job of announcing you two. Caught the sidecar race early. Wish I was there. Hey, we wish you were here too. And he says,
Yeah.
but Hockenheim was great. Aber natürlich, Larry Coleman.
Hockenheim,
Of course, Hockenheim was
That's
fantastic.
some highbrow over there.
I know, for this Hall of Fame sidecar racer, Larry Coleman, who comes and races with us every once in a
Yeah,
blue.
he wasn't here this weekend. That would be
No,
why.
no.
We got better weather than
He's
he
been
does, I bet.
spectating. He says he's retired now.
Oh, okay, retired.
So he's been spectating with us. But anyway, we missed you, buddy.
Yeah,
And gute Reise.
this is great. For the Next Gen Superbike, sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Tours and Ned Heidel, AHRMA's mission with this class is to recreate and preserve the look and feel of this popular era of U.S. Superbike racing. Based on production machinery available on dealer showroom floors, these motorcycles were modified within a set of rules that kept the machines looking relatively stock but allowed a dramatic increase in their performance. Out on the field itself, you'll see mid-80s to early 90s production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into race bikes. Twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000cc are out there. Four-cylinder bikes are 750cc models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is the era when riders like Fred Merkel, Bubba Schobert, and Wayne Rainey ruled in the U.S. For the Sound of Thunder 4, sponsored by Wilkerson Racing, these are the smallest bikes of the Sound of Thunder classes. These are comprised of single and twin-cylinder bikes. Examples include the KTM RC390, Ninja 250 and 300s, the Yamaha R3s, and Honda CBR 250 and 300s. Singles under 400s and twins under 350cc's are allowed in this class. Looks like everybody's gridded up out there, waiting for that green flag to fly in just a moment.
Oh, somebody's pulling off the grid.
Oh no, wrong grid positions.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you're in my spot. No, you're not. You're in my spot. Maybe it's left Twix, right Twix thing.
I'm not sure what that was all about. Where's it going? No, the bike is broke down.
Oh,
It's
it's a different one. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about the guys way back here. No, I got
No,
a rider
no.
bailing over the wall.
Yeah, he said I'm out of here. He must not be able to get the bike to start.
Wait a second. It's number 6 there, second row. Isn't that Wayne? Isn't that Schobert's old number? Lights go out. Looks like one way. Jim Barker gets a good jump, but bike number 14, Brian Lehrer, gets a better start as I believe he leads the field down in through turn number 1. Looks like the first group is clear. Second wave. Here comes the Sound of Thunder 4. One bike stalling out there on the grid, getting missed. Another rider not having the best of start.
Man.
But it's a 30 bike field taking off out here to get going down this front straightaway. As race leaders up over the crest of the hill, I believe that is Brian Lehrer, the chairman of the board out front. He looks really as the chairman of the board here of AHRMA. It's not just a joke. He's out front in this one, leading the field up over the crest of the hill, down towards turn number 8 and 9.
He's the chairman of speed. Is that what you're saying?
They say he's chairman of the board. Well, that's Frank Sinatra. No, that's really the chairman of the board, Brian Enterberg.
Literally the
He really
chairman of
is
the
the
board.
chairman of the board for AHRMA. Looks like the Sound of Thunder bikes all piling in down into Charlotte's Web, but everybody cleanly through there as they're starting to work this up single file, figuring out who's going to lead and who's going to follow here for the Sound of Thunder 4. Meanwhile, for the next-gen superbikes, they're working their way out of that final turn up, or rather out of the turns, the museum turns up through the fan zone over into turns 12, 13, and 14.
All right. Let's go track down those race leaders. And Jen Prang is Jason's mom.
One bike's over in 8. They're going to be able to get out of the way. It is bike number 14, Brian Laraburu, the race leader out there, really flying on this track because he's got a substantial lead here at the first of the opening laps. Put his head down and check it out on the rest of the field. 21, Eric Bozell back there in second, and 29, J. Scott Rothermel rounding out your top 3 as race leader. Bike number 14, Brian Laraburu, up over the crest of the hill, down into the braking zone for turn number 5. Then it's going to be bike number 10P, Michael Platt, rounding out your top 5. Platt was starting way back in row number 4, running top 5, so he's really moving forward. 34, Rodney Menke back there in 6th. Bike number 1, White, Jim Barker in 7th. 6'8", Tim Halsmer back there on that beautiful Honda Interceptor, back in that 8th place position. 720, Tim Bishop in 9th. 054, Gilbert Jennings rounding out your top 10. Another one off over there.
Oh, bikes just parked in these racers hanging out with them, just some
can't tell you.
mechanicals.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's all right. Things happen. Bikes break down.
We're missing our 4th place rider, that's why.
They're safe and
Oh, no, again?
hanging out.
Oh, guys. That one's probably going to cause us a problem. It's right over at the exit of 3.
They lose a tire? They did.
No, it's a bike on its side. Yeah, it did lose a tire.
So the rider's fine. Just
Oh.
I know we can't show you because it's track security,
Yeah.
track safety stuff.
Attention out there in the paddock. It looks like we've got another Crimson Adventure bike down at the exit of turn number 3 is Brian Laraburu, bike number 14, really flying out there in the lead on this one. Red flag out there, Crimson Adventure rather. Again, unfortunately, a bike over in turn number 3 looks like it lost its front tire for some reason. It looked like the rider's up and okay, but the bike was right at the exit of 2 at the exit of the track, and we've got to stop this one while we go get the bikes out of the way and go pick it up.
Yeah, it's just in a really inconvenient spot.
Shouldn't take us any time to get this one cleaned up, so I believe so. We're going to hold the bikes as they come in and oh nope, they're sending them back to the paddock. I guess we do have more than one bike to pick up out there. So they're going to send these guys back to the paddock, and I'm going to see. We'll probably do a real quick calls once we get this cleaned up.
All right, so it sounds like we had a couple of folks run off the track. We had one really bizarre where a tire came off the wheel, but they're fine. Everyone is okay. We just have to go clean those bikes up, of course. It's going to take just a couple of minutes. They're sending everybody back to the paddock. These are...
Are we going to send these guys back out or skip them and go on to the next one, then pull them back up?
And Jay's talking to race direction right now. Right, so it looks like
Attention out there in the paddock. We've sent the riders back to the paddock area, but stay close. It shouldn't take us too long to get this one cleaned up, and we'll bring you guys right back out here as quickly as we can get this one back cleaned up and get you going. So while we sent you back to the paddock, maybe get your helmet off, grab yourself a quick drink of water, but definitely stay close to your motorcycle because it's not going to take us very long to clean this one back up. We'll bring you guys back out and send you out for another hot lap here again in just a moment. So stay close to your bikes again. Shouldn't take us too long to get this one cleaned up, and we'll bring race number 10 back out here in just a moment. So stay close to your bikes.
Well, I was going to attempt to run down there and possibly adjust that camera.
You could try it, but it's not going to take them very long.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Because they're getting 8 picked up right now. The one down here in 3 should already be on a trailer.
Okay, we'll just work through it.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's okay. I mean, I'm pretty fast, but I don't know if I'm that fast. We're up on the 3rd story to run down and run across the track and go mess with some cameras. So I'm just gonna leave them for just a hot second. If we have a longer break in between classes, maybe I'll attempt it. But anyway, so we had a couple of bikes have some mechanical situations. Everybody's fine. And we're gonna clean those bikes up and have everybody re-grid, and we're gonna run this race again. So it's gonna take just a moment. So let's go ahead and take a look at, I've got a great video. One of our awesome AHRMA racers delivered the goods for me. They went around and put a GoPro on their camera, so we've got a great onboard shot of one full lap. We're going all the way around Barber with the speed and the location on the track, so you can kind of get a feel for yourself what it's like to race here. So let's check out that awesome video from the 2022 Barber Vintage Festival.
Here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, bike number 1, Jim Barker, 14, Brian Laraburo, 21, Eric Bozell, and 730, Tom Bishop. Row number 2, it's 34R, Rod Minke, 68, Tim Halsmer, 576, Christian Jensen. Row number 3, it's 054, Gilbert Jennings, 640, Jay Letts, bike number 4, Anthony Ban, and 29, Jay Scott Ruthermel. Then row number 10, it's bike number 10P, Michael Platt. Or the sound of Thunder 4. Back on row number 6, it's 87, Eric Watts, 510, Noel Corwin, bike number 4, L. Drew Jancourt, and 923, Colleen Ernst. And row number 7, it's 242, Michael Roche, 28, Bob Bagley, and bike number 47, Sam Weidel. Row number 8, it's 18T, William Kazner, bike number 141, Larry Watts, 15L, Scott Short, and bike number 390, Benjamin Zawacki. Row number 9, it's 511, Jean-Marc David, 09, Eugene Casario, and 459, Matt Fisher. Row number 10, it's 51, Nathan Guy. 69F, Owen Vortich. Bike number 55C, Edward Blum. And 429, Stephanie Floyd. Back on row number 14 in the row break, it's going to be 968, Jim Masters. Bike number 99Q, Patrick Hirschfeld. And G66, Mark Smithard. Then on row number 15, it's the birthday boy, 88P, Jason Prang. 137, William Doyne. 317, Tim O'Donnell. And 42, Scott Cuban. Row number 16, it's bike number 66, Chuck Crocco. 843, Alex West. And 313, Julian Huxley. Then rounding out your field on row number 17, it's 066, Alicia Overturf and Mitch Skaggs. That's your field here for race number 10. Remember on that guy that bailed over the wall? I didn't even see his bike.
No, I know they cleaned that. I mean, he pushed that bike right off that grid super fast at the beginning of the first beginning of this race.
Yeah.
So we're still in race 10 for those of you who are following along at home.
No kidding.
This is the re-grid after red flag. We had a couple of mechanical situations out there, but everybody's fine.
Well, looking through it all, it looks like there's a 88 or an 89 GSXR or the 730 the Tom Bishop's ride. Can't tell what 021 Eric Bozel's on. Looks like an older Yamaha. Obviously Brian Laraborough's on an older Ducati. And then back in that second row, Christian Jensen's on a Ducati. Looks like Tim Hallsmer's on an older Honda VFR 750. And then Rodney Menke looks like he's on a ZX7, an older model ZX7. Boy,
Next gen superbike.
yep.
All sorts of cool stuff out there.
At the line, it is bike number 14. Once again, Brian Larabrew getting the jump on the field as he leads them down into turn number 1 here on this 6-lap abbreviated race. Looking back for the Sound of Thunder 4 bikes. As the flag goes, a little bit better start from some of the folks this time by as they work their way down towards turn number. Nope, we got one more stall out there on the line. That time spoke too soon as race leader bike number 14, Brian Larabrew, the chairman of the board, leading them down into the break zone for Charlotte's Web one more time.
Alrighty, we can get that racer situated off the grid. Looks like. Let's go see if we can track down that race leader. Oh, wrong camera. There we go. Middle part of the track. There we go. But I betcha they're over by the museum. There we go. They just popped up.
Bike number 14, Brian Larabrew leading the field out of turn number 11 over to 12 and 13 as they work their way back through the roller coaster section back over there. Again, Brian Larabrew leading this one. We'll get the full running order for you in just a moment when they complete lap number 1. Race leader out of turn number 17 onto the front straightaway. It is going to be bike number 14, Brian Larabrew. Actually, no. They've got it listed as bike number 28, Bob Bagley out front. Then 14, Brian Larabrew there in second. Then 29J, Scott Rothamel back there in third. 021, Eric Bozel in fourth. And 576, Christian Jensen rounding out your top 5.
race leader heading towards Charlotte's Web right now.
Nope, looks like we've got race monitor straightened out. It is Brian Larimer. I could have sworn that was him, and race monitor gave me a different number. Like, that doesn't look right, and it wasn't. Brian Larimer leading out that one. 29 J. Scott Rothermel back there in second. 021 Eric Bozell rounding out your top three. 576 Christian Jensen back there in fourth, and 4 Anthony Ban rounding out your top 5. Oh, I know why it messed up. With the guy that stalled on the start when he went babackwards across pit lane, he triggered.
Yeah, he was
He
too close to
triggered.
it.
That's why I said he was in the lead. He went the wrong way around the pit loop. Oops. So it is bike number 14, Brian Larimer out front with Rothermel and Bozell back there chasing him. Like, why did that show up? That makes sense.
Yeah. And it was too close to the wire.
Not too close to it. He ran across pit lane, but he
Or
was
flat
going-
out pushed his bike across
Yeah,
it.
he was going the wrong way.
All right. Race leaders are heading down the back straight
Race
right
leader,
now.
bike number 14, Brian Larimer, letting him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go as this is a 6-lap abbreviated race. 29J Scott Rothermel back there in second, and 021 Eric Bozell rounding out your top 3. 34R Rodney Minke back there in fourth, and 576 Christian Jensen rounding out the top 5. Bike number 4, Anthony Bond back there in sixth, and bike number 10P, Michael Platt in seventh, with bike number, looks like going to be bike number 1Y, Jim Barker in 8th, 6A, Tim Hausmer in 7th, and bike number 4L, Drew Jancord running up front, leading for the Sound of Thunder 4 as he puts himself in the top 10.
Let's go creep on Charlotte's Web, see what's going on over there, and the middle part of the track. Race leaders look like they're making their way towards the museum right now. At the top part of your screen. There we go. This feels like race leader going across the top of your screen again, going down the back stretch of the track. Let's take a look.
Race leader, bike number 14, Brian Larimer, across the start-finish line as he starts his next lap. He's still being chased down by bike number 29J, Scott Rothermel, back there in second, about a half a front straightaway lead between those two. Then it's going to be 021 Eric Bozell back there rounding out your top 3, a full front straightaway lead between him and second place rider, bike number 29J, Scott Rothermel. 34R, Rodney Minke back there in that 4th place position with 576 Christian Jensen back in 5th. Bike number 4, Anthony Bond rounding that 6th position with bike number 10, Michael Platt back in 7th as your race leader. Bike number 14, Brian Larimer, once again setting a blistering pace as he's trying to check out on the field, working his way up over the crest of the hill down towards turn number 8 and 9 one more time. Looks like for the Sound of Thunder bikes, here they come. It was bike number 4L, Drew Jancord up front with bike number 510, Noel Corwin back there in that 2nd place position. And at 87, Eric Watts holding on to 3rd for Sound of Thunder 4. They hold on to 8th, 9th, and 10th respectively overall as they're working their way forward into the next gen Superbike field.
And for the more detailed results, you can check out what a race-monitor for yourself. I can only show the first 10 or so up on my screen. It doesn't like scrolling all the way down through the pack, so head on over there for more detailed information.
Bike number 14, Brian Larimer, starting to pick off some of the slower Sound of Thunder 4 bikes as he's taken starting his next lap. He's got 29J Scott Rothermel right there behind him, and then it's going to be 021 Eric Bozell to start his next lap with a few lap riders in between them.
Christian Jensen and Anthony Ban, who we were talking about earlier, coming over from Australia. Ban.
I'm saying Ban, B-A-N-N.
Ban. We'll stick with Ban. Anthony Ban from Australia racing with us.
It's probably Bond. He'll come and tell us.
It probably is Bond.
Out there for the Sound of Thunder 4L, Drew Jancourt leading this one, but looks like Noel Corwin in 87. Eric Watts having a real battle shaping up for that second step of the podium. White flag should be coming out next time by for your race leader, bike number 14, Brian Laraburo, as he is solidly out front. Sorry about that.
No worries. That Anthony Bond is here with Classic Superbike Tours, which is a really, really neat program. Go check out their website. The opportunity to race iconic replica motorcycles at iconic racetracks around the world. This is an international program. Anthony is here from Australia aboard that super cool Suzuki replica racer. Very, very cool. It's like Kevin Schwantz style, like replica racer with the Lucky Strike logo on it.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Race leader, bike number 14, Brian Laraburo, gets the white flag as he rockets past more of those Sound of Thunder 4 bikes. Then next across the line, way back, it's going to be bike number 29J, Scott Rothermel, holding on to that second place position as Laraburo is all the way over the exit turn number 2, setting a blistering pace here. Then it's going to be bike number 021, Eric Bozell, rounding out your top 3 for the next gen Superbikes. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 11. Open two-stroke, Motard, Next Gen Superbike Middleweight, Vintage Superbike Middleweight, and the Bears race. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 11. Open two-stroke, Motards, Next Gen Superbike Middleweight, Vintage Superbike Middleweight, and Bears. First call for race number 11. First call.
And Rodney Menke is also part of that Classic Superbike Tours.
For the Sound of Thunder 4, Drew Jancourt leading that one, but Eric Watts just nipping Noel Corwin as they see the white flag. That is for second in the Sound of Thunder. So it's anybody's guess of who's going to end up with that one. Meanwhile, bike number 14, Brian Laraburo, on a tear out there, running away from the field as he's already over the turns 12 and 13 area right now. 29J Scott Rothermel holding on to that second, but several turns behind him as here comes Rothermel through turns number 12 over to 13, while Laraburo's already over in the turns 14, 15, 16 area, waiting for him to come around here on this next lap. Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 14, Brian Laraburo, as he works his way over through or takes the checkered flag as one rider, unfortunately, race coming to a premature end. Bike number 510 has a moment over there at the exit of Charlotte's Web. Looks like the rider's up and okay, but tough break for Noel Corwin. He was racing with Eric Watts. Oh, what a tough break. Those guys were duking it out for second place, and it looks like Noel Corwin's race comes to an early finish as the exit of turn 5, Charlotte's Web, snags another one. Out on the racetrack, 29J Scott Rothermel holding on to that second for Next Gen Superbike. Then it's bike number 021, Eric Bozell, back there rounding out the top 3, waiting to see where Drew Jancourt's going to come across here in just a little bit. Looks like Drew's going to take the unofficial win out there for the Sound of Thunder 4. As he takes the unofficial win, then it looks like it's going to be 87 rather, Eric Watts, and then it looks like it's going to be bike number 55C, Edward Blount, taking that third step on the podium for the Sound of Thunder 4. And he had 6A Tim Halsmer right there behind him with bike number 1Y, Jim Barker. Those guys were running Next Gen Super Bikes themselves.
Open two-stroke, Motard, Next Gen Superbike Middle,
Yeah, Vintage Superbike Middleweight and Bears.
Vintage Superbike Middle, and Bears. Oh gosh. Let me fix these.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 11. Second call for race number 11. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 11. Open two-stroke, Motard, Next Gen Superbike Middleweight, Vintage Superbike Middleweight, and Bears. You folks are up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call, race number 11, second call.
All right.
us to control.
All right, race fans. Well, we are heading into race number 11 of a 17 race day. So we've got 6 more action-packed races coming your way, including, Jay, for the first time that I can remember in recent memory, there is a cash purse put up for one of our races by the folks over at 4SR Leathers. That is our race, our Formula Thunder race. This one, it has $8,000 worth of purse on the line for that race. That is our last race of the day, so you're going to have to stay tuned all the way through because you're not going to want to miss that race. All sorts of pros are coming out for it. You heard Nate Kern mention it earlier on the show that he's going to definitely be out there trying to get some of that cash. I think Hayden Gillum, who races AMA like pro level Moto America, Hayden Gillum, I think he's going to be here as well. A handful of special guests are going to be here once they saw that $8,000 laying around. So it's going to be super action-packed. You are not going to want to miss it. That is going to be our final race of the day, and that is today only that is happening.
If you want to try and run down there and do it, I can drag a little bit, but
Okay,
we've
so
got
I'm going to go
back
ahead.
to back.
Nothing can happen with any of our race program without our awesome sponsors. So I'm going to go ahead and throw some of our sponsors up. Well, I'm going to run down and try to fix one of these cameras. I'll be right back.
58th Jake Hall. That is your field here for race number 11. Any luck? Because I
We'll see.
forgot to tell you, so I'm like, you didn't leave me where I could tell you if it was going to work or not. Looks like you got it.
Well, that one I just tilted
Oh, okay.
out a little bit.
For the Open Two-Stroke, presented by Tony Dukas Racing, otherwise known as TDR, since 1973, TDR has specialized in high-performance two-stroke parts and services, including TDR reeds, providing the latest engine, accessory, and exhaust designs for the Yamaha RZ350 stroker engines. Dedicated R&D combined with dyno and race testing results in the best overall performance and reliability. TDR can provide RZ-based twin engines up to 1,200 cc's and even 3 and 4 cylinder versions for racing or recreation. They also build two-stroke street bikes using current 600cc sport bike chassis fitted with RZ-style engines. Visit tdrrz.com to learn more. The class itself is, as it says, it's open to any two-stroke motorcycle. Unlimited on engine size and number of cylinders, frame type, cooling type, or model year. You'll see everything from home-built customs to purpose-built production race bikes to exotic late-model Grand Prix race machines. Truly the ultimate showcase for the true stroke race bikes. For the Motard field, this is sponsored by 811 Underground Racing. Known as Supermoto or Super Motard, competitors often race on smaller tracks that combine portions of dirt and pavement. In Motard, you'll see unlimited displacement 2 and 4-stroke singles, which are based on motocross or dual sport bikes with limited modifications for road racing. Motocross, off-road, dual sport, and Motard-specific single cylinders are represented. Engine sizes are 2-stroke liquid cools up to 500, 2-stroke air cooled and unlimited, and 4-stroke liquid cools up to 570 cc's. Looks like the grid is up there waiting for them to get started here in a fairly large field here in race number 11.
I know. So all of the viewing platforms and stands are packed.
That's good.
Are full of people. Every spot. Just a great crowd here this weekend.
That's great.
All right.
As the race is going, looks like bike number 9, Colton Roberts, gets a bit of a bog start, but finally gets it going as bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, drops the hammer and takes off, waiting for the second wave to get going here in just a moment. Looks like it's going to be the Next Gen Superbike middleweight and the Motard field. They're cleanly away. Then waiting for that third wave, which will be the Vintage Superbike middleweight in the Bears class. They're waiting for the green flag to wave. Looks like that field cleanly away themselves as bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, getting the jump on the field for the Next Gen Superbike middleweight. This is sponsored by Moto Madcap. This middleweight class showcases what was raced in the late 80s through the early 90s, and it's limited to period modifications. Some of the machines you'll see out there are the Ducati Passos, the 750 Sports and 750 SS's. Honda 600 CBR F and F2s are represented out there. The Kawasaki GPZ 600R through the E2 are out there. As is the Moto Guzzi Le Mans 850 Suzuki GSXR 600s and GSX 600s are out there, along with 500 Gammas. Yamaha brings to the table its FCR 600 and FCR 400 with FCR 600 engines, and the Yamaha RZ 500 are also legal for this class. For the Vintage Superbike middleweight, this is sponsored by R3 Racing and Rick Richter. R3 Racing of Hayward, Wisconsin, has made it its mission to promote and support motorcycle racing in all forms, from national road racing events with AHRMA, regional ice racing events with Mira, to county fairs in northern Wisconsin. You'll find R3 Racing involved. Whether it's building a race bike or building an enduro cross track, if it's good for the sport and its competitors, they're there to help. They've made it their mission to recruit and support new racers every season. They encourage everyone to bring a friend to the track and introduce them to this incredible sport. For the Vintage Superbike middleweight field itself, this is a variety of machineries up through the 1982 model year based on showroom bikes. Unlimited displacement single-cylinder bikes are legal. Pushrod twins such as the BSA, Triumph, Moto Guzzi, and BMW up to 890 cc's are legal. Overhead cam twin engines out there like the XS600 Yamahas are legal up to 790 cc's. Pushrod triples such as the Triumph Trident, the BSA Rocket 3 up to 790 cc's are legal. Overhead cam 4-cylinder bikes, typically Japanese, limited 685 cc's, and the model year cutoff for the GPZ 550 is 1981. And for the Bears class, which stands for British American Racing Series, this is sponsored by N-Cubed Racing. Two-cylinder pushrod machines built up through 1968, competing under Formula 750 specifications, are out there. They must be representative of race bikes of the era with fairings and lower clip-on style handlebars. Bikes typically represented include BMW, BSA, Harley-Davidson, Moto Guzzi, and Triumph. Well, that's how race number 11 stacks up. Meanwhile, out there on the track after they complete lap number 1, looks like out front it's bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, with bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli right there behind him. R73, Greg Levicki holding on to that third place position. 3Z, David Frick in fourth, and bike number 25, Frank Schoenbach, round out your top 5. Bike number 9, Colton Roberts gets himself going again, holding on to 6th. After that first lap, 146, Paul Stamper back there in 7th. 97L, David Rhodes back there in 8th. 7L, Eric Lucard in 9th. And bike number 21B, Andrew Berkeley, round out your top 5. As here comes your race leaders flashing across the start and finish line. It's Yasso, Starpoli, and Glavicki. Those 3 are really duking it out here for the overall lead and the lead in the open 2-stroke race. Wow, they're flying.
They're flying. Greg Levicki from Cincinnati. Lost Boys Racing out there in 3rd overall. 3rd in this open 2-stroke. Ralph Starpoli and Adrian Jasso.
Well, the race leaders having to split one of the slower back markers as they fly around the course. Oh, looks like Starpoli gets a great drive out of the behind there, gets checked up just a little bit as they work their way down that back straightaway. I'm not seeing 12, Adrian Yasso. I could be wrong. Maybe I've lost his number, but no, they're going out to talk to a guy that's not where he's supposed to be. I don't know how he got down there, but he's definitely not supposed to be over there. You're on a hot lane, dude. A hot pit lane.
All right, race leaders are coming down the back straight right now.
Race leaders working their way over through the back section of the course, waiting for him to come out of the field one more time. Looks like 3Z, David Frick rounding out your top 5. Bike number 9, Colton Roberts working his way forward. He didn't get the best of starts, but he's holding on to that 4th place position. We'll see if he's going to be able to reel in that trio of Yasso, Starpoli, and Glavicki here as they're working their way around the back section of the course right now. Adrian Yasso still out front, bike number 80. Ralph Starpoli still there in 2nd, and R73, Greg Levicki, still holding on to that 3rd place position as they have a well over full front straightaway lead over that 4th place rider, bike number 9, Colton Roberts, as he rockets across the start finish line. Obviously, the trio's gonna catch up with some lapped riders on this time. This looks like Yasso out there on a black bike. That's why I couldn't quite tell where he was at. Looks like Glavicki might have worked his way on the brakes inside of Starpoli. So put Greg Levicki up on that 2nd step of the podium. But here comes Starpoli working the draft pass right back down to him. They're side by side down into turn number 8 as looks like Glavicki holds on to the throttle off the brakes. Yasso leading him, and Glavicki holding on to 2nd. Starpoli back there in 3rd as they disappear out of sight over through turn number 9, over by the museum, waiting for him to come back up that backstretch over there in front of the fan zone as the fans are getting a great view of this battle up front with Yasso leading Glavicki and Starpoli. Glavicki led Starpoli working his way back around. They're trying to pick their way through the traffic. Looks like meanwhile up front, bike number 12, Adrian Yasso has the lead. He's gotten around some of the lap traffic. Starpoli back there in 2nd place with Glavicki back in 3rd as again they're trying to pick their way around some of the slower riders out of view back over to turns 14 and 15, waiting for them to come into view here in just a minute to see how it's all going to line out. Here they come, rocketing down that front straightaway. It's Adrian Yasso out front, Starpoli there in 2nd, then Greg Levicki gets checked up just a little bit, but still within striking distance as the green and white flags come out. Let them know they've got 4 done and 4 left to go as they continue to thread their way through the slower traffic, working their way over through turns 2 into 3 right now, up through the crest of the hill through 4 and over into 5 they go as Starpoli now right on the tail section of Yasso, and here comes bike number R73, Greg Levicki, has gotten around some of the lap traffic runs a wide turn out of turn number 5, tries to come back under, can't quite make it work, but Yasso, he really got a little bit offline, and that allowed Ralph Starpoli to work his way right up the inside, so put bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, up to the top step of the podium. Adrian Yasso again runs a bit wide, and that opened the door for Starpoli to say, thank you very much, I'll step up on that top step of the podium. So Yasso's got his hands full, and he's got R73 Greg Levicki behind him. The good thing about it is it looks like they've got several turns of no traffic as they work their way out of that back section, back up to the front, over through turns number 13 and 14 they go, still working their way now back to the back section.
Just absolutely flying in this open two-stroke class.
Blistering. These guys are absolutely blistering lap times out there as they're passing everybody else like they're chained to a stump. As here comes your race leaders one more time out of that final turn onto the front straightaway. Just a moment. It is at the line. It's going to be bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, up to the top step of the podium. Then Greg Levicki, then bike number 12, Adrian Yasso. So Yasso went from engine to caboose on that lap as he was in first, and now he's back in third. He's got his work cut out for him as he's trying to reel Greg Levicki on R73 back in. Guessing that some traffic came into play. Still a lot more traffic in front of him as here comes bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, down into the braking zone, has to tiptoe his way around some of the back markers, tries a wide line out of turn number 5 over Charlotte's Web, runs it right out to the rumble strip. Meanwhile, R73 Greg Levicki holds a tighter line around the back marker. It looks like Starpoli gets around 2 more, picks up 2 more back markers down in through turn number 8. So Starpoli on a mission. He saw those halfway flags out, and he said it's go time as he pulls himself onto the lead. Greg Levicki on R73 solidly there in second with bike number 12. Adrian Yasso still working his way around the back markers back there in third. Looks like Colton Roberts dropped back. Oh, and Mozart bikes are moving forward, that's why. Looking back to the field, 21B, Andrew Berkeley leading for the Motard bikes. He's got bike number 43, Stephen Alexander, right there behind him. Then we got to go all the way back to the top 10, 510, Noel Corwin rounding out the top 3 for the Motard field as he had a bit of an off-track excursion in the race previous. He's holding on to third for the Motards as the halfway flags have already been shown. So whatever happens in this race, it would be considered complete as here comes your race leader one more time. Bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, on a mission. He's got a half a front straightaway lead over R73 Greg Levicki, but bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, pushing hard, trying to put himself back up on that second step of the podium as they dive down into turn number 1. And it looks like they're going to have to encounter some more lap traffic, so if Levicki's not careful, he's going to have his hands full with a challenge from Yasso as they work their way out of turn number 4 up over the top of the hill. Levicki around some of the back markers, working this lap traffic to his strategy perfectly as he's put 2 riders between him and Yasso, while bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, continues up over the crest of the hill down that back stretch towards turn number 8 and 9 one more time. Looks like Levicki gets a good drive now. Yasso around the back markers himself as he sets his sights once again trying to reel in Greg Levicki. White flag should be coming out next time by in this exciting race. Meanwhile, bike number 21B, Andrew Berkeley, still leading Steve Alexander for the Motard field as bike number 9, Colton Roberts, off the podium out there in fourth for the open 2 strokes.
I know, very action-packed race going on right now. For more details a little bit further down pack, do head over to race-monitor.com.
Looks like Levicki might have gotten checked up just a little bit on some back markers as Adrian Yasso come out of turn number 11 over 12 and 13, chipped away at quite a bit of the lead that Levicki had. Meanwhile, bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli, looking for him to come out of turn number 12. White flag in hand with your starter as here he comes. We got bike number 80L, Ralph Starpoli sees the white flag, and there goes bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, pulls the trigger and rockets back past Greg Levicki. So put Adrian Yasso back up on that second step of the podium with Levicki back there in third. Attention in the paddock, it's first call. First call, race number 12. 500 Premier, Formula 250, 250 GP, pre-40, and Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 12, 500 Premier, Formula 250, 250 GP, pre-1940, and Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. First call, race number 12. Back on the track, it looks like bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, still holding on. Glavicki now not quite on the pace out of turn number 5 and 6 over there, out of Charlotte's Web. So bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli out front. Bike number 12, Adrian Yasso holding on to second. And bike number R73, Greg Glavicki back there in third. Meanwhile, 21B, Andrew Berkeley still leading for the Motards over 43A, Stephen Alexander. As Starpoli made that move at the halfway point and is checking out on the rest of the field. Yasso made a move around Glavicki, so not sure if Glavicki might have a bit of a mechanical problem or what. Not sure, as he's a little bit off the pace as Yasso has really stretched out the lead. Starpoli now working this final lap over the turns 15, 16 area, waiting for him to come back around on the front straightaway here in just a moment. The starter has the checkered flag in hand, waiting for him to appear. As here he comes down that front straightaway. Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner. Bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli. Then it's going to be bike number 12, Adrian Yasso. And bike number R73, Greg Glavicki. Man, those guys had a heck of a race, but Glavicki's still coming home back there in that third place position. Then looking for the Motard field, it looks like it's going to be bike number 21B. Andrew Berkeley should be holding on to that third place, the lead for the Motard field. Waiting for him to come back around in just a moment.
Yeah, you said one of the Motard bikes ran a little bit wide out there. Maybe he thought it was a supermoto race. He was trying to do combo a little dirt and road.
Looks like bike number 21B, Andrew Berkeley, taking the unofficial win for the Motards. And this bike number 43, Stephen Alexander, rounding out the top 5, coming home second in class for the Super Motards.
Glenn Coddington says, you had me at open two-stroke. Yeah, exactly, Glenn. I totally agree. It's always a super exciting class. David Earhart mentioned Glavicki's 100-year-old grandma. Yes. I don't know if Grandma Glavicki is tuned in or not, but if she is, hello, Grandma Glavicki.
Hello, Grandma Glavicki. We've got a bunch of back-to-backs in this one, so.
Okay. And thanks for tuning in, everybody. We appreciate you. We've got several the whole day's been terrifically exciting, but we have several really, really over-the-top exciting races coming up.
I'm looking forward to race 16. That one's the money race. $8 grand on the line. I think $4 grand to win, and I'm not sure what the rest of the split is on it.
Yeah, I don't know the breakdown, but the 4SR Leathers ponied up $8,000 purse for our last race of the day.
Which is sad, because I sat down there and looked at the big checks yesterday morning, and I didn't pay any attention to the amounts on them.
Yeah.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 12. 500 Premier, Formula 250, 250 GP, pre-1940, and Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it is second call. Second call for race number 12. Second call for race number 12. Announce to control. I just put second out because I see we got a ton of back-to-backs, so let me know when I can go third. And I can take a real quick pause.
Okay, so, yes, so like we were just talking about, so race 16 for today, Formula Thunder, is going to be terrifically exciting. We have that $8,000 purse from 4SR Leathers, which is super, super cool. We very rarely have big purses, which is awesome, and it really brings a lot of very exciting racers to the table. So we're going to have some pretty well-known names on that grid for sure, including Nate Kern, who was up here earlier, who said that he will definitely be partaking in the $8,000 cash race. He will be out there banging bars and dicing it up with everybody. So that's going to be going on, and we just have several other very fast, very stacked classes going on between now and then. We have 17 races in total for today, and I think that we are right now at race 12. So we have a handful more races to go. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We appreciate you clicking like and sharing all of our live feeds out here, showcasing the road racing program here at AHRMA. AHRMA despite what the name says, we don't just do historic and antique motorcycles. We have very modern oriented bike classes as well. So if you would like to come racing with us, which you should, make sure you head over to AHRMA.org to see if your motorcycle fits into any of our race class structures, because we'd love to have you come join our awesome AHRMA family out here, race these beautiful tracks like Barber and like Laguna Seca. We race both of those places, so maybe you want to come racing with us. All of the schedule and all of the information, as well as if you're interested in going racing for the very first time, we do offer a race school. All of that information can be found at www.arma.org. Now, I also put together a really great little clip, a little video of what it's like to do a hot lap on this track. Eric Watts very nicely put a GoPro on the front of his bike, actually a modern KTM, and did a hot lap for us, and that way you can check it out and see what it's like to race Barber for yourself. Let's watch. Yeah. Alrighty, race fans. Let's go ahead and throw the grid up. I think I lost a camera again. Yes, I did. What a bummer. But that's all right. We will carry on. We are nothing if not resourceful. Let's see. Race number 12, and it is 500 Premier Formula 250.
As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up for the 500 Premier class, sponsored by NYC Norton. On row number 1 is bike number 1L, Tim Joyce. 95, Andrew Malk. Bike number 7, David Roper. Bike number 14, Brian Larimer. Row number 2, it's 576, Christian Jensen. C7, Jerry Dukin. 74, Wes Orloff. Row number 3, it's 80R, Helmut Niederer. 120, Michael Edwards. And C73, David Kaufman for the Formula 250 field, presented by Southpaw Racing. Back on row number 5, it's bike number 9, Colton Roberts. 304, Kevin Dinsmore. 709, Joe Ackley. And 995, Patrick Hansen. And row number 6, it's bike number 301, Mark Hodel. 789, Charles Young. And bike number M49, Thomas Hillard. Row number 7 is 7B, Brian Bradford. 715, David Hurst. 820, Mitchell Barnes. And 77, Axley Karsbach. Then row number for the 250 Grand Prix, presented by N-Cubed Racing. On row number 9, it's 294, John Scales. 215, Stuart Sanders. 903, Robert Brangatio. And 13K, Rod Skaggs. Row number 10 at 61, Paul Germain. 533, Hiroshi Murata. And 76, Harry Vanderlinden. Row number 11, it's bike number 231, Rick Gould. 842, Tom Sanders. And X65, Jason Roberts. For the pre-1940, presented by Norton Manx Racing and Rob McKeever, it is bike number 122, Alex McLean. On row number 13, 81, Ralph Wessel. 27, Vino Rodi. And 75A, Gary Roper. Then on row number 14, it's 96X, Joseph Miller. And 37, Jim Jowers. Then for the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight, presented by XL Storage and Herb High. Back on row number 16, it's G66, Mark Smithard. 7S, Sean Gilmore. 777, William Dokianos. And bike number 000, Wes Burden. And then rounding out your field at row number 17, it's 6F Frank Cotton. That's your field here for race number 12. You got to understand, how are they going to manual score 0-0-0? It's going to look like triple zeros or triple O's. I mean, come on, dude.
007?
Yeah.
Is it James Bond?
Yeah. For the 500 premiere, this class again is sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restoration and the fabrication of complete Sealy framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and custom builds, motorwork, reliability modifications, and high performance tuning. The field itself out here for the 500 Premier classes, this is any fully GP kitted 500cc overhead valve / overhead cam or 750cc side valve 4-strokes built before December 31st, 1968 and like design. For the Formula 250, this is sponsored by Southpaw Racing Services. Southpaw Racing Services team's members include Carl Anderson, who's the chief technical consultant, Colton Roberts, who handles porting and engine modifications, and Brian Bradford, who handles fabrication and exhaust. Supplying engines and tuning to help riders win races, including the recent Formula 125 champion, Louis LeBlanc and Colton Roberts. Their specialty is the Yamaha Vintage 2-strokes. The class itself is primarily for 1972 and earlier air-cooled 2-strokes, including singles up to 360 cc's and twins up to 250 cc's. 4-stroke singles and Honda 350/400 twins and 4-cylinder 4-strokes are also allowed. Single disc front brakes are allowed. In addition to the Honda machines typically competing are Japanese and European model 2-strokes, and even include the Canadian marquee Can-Am. For the 250 Grand Prix field, sponsored by N-Cube Racing, this class is for 68 and earlier machines, including 250 4-stroke and air-cooled 2-stroke singles and 175 liquid-cooled 2-stroke singles and air-cooled 2-stroke twins. This class includes purpose-built race bikes and converted production and road and off-road bikes. For the pre-1940 Grand Prix class, sponsored by Norton Manx Racing and Rob McKeever, Bob McKeever, also known as Champagne Bob, raced at Daytona in 1948 and was heavily involved in vintage racing for many years. Sadly, he passed away in January of 2017 at the age of 97. Bob founded Champagne Bob Racing, which has evolved into Norton Manx Racing and carries on Bob's passion. Bob's son, Rob McKeever, is the team manager and continues to race program. The Norton Manx racers are Alex McLean and his wife, Cindy. Looks like the field getting ready to start here as there goes the 500 Premier class. Everybody thundering down that front straightaway towards turn number 1. Second wave patiently waiting for the field to clear turn 1. Looks like the second wave cleanly away themselves as we go back through it. Again, for the pre-1940 class, Bob's son Rob McKeever is the team's manager and continues the race program. The Norton Manx Racing racers are Alex McLean and his wife Cindy. This class is intended for 1940 and earlier GP and modified street machines, up to and including 500cc overhead valve and overhead cam designs or 750cc side valve machines. Like design models are also permitted. All major components must be OEM parts that existed prior to 1941 or are accurate, detailed replicas of the same parts using the same types of materials and technology. Alex McLean is the 2021 pre-1940 Grand Prix Championships. And the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight class, sponsored by XL Storage and Herb High. XL Storage in St. Petersburg, Florida is not only an extra home for your 2- or 4-wheeled toys, but it's a great community to hang out in. Ride on down and say hi to Herb, number 75H, Pam, and Miss Gracie. This class itself is open to production street machines built up to 1978 model years as determined by frame and major component parts and like designs. Machines must use original unmodified OEM frames, swing arms, forks, and handlebar mounts. 1978 and earlier street machines in very close to standard production trim are what you'll see out there. Minimal modifications make this an inexpensive entry-level class, which is why it's intended for novice-level riders only. The heavyweight class is for 4-strokes up to 750cc's, and 300 to 550 2-strokes are out there too. That's your field here as the race leaders complete lap number 1. Out front is bike number 1L, Tim Joyce. Then bike number 95, Andrew Malkin. Bike number 9, Colton Roberts. That's your top 3. 709, Joe Ackley in 4th, and 304, Kevin Dinsmore round out your top 5. ADR Helmet Niederer back there in 6th. Well, bike number 14, Brian Laraburo in 7th. 7, David Roper back there in 8th. C73, David Kaufman in 9th. And 301, Mark Hodel round out your top 10. This one always gets me.
All right. Looks like that pack is making their way through Charlotte's Web right now, and then heading towards the middle part of the track. And headed towards the museum. Goodness.
What?
Just watching some of the front pack passing some of the, like the pre-1940 or
Oh
something
yeah,
machines.
they're having to pick their way through, aren't
yeah,
they?
the disparity is shocking.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of difference in closing speed.
Yeah.
That's not surprising. Race leaders thundering down that front straightaway one more time. It is 1L, Tim Joyce out front. Looks like Andrew Malk still back there in second, at least according to Race Monitor. 304 Kevin Dinsmore back there in third. 9 Colton Robertson fourth, and 709 Joe Ackley round out your top 5 as the laps continue to click off here in race number 12.
Track down this lead pack out there. This looks like them. It looks like they're headed towards the museum.
Huh, Wes Orloff showing up there in second place.
We just crossed down there.
Oh, that's Bino Rody. Where's he going?
We're looking right now in the middle of the screen is Charlotte's Web, and at the top of the screen is your race leaders moving very quickly through the backside of the track.
Leader, bike number 1L, Tim Joyce across the start-finish line one more time. Then it's 74, Wes Orloff. He's holding on to that second place position. Meanwhile, Andrew Ball, Kevin Dinsmore, and the rest of the field have their hands full trying to work their way around some of the back markers. Looks like Joe Ackley was in there, and bike number 9, Colton Roberts, all in there. That's your top 6. AHRMA Niederer back there in that 7th place position. Bike number 14, Brian Lehrer in 8th. Bike number 7, David Roper back in 9th overall, and 995 Patrick Hansen round out your top 10. So up front, Joyce is leading for the Premier 500 Premier class. Looks like Wes Orloff is second in that class, and Malk is third. Then for the Formula class, looks like 304 Kevin Dinsmore leading for the Formula 250. He's got 709 Joe Ackley right behind him. And then Colton Roberts, that's your top 3, Dinsmore, Ackley, and Roberts running first, second, and third for the Formula 250. Then going on back through, it looks like ADR Helmut Niederer, if I'm seeing this right. He's 7th overall, 3rd in class, I believe, for the 500 Premier. 14, Brian Lehrer back there off the podium in 8th. Then bike number 7, David Roper in 9th. And then bike number 995, Patrick Hansen, he looks, I believe he's 4th in class for the Formula 250. His halfway flag should be coming out next time by for bike number 1L, Tim Joyce, as he continues to pick his way around some of the lap traffic back over in the back section of the course right now.
Alrighty. This feels like some race leaders.
Yep, here he comes. Race leader, bike number 1L, Tim Joyce, seeing the green and white flags cross, letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. Then it's going to be 74, Wes Orloff picking his way around some of the lap traffic. Then 304, Kevin Dinsmore moving up. He's 3rd overall, first in class for the Formula 250. He's got bike number 95, Andrew Malk, right there behind him. Malk holding on to 3rd for the 500 premieres. Then Colton Roberts back there on bike number 9, rounding out the top 5. Colton holding on to 2nd for the Formula 250. Then 709, Joe Ackley across the start-finish line, 3rd for the Formula 250. Then it's going to be AHR, Helmut Niederer. He's actually 4th in class off the podium, back there in that 7th place position. Then bike number 14th, Brian Laraber, 8th overall, rounding out your top 5 as he sees the green and white flags, letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. Then it's 97, David Roper back there at 9th overall, and 995, Patrick Hansen rounding out your top 10 as they see the green and white flags, letting them know they're starting the second half of their race.
Race leader's cooking on down the back straight.
Race leader, bike number 1L, Tim Joyce, continues to pick his way through the slower traffic, working his way back up the back straight over in front of the fan zone, over to 12s, 13, 14, and 15 area, waiting for him to come back around in just a moment to start his next lap. Here he comes. Looks like bike number 1L, Tim Joyce, taking a quick look behind him to see where everybody's at. And he's got almost a full front straightaway lead to that second place rider, bike number 74, Wes Orloff, across the start finish line himself. He's got 304, Kevin Dinsmore right there behind him. And boy, here comes 709, Joe Ackley, who went from 3rd in his class up to 2nd. He's actually running 4th overall. So he not only got around Andrew Malk, but he got around Colton Roberts too. So Joe Ackley really pulling out the stops here after he saw the halfway flags. 95, Andrew Malk back there at 5th overall, 3rd in class for the 500 Premier. Then bike number 9, Colton Roberts, rounding out your top 3 for the Formula 250 in that 6th place overall. Everybody's seeing halfway, so whatever something should happen in this race, it would be considered a complete lap, or a complete race rather, as bike number 1L, Tim Joyce, continues to show the rest of the field the fast way around and continues to pick through the slower back markers as he is leading this one here in the second half of the event. Where's my race leader? Out there somewhere. Are they panning Charlotte's Road?
Let's go take a look.
There he goes.
There he is.
There he is.
Yeah. You can tell straight away.
Race leader, bike number 1, Tim Joyce, continues to lap the field. He's got 3 or 4 bikes between him, lap riders between he and 2nd place. 74, Wes Orloff along him across the start finish line, but he's got 304, Kevin Dinsmore working the draft on it. Dinsmore leading for the Formula 250 field. Wes Orloff, obviously 2nd in class for the 500 Premier, and then right behind Dinsmore, he's got 709, Joe Ackley. So those two look like they have a battle shaping up for the top position here in the Formula 250 as the laps continue to click down. White flag should be coming out next time by for race leader, bike number 1, Tim Joyce, who's comfortably in the lead. Meanwhile, Joe Ackley feeling mighty racy with Kevin Dinsmore over there in that Charlotte's Web. So those guys are still haven't given up yet. It's still on for whoever's going to lead for the 250 field as they work their way out of Charlotte's Web, back up that backstretch one more time.
Josh Baldwin says, "Let's go, Joe Ackley." You're right. Let's go, Joe Ackley. Joe Ackley is going.
Has an exhaust problem. Is it dragging? Jensen is back to back in this one. White flag out for your race leader, bike number 1, Tim Joyce. Well over a full front straightaway lead for between the second place rider, bike number 74, Wes Orloff. Here comes Orloff across the start-finish line. Then it's 304, Kevin Dinsmore, and 709, Joe Ackley seeing the white flag. So if Ackley's got anything up his sleeve, now's the time to put the cards on the table. Attention on the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Let's go. First call. First call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3. Battle of the Twins 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. First call for race 13. First call for race 13. Yeah. There's the battle for Formula 2. Looks like Joe Ackley managed to pull the lead out of the over the crest of the hill through turns 3 and 4. But Kevin Dinsmore returns the favor, passes him on the brakes, runs a wide line. Ackley trying to work the draft on Dinsmore. Now right behind him. Here they go. They're side by side down that back straightaway. Put Joe Ackley on 709 back on the top step of the podium. But Dinsmore keeps the throttle pinned as they dive down in through turn number 8. Oh. Copy that. What an amazing race out there. We'll see if Dinsmore is going to be able to get back in front of Ackley, waiting for him to come back into view. There's Orloff. It looks like Joe Ackley on 709's holding on to the lead and pulling away from Dinsmore for the Formula 250 as they disappear out of view over there at the crest of the hill, back in through turns 14 and 15. We'll see if Ackley's or Dinsmore's going to be able to reel him back in, waiting for the race leader to come into view here in just a moment. It should be bike number 1. There it is, checkered flag out for the unofficial race winner. Bike number 1, Tim Joyce, taking the unofficial win. Then it's going to be bike number 74, Wes Orloff, waiting for him to come around. Looks like he's getting checked up by some slower riders as he's working his way out of turn number 17 across the start-finish line. Oh, and it looks like Dinsmore just managed to get back in front of Ackley in the back section. So congratulations, 304, Kevin Dinsmore taking the top unofficial honors for the Formula 250 over 709. Joe Ackley did 95. Andrew Malk back there running third in class for the 500 Premier. And bike number 9, Colton Roberts, holding on to third unofficially for the Formula 250. Well, let's go second call. Second call, race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call, race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3, Battle of the Twins 2. Second call, race number 13, second call.
Different classes for sure, but Andrew Malk and Colton Roberts getting very racy out there.
I just put second out, so let me know when you're ready to go third.
Very exciting, very entertaining racing going on.
Yeah, our back-to-back didn't show up, so we can kind of move this one along a little bit.
Ah, gotcha.
I did Kevin Dinsmore and Ackley. I wish we would have had a camera to see what was going on back there, because it looked like Ackley had about 6 bike links on him when they disappeared over through turns 13 and 14. Man, it had to have been pretty darn interesting in those back turns over there.
I mean, somebody literally lost a tire back there, so I don't know what's happening back there.
I don't either.
It's a mystery.
But man, Dinsmore really got on it.
Maybe he just decided to step on it, you know? He was tired of playing cat and mouse and just decided to get on in it.
He might have.
All right. Well, very exciting racing for this last race. What race was this? This is race 12.
Yeah.
Very exciting racing for race 12. So let's go on ahead and head into race 13. Sound of Thunder 3.
Yep, and Battle of the Twins 2.
And
Not Battle of Thunder 2, Battle of the Twins 2. Uh-oh, got a little bit of junk over there. It looks like in Charlotte's Web.
what's over there? Oh, some
I don't
sort
know.
of
They just passed us
bike.
right over there. I don't know if it's a chunk of tape or rubber or what it is.
Some little bike part. They don't need that.
Didn't look like I heard anybody going flying about that last time.
All right.
We don't have to get on our horse if we're going to get done by 5.
Alrighty, race fans. Thanks again for tuning in and watching all the racing action going on here today live from Barber Vintage Festival. This is the 17th annual festival powered by BMW Motorrad this year. There is everything motorcycling happening here. If you are not here, I don't know what to tell you, because this is some bucket list, premier level shenanigans.
Attention out there in the paddock. Oh, let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. If you folks want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap right now. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 13. You folks are up right now. Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. You folks are up right now. Come on up. Third call, third and final call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. Third call.
There is everything happening. There is road racing. There is dirt racing. There is an excellent, excellent swap meet, by the way. They were trying to take all of my money over there. There's an excellent swap meet. There's great food trucks. The museum is mind-blowing.
Oh,
you
the
actually,
museum is primo,
technically,
man.
you should stay a day after the event just to go through the museum because it is so incredible.
Yeah.
There are tons of great vendors carrying, new aftermarket parts and accessories. There's demo trucks, so you can demo ride. The folks from BMW are here, BMW Motorrad. The folks from Zero are here. I think I saw a KTM truck here.
Oh, yeah.
There is just everything you can imagine going on this weekend here in Leeds, Alabama.
Once again, it's third call, third and final call for race number 13, Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. Bring them on up. We'll send you out right now for your hot lap. It's third call, third and final call, race number 13. Yeah, you forgot to observe. Well, you got to observe trials, but be in there with the dirt stuff.
True that,
Yeah.
true that. I just use the blanket phrase
Yeah,
dirt.
there you go.
But yes, trials, there's some cross country.
As the racers take to the track for Sound of Thunder 3, presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply. On row number 1, it's 4L Drew Jancourt, 1F Kevin Grimmel, 553 Paul Canali, and 901 Sean Beese. Row number 2, it's 69M David Miller, 811 Tommy Ryan, 771 Ray Hoffman. Row number 3, it's 46 Bob Robbins, 009, which is Kyle Smith, and 242 Michael Roche, and bike number 6T Teddy Honan. Row number 3, it's 46 row number 4, it's 47C Norman Smith, 713 Maxon McLaughlin, and 899 Clifton Ginger. And the road break back on row number 8, it's 67M Mark Barone, 696 Douglas Parker, 418 Alexander Cook Jr., and 632 Dwayne Hickson. Row number 9, it's 576 Christian Jensen, 691 Timothy Stewart, and 220 Tim Terrell. Row number 10, it's bike number 86, Ian Oberholzer, 32Q Dale Quarterly, and 47 Sam Weidel. For the Battle of the Twins 2, sponsored by Moto Course Performance, back on row number 12, it's bike number 1A, Clint Austin, 15X Tony Prust, 198 Dylan Connor, and bike number 69A, Carl Estelle. Bike number 114, Trip Nobles, is on row number 13, as is 69B, Matthew Estelle, and 09, Eugene Casario. Row number 14 at 762, Shane Quiggs, 15R, JM Padron, 456, Chloe Peterson, and bike number 823, Jessica Martin. And in row number 15, it's bike number 22A, Mark 10, and 311, Nicole Pariso. That is your field here for race number 13, the Sound of Thunder 3, sponsored by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply in the Battle of the Twins 2, presented by Moto Course Performance. Looking at the sponsorship, the Sound of Thunder 3, as we said, sponsored by N-Cubed Racing. When duct tape and zip ties won't do, you got to give them a call. Motorcycle Supply, and I'm not kidding you, Motorcycle Supply is run by experienced gray-haired riders and racers, serving motorcyclists with parts, accessories, and gears since 1988. Come see them in Manhattan, Kansas, the home of 1,300 miles on highway and 11 curves. Again, that's the way they have the copy written. Go see them out there at Motorcycle Supply for all your racing needs. The class itself is comprised of a variety of twin-cylinder bikes, including the Harley XR 1200. Push rod overhead valve machines up to 1,000 cc's are legal. Overhead cam engines with up to 3 valves per cylinder, up to 805 cc's are legal. Single overhead cam machines, liquid-cooled V-twins to 750, and overhead cam liquid-cooled 4-valve engines to a maximum of 650 cc displacements are out there. For the Battle of the Twins 2, 0 to 904 cc's, this is sponsored by Moto Course Performance and Chris Boy. South Florida's Moto Course Performance sponsors the Battle of the Twins 2 class. An experienced Ducati specialist, they can build, customize, and maintain customer street bikes at the highest level. With experience in NCR Ducatis and AHRMA race bikes, you're invited to visit them online at www.motocourseperformance.com. The Battle of the Twins is 0 to 904 cc's, is open to all air-cooled twins up to 904 cc's. The air-cooled bikes have become obsoleted by newer technology, but remain a favorite of builders, racers, and fans, and AHRMA has made a home for them to race at. On the track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buells. That's your field here for race number 13, as the riders grid up, waiting for the green flag to wave here in just a moment. Lose the camera again?
Yes. I'm gonna take some electrical cleaner down there and spray it all down tonight. I think maybe
What
they
you
just got
gotta do.
some. I think they got some dust in them in the Cat 6 cables. So we did have a comment from somebody tuning in, and this is Sam Pariso. Let's go Hot Mess Racing or Hot Mess Racing. Even better, Sam.
Yeah.
Nicole Pariso and Jessica Martin. Hot Mess Racing.
As the lights go out, looks like bike number 553, Paul Canale, gets a jump on the field, but can't quite tell. Looks like bike number 901, Sean Beast, just sweeps around Paul to take the lead down into turn number 1. Looks like that first wave cleanly away. Here comes the Battle of the Twins, too, as they're cleanly away down that front straightaway. Looks like, I believe it's bike number 114, Trip Nobles from the second row there of that field, leading them down. Meanwhile, up front, the Sound of Thunder 3 bikes all the way over the crest of the hill down into Charlotte's Web here on the opening turns here of lap number 1 of race number 13. One rider breakaway way out front. Can't quite get the number from here. And actually, a battle shaping up for third as the rest of the field, first and second, starting to stretch their legs out of turn number 8 down into the museum turn number 9. Again, we'll get the full running order for you when they come around to complete lap number 1 here in just a moment.
Let's go see what's going on as everybody. That first wave is now on the backside of the track by the museum. The second wave right now is heading towards the museum. All right, our first wave is back. These faster bikes and bigger bikes go around the track a lot faster.
They're definitely doing it. Well, it looks like we've got bigger bikes all the way around. Next Gen Superbike, 3 Sound of Singles 2. Those are going to be fairly good sized bikes. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Formula 500, Sportsman 750. That'll be a fairly fast race. And of course, the money race, the Formula Thunder. Those guys will be flying. Race leaders out of that last turn across the start-finish line. 771, Ray Hoffman. He's my mystery rider out there. 4L, Drew Jancourt holding on to that second place position. Meanwhile, so Hoffman wasted no time. Third place at the moment is 32, Dale Quarterly out there. But he's got bike number 16, Teddy Honan, and bike number 553, Paul Canale, who had an early lead. As it looks like we've had another Crimson Adventure rider off a track, but right over in the slide zone, trying to figure out what turn it is and what the bike number is, as we have to stop this one. What does that look like? Is that 2?
That might be. Over that way.
Looks like 14 is where the incident happened over there. Rider up and gets off the track, but the bike right on the edge of the track.
That racer's moving around though.
Yeah, he's up and moving, but he's definitely got his. He doesn't know quite where he's at.
So he's all right. That's all that matters. So we're gonna send a crew over there to help him get that bike picked up. It is in a really unfortunate spot, still on the track at a stop. So we have to move that, of course. So we're going to have a red flag here for just a moment.
Looks like we've got, like I said, the rider's up and okay over turn 14, which is good to see, but the bike is right on the edge of the track. Shouldn't take us too long to get this thing cleaned up, so we are going to hold the racers down here in the hot pit lane. As soon as we get them all in, they'll run out the trailer to pick that bike up as quickly as possible, and then we'll get this thing restarted once again. I would say go now.
All right, I'm gonna go try to fix this camera. I'm gonna put you in some sponsorship thank yous. Actually, no, let's watch a track video. welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience. I had to run on down to try to hook up a camera again. Send me your thoughts and prayers. Light a candle for me. Hopefully this will get sorted. And they are back on the grid, so let's go check it out.
Sorry about that.
Whew. No, we're all good.
That's good.
For now.
That's good.
I don't want to jinx it. I can't tell if that little GoPro's gonna be overheating or something weird. Brian Golovicki, welcome back.
Hey, Greg.
Jim Innes, Jeff Brown, thanks for watching, everybody. Stu Wiley, Ashley Esterline, I recognize that name. Thanks for tuning in.
As the flag waves, looks like bike number 1F, Kevin Grimmel, does not get a real good start there from the front row as the field rockets down into turn number 1 for the Sound of Thunder 3. Looking back for the Battle of the Twins 2, waiting for the green flag to go here in just a moment. And there they go as bike number 114, Trip Nobles, once again gets a rocket start from that second row as he leads the field down into turn number 1. While the Sound of Thunder 3 bikes all the way down over into the Charlotte's Web area. Two-rider breakaway once again as they lead the field out of Charlotte's Web up over the crest of the hill down towards the turn 8 and 9. Dale Quarterly crashed on the warm-up lap.
Well, again, as long as everybody's all right.
They retech him. I'm like, really, Dale? Really?
Sometimes warm-up laps are exciting.
I know. We ain't gonna get
Keep
done
an
by
eye out
5.
from everybody. All right. Looks like our race leaders are on the backside of that track, down that big straight, heading into those last handful of corners before they come popping
Race
back
leaders
on
out of turn number 17, rocketing down the front straightaway. A bit of a drag race right there between Ray Hoffman on 771 and Drew Jancourt. Jancourt right there challenging Hoffman. Not quite the same distance that they had on that first start. 16 Teddy Holland back there rounding out your top 3 with 32 Dale Quarterly back there at 4th and 8-11 Tommy Ryan rounding out your top 5. Waiting to see who's going to lead the field out of turn number 4 over the crest of the hill down into the braking zone. Looks like Ray Hoffman once again down on the inside. I believe that was Jancourt held the lead, but Hoffman dives in on the brakes as they work their way out of turn number 6 down that back straight, or rather turn number 7 over the crest of the hill down that back straightaway. Here comes Jancourt once again trying to work down on the outside of Hoffman. I think he did. It looks like he just got him at the top of the hill. As they work their way out of turn numbers 8 and 9 back through the museum back up to the top. I take it that's making noise.
It's just bouncing.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, you're fine. I get it.
Looks like Jancourt leading that one up over the top of the hill, down in through 12 and 13 over into 14 as they disappear in view. We'll see if it's still going to be that running order when they come around to complete this next lap in just a moment. I noticed it's missing one of the feet on this thing.
Oh,
That's why it's doing that.
That's why
I
it's
saw that
bouncing.
yesterday.
All right, let's go peek around in this little corner. We can see everybody starting to head in. And our race leaders head right back out.
Race leaders onto the front straightaway, thundering across the start-finish line this time. Actually, I had that backwards. I had a Ray Hoffman up there. It's actually 762 Shane Quigg up in the front. Then 4L Drew Jancourt. That's the way at least it's showing on Race Monitor right now. 771 Ray Hoffman. He's back there in that 3rd place position, still holding on to the podium. 16 Teddy Honan back there in that 4th, and 32 DQ Dale Quarterly rounding out the top 5. So Shane Quigg and Drew Jancourt having an epic battle out there this time, as another rider off over in trying to find out where that one's at.
Sounds like somebody might have ran a little wide somewhere. Is that Charlotte Webb?
I can't
no.
tell. No, it's
The
not
angles-
Charlotte's Web. It's.
No, that's
I think that's over here in 8. Yeah, it's over there in 8.
it's by the museum.
Or 10 rather. 10 and 11.
It's the kink on the backside.
10.
Yeah.
10. They gotta send medical too.
Well, it looks like somebody ran wide.
Okay, attention out there in the paddock. Race number 13. Since this is our second Crimson Adventure, we're sending you to the paddock, and we will move you, believe, to the end of the day to finish up this race. Again, race 13, and we're under a second Crimson Adventure out here. I've been told we're going to bring you guys back to the paddock, and we'll move this race back to the end of the day.
Well, unfortunately, as you just heard Jay announce, if we have multiple red flags, it is our policy to just put a pin in that class
Yeah.
and move it to the end of the day. Just let everybody cool down. Maybe, tensions are running a little hot. Everyone needs to just cool down a little bit. So we are going to send a truck out to go pick that bike up and get everybody all cleaned up and sorted out. We're going to send that class back to the paddock. And then I think we're going to take just a minute before we get our next group going. Right, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay, so let us go ahead.
While we've got a few moments here to take care of this thing, want to remind everybody to be sure to check out the awesome new merchandise at the Barber Museum store. You can pick that up there over at the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum is where that store is located at. And they've also got their merchandise trailer set up over at the swap meet. They can fill all your track and museum sportswear and souvenir needs. And they have this year's official Vintage Festival merchandise in stock. But again, that stuff always sells pretty fast. So if you haven't got your official Vintage Festival merchandise, you definitely need to get over there and do that as quickly as possible because that does tend to go fast. They still have stuff available. But again, stop by and pick up your vintage merchandise at either the store or over at the merchandise trailer in the swap meet. You unmute.
All right, so as I just said, we did have somebody ride a little bit wide. They're picking that racer up. They seem to be okay. They're moving around, so we're all good there. They are going to send the truck out to get the bike up and all that jazz, though. So it's going to take a minute, and then we're going to send our next race out. This race we're going to put a little bit of a pin in and maybe do it at the end of the day.
Announce to control.
While we are waiting to send that grid out, however, we do all sorts of fun stuff, especially at our Moto Fest.
We are moving this one to the end and going with
At
race
Laguna
14
Seca
after this
in
one, correct?
particular, we had the best time, great fun parties,
Attention out.
events. So let's
Attention
check
out
the
there in the
video.
paddock. Once again, we are going to put the pin in this one. We're going to hold off on. Did you make it over to the award ceremony? Sorry, my brain is kind of tired. Make it over to the award ceremony at the conclusion of our racing today. Yes, it's been a long day. Oh my gosh.
And we had our Grand Marshal, Brian Slark, signing autographs here today and tomorrow, by the way. Brian Slark, Hall of Famer here in the United States, originally from the UK. He is here at the Barber Museum full time. He's always here. Is just a wealth of information, an incredible ambassador for motorcycling. Just a great guy. So we're really pleased to have him as our Grand Marshal. I know I had somebody on the feed asking me about the schedule. Sportsman 750, by the way, David Earhart. Sportsman 750 is class 15. So right now we are skipping 12? No, we're skipping 13 because they had 2 red flags. So we're going to just put a little pin in it, let them all cool down. The next race coming out is 14, which is Next Gen Superbike 3. It is also Sound of Singles 2. Race 15 is Thruxton Cup. It is also Formula 500. It is also SP Sportsman 750. It is also Phillip Island Challenge. 16 is Formula Thunder. How's that, David? Did I deliver for you or what? So 16 is our race today that is going to have an $8,000 cash purse attached to it. So it's going to be some real heavy hitters out here willing to dice it up for that $8,000. So that race is going to get really, really exciting. So make sure you stay tuned. Hit that share button right now and share this video with your friends so they can tune in, get themselves situated, and watch the next handful of races that we have this afternoon. We'll be back
Attention
tomorrow.
out there in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 14. Next Gen Superbike 3, presented by Lair Brewer Framing, and Sound of Singles 2, presented by Frick, Starpoli, and Moto Caddy. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Remember, 13, we're going to move you guys back to the end of the day and let everybody kind of cool down here a little bit. It's first call. First call for race number 14. Next Gen Superbike 3, presented by Lair Brewer Framing, and Sound of Singles 2, presented by Frick and Starpoli of Moto Caddy. You folks will be up here in just a moment for race 14. Again, it's first call. First call for race 14. Next Gen Superbike 3 and Sound of Singles 2. First call for race number 14. Okay. Clock is started. Want to remind everybody, when we get done with the conclusion of racing, we will do an awards ceremony down in the tech area. It's always a great time. We'll want to make sure that we get a big crowd down there. That usually always is. It's a lot of fun. We're going to do a 50-50 cash drawing, and we'll be doing raffle prizes again. So keep that in mind. They're doing the awards ceremony as quickly as we can get done with the racing day and brought together everybody down in the tech area. About 90 seconds.
All right, Jake confirming with race
Copy.
control.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 14. Next Gen Superbike 3, presented by Lair Brewer Framing, and Sound of Singles 2, presented by Frick, Starpoli, and Moto Caddy. You folks are up here in just a second. It is second call. Second call for race number 14. Next Gen Superbike 3 and Sound of Singles 2. You folks are up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 14. Second call for race number 14. Announced to control. Seconds gone out. Yeah, we're not getting
Hey, David, you're welcome, my friend. Least I can do. Like I said, the calendars and all that jazz and the schedules are usually over at AHRMA.org. They're really good about posting all of that, all those documents and all that kind of information. So head on over there and check it out. Like I said, I apologize. I don't have it digital. I just have it printed out in front of me. And of course, my flagger cam came offline again.
Did it?
Yes. I'm going to have to do some magic on that tonight. I don't know what I'm going to do there, but I'll get it sorted out tonight before tomorrow's program. But thanks for bearing with me, friends who are watching at home. You know, Jay and I are just a little two-person army up here, holding down this whole live feed, bringing you all of this information. So sometimes cameras don't work. Sometimes cables don't want to work either.
Attention out there in the paddock. Well, let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 14. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, race 14, it's going to be Next Gen Superbike 3, presented by Lair Brewer Framing, and Sound of Singles 2, presented by Frick, Starpoli, and Moto Caddy. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, it's third call. Third and final call, race number 14. Third call for race 14, Next Gen Superbike 3 and Sound of Singles 2. Bring them on up. We'll send you out right now for your hot lap. Again, third call, third and final call, race number 14. My goodness. Yes. Yes, it has. As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up out there. For the next-gen Superbikes presented by Larabro Framing, row number 1, 020, Jeff Nelson. Bike number 14, Brian Larabro. 784, Christopher Kaiden. And bike number 57A, Robert Schautel. Row number 2, it's 29J, Scott Rothermel. 901, Sean Weiss. And 956, Peter Evans. Row number 3 at 68R, Craig Grantham. 4X, Irv Kolick. Bike number 6E, Eric Burrell. And 054, Gilbert Jennings. Row number 4 at 69, Ben Baker. 326, Sean Caswell. And 477, Ahmet Kaiden. Then row number 5, bike number 12X, Ricky Orlando. 18T, William Kazner. And bike number 22R, Jeff Graham. For the Sound of Singles 2, presented by Frick Starpoli and Moto Caddy, back on row number 7, it's going to be bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli. 21B, Andrew Berkeley. 43A, Stephen Alexander. 3Z, David Frick. Then row number 8, it's bike number 510, Noel Corwin. 329, Matthew Crabtree. And bike number 12, Adrian Yasso. Then row number 9, back in that field on 133, Paul Elledge. 241, Sharad Samag. And bike number 19T, Paul Tuckley. That is your field here for race number 14. The next gen Superbike presented by Larabro Framing and Frick Starpoli's Moto Caddy sponsored Sound of Singles 2 field. Sorry, I didn't realize you were taking a picture of that.
No worries.
For the next gen Superbike 3, sponsored by Larabro Framing. This is a new class that was started in 2022 this year. It features late 80s to mid 2000 US Superbikes. There going to be various twins and 4-stroke cylinder bikes out there from 86 through 2006 represented this one. And then for the Sound of Singles 2, sponsored by Frickin' Starpoli and Moto Caddy. This is for liquid-cooled 4-stroke singles up to 450 cc's and air-cooled 4-strokes up to 610 cc's. 450s typically have state-of-the-art road race chassis with modern motocross-based engines. That is your field here for race number 14. Well, they haven't said anything about cutting laps, which is a good thing.
David Earhart, check your DMs. I just sent you a photo of the schedule. All right, this is Next Gen Superbike 3.
Yeah, Next Gen Superbike 3.
Sound of Singles 2.
Come on, guys, it'll be 4 good laps. That's Ricky Orlando. Let's go. Bike down there.
How many racers on this?
7, 14, 17 in the front, 10 in the back,
That's
so
not too bad.
27.
That's not too bad.
That's not too bad. That's a 7. That's a 27, I feel.
We've had some real whopper, like 40,
Yeah, I know.
40 plus grids out here, so that's not too bad. Nicole Pariso, thanks for tuning in from Hot Mess Racing. That's awesome.
Lights out. Looks like bike number 784, Christopher Kainen, gets the jump on everybody, leading the first wave down in through turn 1. Meanwhile, looking back up towards the start-finish line, or towards the grid rather, waiting for the Sound of Singles 2 to get ready to go. And the green flag waves on that one. Looks like it's 43. Stephen Alexander getting the jump, but here comes bike number 80L. Starpoli down on the inside. Ends up third. Looks like Andrew Berkeley on bike number 21B swept around him. Meanwhile, the Next Gen Superbike 3 class already over into the braking zone into Charlotte's Web as a 1-rider breakaway out front, 2 riders breaking away, then a 4-way battle for third as they crest the hill, working their way down that long back straightaway towards turn number 8 and 9. We'll get the full running order here for you in just a moment, as it looks like for the Sound of Singles 2, a couple of motard bikes out front with Starpoli back there on bike number 80L in that third place position. He's trying to work the draft on one of the motards and just eases on by him and sets his sights on trying to reel in either 43A Stephen Alexander or 21B Andrew Berkeley. Can't quite tell from this distance. Meanwhile, the next gen super bikes are already out of turn number 10, 11, over to 12 and 13, waiting for them to come around to complete lap number 1 in just a moment.
All right, race leaders are coming around the backside of the track. The last handful of turns before they hit this front straight. Here they come.
Race leaders out of that final turn and turn number 17 and across the line. It is bike number 6E, Eric Burrell, and then 6E, Edward Burrell showing on the race monitors being lead. 29J, Scott Rothermel back there in second. And actually, no, Ken, we don't have a second place rider showing yet. It's bike number 29J, Scott Rothermel, showing in third. 22R, Jeff Graham back and forth, and bike number 12X, Ricky Orlando, rounding out your top 5. So to try and pick up the race leaders as they work their way through to Charlotte's Web down there. Not sure if somebody's missing a transponder or if we just got a bit of a glitch in the scoring system, but where it looks like bike number 60, Eric Burrell, scored being out front as that 2-rider breakaway works their way up over the crest of the hill, down that back straightaway towards turns number 8 and 9 one more time.
Race leaders are heading towards the museum right now, towards the top of your screen.
Going on back through the field, 12X, Ricky Orlando rounds out your top 5. Bike number 14, Brian Laraborough back there in that 6th place position. 68R, Craig Grantham in 7th. 020, Jeff Nelson in 8th. Bike number 326, Sean Cassell back there in 9th. 4X, Urban Kolek rounding out your top 10. And then bike number 901, Sean V showing back there in that 11th position. Going on back to see the sound of singles. Looks like sound of singles on that last lap. It was Ralph Starpoli getting around 21B Andrew Berkeley. So put Starpoli up on the top step for sound of singles 2 with Berkeley and then Steve Alexander. So a GP bike leading 2 motards. Then bike number 12, Adrian Iasso off the podium back there in 4th as the leaders thunder by one more time. It looks like it's 60, Eric Burrell. 784, Christopher Akaiden. He was my mystery rider out there as he's back up in that 2nd place position. So he's got his hands full trying to figure out how to get around Eric Bazell on 6E. Then 29J, Scott Rothermel rounding out your top 3. 222R, Jeff Grantham in 4th, and 14 Brian Laraborough rounding out your top 5. And I am tired of talking. So tired of talking.
It happens. It happens. It's tongue twisters in here.
Looks like Eric Burrell and Christopher Akaiden, man, those guys are having an epic battle out there of who's going to lead and who's going to follow. Burrell had Akaiden right on his tail section as they came out of Charlotte's Web up over the crest of the hill at turn number 7. And then it looks like Burrell was able to stretch out a little bit of a lead, but Akaiden's going to be right on his tail section as they're coming out of turn number 9. Back up the hill they go there over in front of the fan zone through turns number 10 over into 11 and 12.
All right, race leaders in the very top of your
Looks
screen.
like Akaiden made his move on that last lap as he had about a 6 bike length lead over Burrell as they work their way out of view, but Burrell reels him back in as they disappear over through turns 13 and 14 to the back section of the course. We'll see how it's going to shape up when they come back into view here in a moment when they pop into view out of turn number 17. Race leaders out of 17, here they come. It's a horse race working the draft down that front straightaway at that lap. It is still Burrell out front with the kite right there behind him. So Burrell stretching the legs on his bike over in that back section. Bike number 784, Christopher Akaiden, tripped his hand over there in the museum turns, and Eric Burrell says, nope, I think I want that lead one more time as that duo works their way out of turn number 3 up over the crest of the hill down into the braking zone one more time. Race leaders out of turn number 7 down that back straightaway one more time. I believe Burrell was in second, but it was kind of hard to tell at this distance as they disappear over to turn number 8 and 9 one more time over by the museum. So, man, these guys are really going after it. Looks like it's going to be Bike number 80, Ralph Starpoli still pulling away. A good battle shaping up for the Sound of Singles 2 as Steve Alexander on 43A and bike number 21B, Andrew Berkeley, have been trading positions at this last lap. Alexander had the second place podium over Berkeley. We'll see if that's going to hold true while Burrell and Christopher Caden continue to push each other hard through the back section of the course. Halfway flag should be coming out this next time by, letting them know they've got 4 done and 4 left to go.
All right, race leaders making their way through the last turn before this front straight right now. Akaiden in 1.
Looks like Christopher Kite on 784 has finally found his rhythm and starts to pulling out a little bit of a gap over 6E Eric Burrell as they disappear out of view, down over to turn number 2, over into turn number 3. Burrell certainly still right there within striking distance as Akaiden leading that group out of turn number 4 up over the crest of the hill. Looks like Akaiden really starting to turn up the pressure now as he's gapped out about 6 to 8 bike lengths over Burrell. Burrell closes in to about 5 bike lengths and now doesn't quite get the drive out of Charlotte's Web as Akaiden did. So Christopher Akaiden on 784 now comfortably in the lead. He's still got Burrell back there behind him. Then it's going to be bike number 29J. Scott Rothamel back there in second. Bike number 14, Brian Larabro, and 222R Jeff Grantham back there. Those guys are duking it out for 4th and 5th overall as the halfway flag's out on this crew, letting them know they got 4 done and 4 left to go.
All right, race leaders are clipping on along down the back straight.
Yep.
Making quick work of that very fast back straight before they head to those last handful of turns before this front straight again. So let's go track them down. There they are.
Race leader across the start-finish line, 784, Christopher Akaiden is still leading 6E Eric Burrell, so whatever happens, it would be considered a race. Meanwhile, Rothermel has his hands full as bike number 14, Brian Larabro, sets his sights on stepping up onto the podium. So Rothermel holding on to that third, but 14, Brian Larabro really charging hard here in the second half of this race as Akaiden down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. Burrell right there. Here's the battle for third as Brian Larabro tucks in behind his Mary, pulls within 4 bike lengths of Rothermel as they dive into the braking zone one more time. Looks like Rothermel holds about a 2 bike length, 3 bike length advantage over Larabro as they both rip open on the throttles up over the crest of the hill down in turn number 7, down that back straightaway towards turn number 8 and 9. So Brian Larabro definitely keen to put himself up on the top step of the podium as the field and the laps continue to click by. Oh, somebody's day race comes to an early end. Bike number 69. Matthew, no, wrong race. You say Matthew Estelle, but it's the wrong race. I've already switched over. Race leader 784, Christopher Akaiden across the start-finish line one more time, then 6E Eric Burrell there in second. Here's the battle for third is Rothamel. Well, actually, no, Larabro had him on that last lap, so put bike number 14, Brian Larabro, on the third step of the podium. So now it's going to be bike number 29J, Scott Rothamel's turn to try and figure out how he can get back around Brian Larabro as white flag should be coming out next time by. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 784, Christopher Akaiden, still out there in the lead, picking his way through some of the back markers. Then it's going to be 6E Eric Burrell. It's going to be his turn to get around some of the back markers. Here comes the battle for third as it looks like Rothamel dives in on the brakes and look, Larabro pulls the crossover move back up the inside. So it looks like Rothamel held on to the lead for about 3 bike lengths as Brian Larabro said, nope, I'll come right back up the inside of you, and leads those two over into the braking zone for turn 8 and 9, and they're going to come up on some traffic, so we'll see how that's going to play. Looks like Larabro and Rothamel having an epic battle out there for that third place position. Meanwhile, again, it still looks like Andrew Berkeley on 21B and 43A, Steve Alexander working each other over for who's going to have that second step in the podium for the Sound of Singles 2 as the laps continue to click down. White flag should be coming out next time by.
Making that pass on the dicing it up in Charlotte's Web. Ah!
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go. First call. First call for race number 15. Thruxton Cup, Formula 500, Sportsman 750, and Phillips Island Challenge. You folks will be up here in a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 15. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Formula 500, Sportsman 750, Phillips Island Challenge. First call, race number 15. First call. At the line, 784, Christopher Kiden leading that one. Is Burrell back there in second. Brian Larabur holding on to that third place position as the white flag comes out. Rothamel back there in fourth, and Graham rounding out your top five. Is Kiden down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web with Burrell right there behind him. Looks like Brian Larabur has finally got himself a little bit of breathing room, but here comes Scott Rothamel charging hard on the brakes down into Charlotte's Web, but it looks like Larabur has enough room on him as he gaps it out by 6 bike lengths as they take off down that back straightaway one more time. Rothamel trying to work the draft on Larabur, but can't quite reel him in as they dive out of sight over to turn number 8 and over by 9 by the museum turn one more time. An exciting final lap as Christopher Kiten worked his way into the lead. He's already working his way out of turn number 9 up the hill through turns 10 and 11. There he comes into view. Over into 12 and now 13. Burrell solidly there in second, waiting for Larabur. Larabur still leading Rothamel, but only by about 4 to 5 bike lengths as Scott Rothamel really pushing hard on bike number 29J, trying to reel in Brian Larabur as Larabur keen to stand on that third step of the podium as they disappear over in through turn number 14 into 15, waiting for the race leader to come into view here one more time. Here he comes out of turn number 17, checkered flag in hand for the unofficial winner, 784 Christopher Caden. Then it's going to be bike number 60, Eric Burrell. Who's it going to be for that third place? It is going to be Brian Larabur holding on to that third step of the podium. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 15. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Formula 500, Sportsman 750, and Phillips Island Challenge. You folks are up right now, or second call rather, not yet. Second call for race number 15. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Formula 500, Sportsman 750, and Phillips Island Challenge. You folks are up next. Second call for race number 15.
Well, that was terrifically exciting.
Control. Just letting you guys know I put second out. Let me know when to go third. Out there in the paddock, we put this out earlier. Want to let everybody know, please check the location of your cell phone. We happen to find a cell phone has been turned in out here, and we'd really like to get it back to the rightful owner. So if you find you're missing your cell phone, your wonderful smartphone, if you want to come up here to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower, give us a description, or better yet, tell us the unlock code for it. We'll be happy to give it back to you. Again, please check your cell phones. We had one turned in earlier today. If you're missing your cell phone, come up here to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower and pick it up. Again, we found a missing cell phone. We'd really like to get that back to the person that it belongs to. As it looks like bike number 21B and bike number 43A, that'd be Berkeley and I'm guessing Alexander, having some fun out there.
Celebratory
Turn
wheelies.
number 7 down that back straightaway. So if you're over in the fan zone, you might want to check that out. Keep an eye on those guys when they come back up up out of turn number 9 and 10.
Yeah, they're going to keep it lively for sure with some celebratory wheelies out there.
Somebody's going to be upset about that one.
Well, I mean, come on now. You got to have some fun. All right, so let's go through and swap these graphics out for race 15. Is that right? Yes, Thruxton Cup. Where are you? Thruxton Cup, Formula 500, Sportsman 750 as promised, and Phillip Island Challenge. Thruxton Cup Challenge. Gonna get a little spicy today because Harleys are allowed in this class. This is an allowed class for bikes like the Sportster. And there is a Harley out here that is promising me a heck of a show.
Tension in the paddock. Let's go third and final call for race number 15. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Formula 500, Sportsman 750, and Phillips Island Challenge, or Phillips Island Cup. You folks are up right now. Again, it's third and final call for race number 15. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Formula 500, Sportsman 750, and the Phillips Island Challenge. You guys are up right now. Again, third and final call, race number 15. Bring them on up. We'll send you out for your hot lap right now. Sorry, we got to roll because we got a 5 p.m. We're supposed to have a 5 p.m. shutdown time, but
Yep.
we'll see if we make it or not.
I have 30 minutes for 2 races.
Yeah, but we still got 3 more to go.
Yeah, third one.
And that's
Might
that
not
race
happen.
number 16 is the money race. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Because when there's cash on the line,
Well, I
You
think,
know what happens.
I think that if anything, they would put a pin in that race 13 that had 2 red flags.
yeah, well, they did. As the racers take to the track here, here's how they're going to grid up. The Thruxton Cup Challenge presented by NOLA Riding Academy out there in row number 1. It's 1A Clint Austin, 099 Dutch Vandenberg, bike number 76X Patrick McGraw, and 553 Paul Canale. Row number 2 at 69A, Carl Estelle, 69B Matthew Estelle, and 33T Saroj Terrian. And then row number 3, it's 55C Edward Blunt, 593 Dustin Fortich, bike number 126 Richard Lanigan, and bike number 044 Jonathan Devine. Row number 4, it's 51 Nathan Guy, 81X Wick Wilkerson, and bike number 851 Sean Guy. For the Director's Choice Barber race class, out here in row number 6, it's 456 Chloe Peterson, 823 Jessica Martin, and bike number 311 Nicole Precio. For the Formula 500 field on row number 8, it's 1D Mark Morrow, 77Z Dan Sokolich, 304 Kevin Dinsmore, and 709 Joe Ackley. Row number 9, it's 808 Michael Wilson, 730 Tom Bishop, and 662 Mark Williams. And row number 10, it's 5S Martin Morrison, 129R Ray Hickman, and 77 Ashley Krajjuk. And then for the Sportsman 750, presented by MAP Cycles, back on row number 12, it's 1N Matt Esterline, 84 Jeff Hargis, 700 Cameron Crockett, and 839 Michael Dixon. Row number 13 is 451 Brady and Gleese, 24 Grant Spence, and bike number 92 Steve Enner. Row number 14 is 446 Anthony Staros, and 171 Chris Marlowe. For the Phillips Island Challenge presented by Wilson 13 Race Support, on row number 16, it's W13 Warren Wilson, and bike number 427 Kyle Beauclair. That's your field here for race number 15. For the Thruxton Cup Challenge, this is sponsored by NOLA Riding Academy in Clint, Austin. Clint, the owner of the NOLA Riding Academy, won the Thruxton Cup Challenge in 2019 and 2020. His other accomplishments in 2020 also include winning the Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Thunder 2, and Battle of the Twins 2 National Championship. When not racing, Clint can be found teaching new riders to ride on both 2- and 3-wheel motorcycles in New Orleans, Louisiana, and Gulfport, Mississippi. You may also find him wrenching or selling used motorcycles. Additionally, they are an authorized AHRMA helmet dealer, so if you're in the need of a new AHRMA helmet, tell Clint you're an AHRMA racer to get a discount. The field itself is open to lightly modified Triumph Thruxtons and Harley-Davidson Sportsters. Thruxtons are limited to air-cooled 865cc twins, produced up through 2015. For the Director's Choice class, this is lining up to be the Thruxton Cup Challenge and features lining up behind the Thruxton Cup Challenge and features ladies that participated in Royal Enfield's road racing Build, Train, Ride program this season. BTR is the first all-woman initiative teaching women to build and race their own motorcycles. It highlights women and motorcycle culture in North America through a unique format that brings together riders from different backgrounds to compete in several different tracks and events. Thank you, Chloe Peterson, Kyla Thiesler, and Hannah Stockton for representing AHRMA in an exciting Moto America finale just last weekend here at Barber Motorsports Park. The season came to a close with Chloe third in the 2022 BTR Championship.
Woo.
On the line today is Chloe Peterson. She has been an AHRMA member for 2 years and was no stranger to the box in the BTR season this year. She's a 31-year-old graphics designer and artist currently living in Steiger, Illinois. Chloe's track riding days go back to 2015, but she only started racing last year and also has a monkey or a sidecar pilot in the AHRMA road race circuit. Chloe is an AHRMA family, and AHRMA wants everyone in the paddock this weekend to know how proud we are of her accomplishments in BTR this year. Jessica Martin is a 38-year-old from Savannah, Georgia. She's a self-taught motorcycle enthusiast who bought her first motorcycle at 18 years old and hasn't stopped riding her since. Her love of two wheels is rivaled only by her love of the sky. She not only works as a materials manager for an aviation company, but can be found flying a plane, skydiving, or hang gliding when she's not twisting the throttle. Nicole Parso is now hailing from Carlton, Ohio. Didn't grow up around motorcycles, but her passion began, as so many do, as a passenger. In 2019, Nicole began her racing career along with an all-age race team called Hot Mess Racing for the Formula 500 field.
Hot mess.
Sponsored by Haggerty Insurance. Haggerty is the home for all bike lovers, helping you take your passion to the next level with Haggerty Drivers Club, Motorsports Reg, Vehicle Values, world-class motorcycle insurance, and more. Get started today at Haggerty.com. The class itself, this class is for 1972 and earlier 2- and 4-stroke machines up to 500cc based on an index of performance. Include these 2-, 3-, and 4-cylinder bikes, both purpose-built racers and converted street bikes. Machines must be representative of the era with fairings and lower clip-on style handlebars. Dual disc front brakes are allowed. For the Sportsman 750 field, sponsored by MAP Cycles and Mario Perna. This class is open to 72 and earlier street bikes based on 4-stroke machines. A new addition to this class in 2015 was the single overhead cam Honda 754, ready to take on the class-dominating twins, which were the Yamaha XS650s. No fairings are allowed, but front disc brakes are. Japanese, British, Italian, and German bikes can be seen on the track. And then the Phillips Island Challenge, sponsored by Wilson 13 Race Support. Wilson 13 Race Support has suspension services, sales, and custom builds for Öhlins, Penske, and Racetech dampers, plus DynoJet Dyno Tuning in Indianapolis. Find them on the web at www.wilson13.com. This class is designed to allow entrants of Team USA to have a place to race and exhibit the machinery in preparation for the International Challenge held annually at the Phillips Island Classic in Phillips Island, Australia. That's how they stack up out there for race 15 as they complete lap number 1. Out front, it is bike number 126. Out front is bike number 33T, Sarosh Terrian, being chased down by 1A Clint Austin, 553 Paul Canale. That's their top 3. Then 55C Edward Blount in 4th, 593 Dustin Fortich back there in 5th. Then 126 Richard Lanigan back in 6th. 099 Dale Dutch Vandenberg Jr. in 7th. Bike number 823 Jessica Martin in 8th. 456 Floyd Peterson back in 9th. And 76X Patrick McGraw round out your top 10.
Race leaders are at the top of your screen right now, making their way towards the museum.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Let's go see what's going on in Charlotte's Web, and keep an eye on those race leaders that'll also be at the top of your screen, making their way down that back straight. They're moving through right now. And again, if you're just now joining us, hey, thanks for tuning in. I also am throwing up some race monitor results, but it's only the top 10 finishers. So for more detailed results or a little bit further down pack, you can head to race-monitor.com. I can't show it. It upsets my computer to scroll.
As the race leaders complete lap number 2, it's 33T Sarosh Terrian still back out there, but he's got 1A Clint Austin right on his tail section. Then it's going to be bike number 553 Paul Canale holding on to that 3rd place position with 55C Edward Blount off the podium, but he's got bike number 593 Dustin Fortich, 126 Richard Lanigan, and 456 Floyd Peterson. Those 3 were all pretty much nose to tail as they went by. Looks like Peterson leading for the director's choice. Then it's going to be 099 Dutch Vandenberg back there in that 8th position. 823 Jessica Martin running 9th overall, 2nd in class for the director's choice. And then 304 Kevin Dinsmore rounding out your top 10 as Sarosh Terrian still leads Clint Austin as they work their way out of turn number 7 down that back straightaway towards turn number 8 and 9.
Carefully picking their way through Charlotte's Web right now. Let's go look towards the middle of the track. Race leaders are at the top of your screen right now, headed towards the museum. Alrighty, and there we go. It looks like race leaders again are going to start making their way through the top of the screen. Lots of bikes in this class. Potential for a little bit of traffic to start happening here shortly. So let's go ahead and throw up race monitor. Siraj Terrion in 1, Clint Austin 2. Paul Canal 3 and Edward Blount. No, Edward Blount gets bonked out by Kevin Dinsmore. Again, this is mixed classes. This is just the top 10 finishers, top 10 results across all classes. Alrighty, and our race leaders are heading into Charlotte's Web right now. It's a real make or break moment going through that corner. I've seen some pretty hairy passing going on through there. It's a great place to utilize some strategy for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at the middle section of the track and that big straight heading towards the museum. Dale Earhart, thanks for throwing that link up. Yeah, it's race-monitor.com for the complete timing and scoring details. Alright, let's go take a peek because I think the leaders are at the backside of the track, and that certainly looks like it. So let's go ahead and do this and this. Yep. I'm going to go back and show this wide shot though. First and second just crossed. Paul Canal in third overall. And third in Thrux to come. Kevin Dinsmore first unofficial in Formula 500.
Halfway flags off for your race leader, bike number 33T, Saros Terrian, still holding off a late challenge for bike number 1A, Clint Austin. That's first and second as they get to the halfway point, letting them know they've got 4 down to 4 left to go. Then it's 5:53, Paul Canale back there in third. 3:04, Kevin Dinsmore moving forward, holding on to the lead out there for the Formula 500. He's got bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, right there behind him, second in class for the Formula 500. Then 126, Richard Lanigan, back there in that 6th place position. Bike number 55C, Edward Blount drops back just a position, a position back into 7th. 593, Dustin Fortich back there in 8th. 456, Chloe Peterson still leading for the Director's Choice back in 9th. And 823, Jessica Martin rounding out your top 10, running second in class for the Director's Choice as their field seeing halfway. So once this lap is complete, and it is now, everybody's seeing halfway, so should something happen, it would be considered a complete race. Announced a race director.
Looks like it's stretched out a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and track down race monitor and see if I can
Do you remember
find.
what the purse breakdown is dollar-wise?
There we go. They're coming across start finish right now. Sixth overall, Richard Lanigan. Let's go creep in Charlotte's Web and see what's going on in there.
Out on the track, bike number 33T, Saros Terrian. Copy that. Again, Cerro's Terrarian still holding on to the lead with bike number 1A, Clint Austin, right there behind him with bike number 553, Paul Canale, rounding out your top three. That's the top three for the Thruxton Cup. Three. Copy that. So 3, 2, 1,500, 1,000, and 500. So it pays back to fifth place. Click off the board here is bike number 33T, Cerro's Terrian. Has about a quarter of a front straightaway lead over second place rider bike there at number 1, Clint Austin. White flag should be coming out next time by. Going on back through the field, looks like Kevin Dinsmore still leading over Mark Morrow for the 500 Formula 500 class. Then it looks like 456, Chloe Peterson still holding on to the lead for the director's choice over 823, Jessica Martin. As again, white flag should be coming out next time by. Looks like bike number 709, Joe Ackley moving forward. He's holding on to third place position for the Formula 500 class. There's a gaggle going down into turn number 5.
Yeah, there's a lot of bikes coming on through that Charlotte's Web area right here. That is a real.
Saw some good smoke coming out of somebody too. Go for an ounce. Yeah, I did. I'm getting ready to say something. Attention out there in the paddock. Next up is going to be race number 16. That's the money race. And then we're going to go back and finish up race 13 after that. And when we do 13 after 16, that will be a 4-lap race. So remember 13, we've had 2 Crimson Adventures earlier. We move you guys to the end of the day. When we get done with 16, we'll go back and do race 13, and it will be 4 laps. So keep that in mind. Out on the track, bike number 33T, Cerro's Terrian taking the white flag. Bike number 1A, Clint Austin right there in second, and 553, Paul Canale. All see the white flag, letting them know they're starting their final lap. So let's go first call. First call for race number 16. Formula One Thunder. Again, first call for race number 16. Formula One Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts, and this will be featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. The breakdown for the money on the Pro Challenge is it's $3,000 for the win, $2,000 for second, $1,500 for third, $1,000 for fourth, and $500 to pay out for that 5th place position. So the top 5 are in the money for the next race. Race number 16, which is going to be Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. Again, first call for race number 16. Race leader, bike number 33T, Cerro's Terrian, on that last lap out there. Just a few more turns before he's going to see the checkered flag. Clint Austin in second, Paul Canale in fourth, Kevin Dinsmore still leading Mark Morrow for the Formula 500 class. That's 4th and 5th as the field continues to see the white flag. Oh, no, checkered flag out for race leader, bike number 33T. Cerro's got around some of the back markers and caught me out sleeping as Cerro's Terrian takes the unofficial win. Then bike number 1A, Clint Austin back there in second. Looks like it's going to be bike number 553, Paul Canale taking the unofficial third here in race number 15. That means it's second call. That means it's second call for race number 16, Formula Thunder, presented by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge, an $8,000 total purse split amongst the top 5 riders in this next race coming up. Again, it is second call. Second call for race number 16, Formula Thunder, presented by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. Second call for race number 16. second has gone out. Let me know when I'm ready for third.
Alright. So let me go ahead and change these graphics out. How big is that class? Is the Formula Thunder?
4, 7, 14, 21, 28.
28 in Formula Thunder. Well, let's get rid of this guy first. 1, 2.
Going on down through the running order, looks like Mark Morrow managed to get around. No, Dinsmore still took a third overall. He still led for the Formula 500 field. Paul Canale still took the unofficial third for Thruxton Cup Challenge. Mark Morrow ended up second in class, 5th overall for the Formula 500. Then going on down through the field, looks like 5S Martin Morrison took a third unofficially for the Formula 500. Jeff Hargis looks like he took a Jeff Hargis took a Sportsman 750 win, and then Jessica Martin just nipping Chloe Peterson. So Jessica Martin taking the unofficial win for Director's Choice over 415 Chloe Peterson. Wow, that's a great battle that those two had out there.
Yeah, it was getting really, really racy in there because there was traffic going on and all the classes were overlapping into each other. It was getting really exciting out there. It was a great, great race. Very cool to see some of the ladies that are racing with the Build Train Race, Build Train Ride program come on out here and dice it up with us here at AHRMA. And several of them actually have been existing AHRMA racers.
Yeah.
Separate from that program. So welcome back to them.
Is down there saying is money on the line, so he knows what's going to happen in this race.
So as promised, this is the race that we've all been kind of waiting for out here. Because this is a really exciting day, thanks to 4SR Leathers.
Ditching out there in the paddock. Well, let's go third call. Third and final call for race 16, Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. You folks are up right now. Zip up your leathers, grab your helmet, bring the bikes down to the stands. Come on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. This is the money race. Again, $8,000 on the line and a cash purse paying down through 5th place position. It is third call. Third and final call, Formula Thunder. Bring them on up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get this race started right now. Again, third call. Third and final call for race number 16. Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. $8,000 in the purse up for grabs. Who's going to win it? Come on down. We'll get you guys going on the hot pit lane or the hot lap right now. There we go.
Very exciting.
Big money.
Big money, big money.
Big money, no winning. Oh, sorry. As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, 38A Arnold Hastings, bike number 77L Patrick Lansue, 13X Steve Metz, and bike number 222R Jeff Graham. In row number 2, it's bike number 37X Stefano Mesa, 77X Hayden Gillum, and bike number 4L Drew Jancourt. Row number 3, it's 15R JM Padron, 771 Ray Hoffman, 212 is Rayl Gillette, and bike number 9T Nate Kern. Row number 4, it's going to be bike number 370 Brett Folkerts, 562 Jay Walker, and 045 Curtis Adams. So the row break back into row number 8. It's going to be 090 Christian Meekma, 329 Matthew Crabtree, 99T Todd Murray, and bike number 11T Mark Jurasek. Then in row number 9, it's going to be 850 Tim Nelson, 21K Greg Avello, and bike number 2P Peter Kasakis. Then on row number 10, it's 762 Shane Quiggs, bike number 90 Lee Trollope, bike number 68R Craig Grantham, and 4X Urban Kolek. And then rounding out your field on row number 11, it's going to be bike number 901 Sean Feast, 956 Peter Evan, and 57A Robert Schautel. That's your field here for race number 16, the Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. What do you think, Jackie? Who's it going to be? There's some fast guys out here.
There's some very, very fast guys on this grid for sure. Curtis Adams has been looking really, really good today.
J.M. Padron's fast. 77L Patrick Lance's been, I believe, on the podium today.
J.M. Padron is always somebody that I keep an eye out for, but Curtis Adams just put the hammer down on that earlier Superbike class.
He did, yeah.
So I don't know. I think he's looking really, really fast today. Of course, my buddy Nate Kern is out here. Hayden Gillum, who races pro level here in this country with the Moto America folks. So he's clearly a very fast guy.
For the Formula Thunder, this is sponsored by the Elite Construction Concepts LLC, and this is featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. This race will feature a vast array of today's most exciting race bikes and a total cash purse of $8 grand. 4SR Leathers is very excited to bring this special show to the AHRMA race program at the Barber Vintage Festival, says Jerry Nichols Sr., 4SR USA owner. The field itself, the Formula Thunder, this is the 4th season and where all the fastest modern bikes race heads up. It's open to all next-gen superbikes, Sound of Thunder, and Battle of the Twins motorcycles. Even Sound of Singles and Open Two-Strokes will join the fray. Anybody's guess on who's going to win this one, but it pays $3 grand for the win, $2 grand for second, $1,500 for third, $1,000 cool bucks for fourth, and $500 to that 5th place position as everybody lining up, chomping at the bit to take home some of that cash. And we'd like to thank 4SR Leathers for putting up that purse today.
Woo! 4SR Leathers!
Yeah.
Stepping it up, making this race very exciting. Look, I gotta tell you, the stands are packed here. So we're in the timing tower. It is 4 people deep at all of the watching decks, and people are even on the stairs here watching this. It's a paddock clearer. Everybody is here. All the racers are here in their leathers watching this race. You know, this is gonna be a really, really good time. I mean, a little bit of cash makes it exciting. So thank you 4SR.
A lot of cash makes it exciting. Looks like everybody's gridded up out there. Clipboards are up from the wave marshals, the grid marshals, waiting for the green flag. Looks like our starters putting the 2 boards up, leaning into it. There goes the flag, and it looks like it's bike number 13X. Stephen X gets a good jump, but also does 38 Hastings, Arnold Hastings, down on the inside as everybody ripping through turn number 1. Hastings looking like he's trying to get a breakaway, but Patrick Lansu, Metz, all right there trying to work their way through as the field working their way single file now out of turn number 2 through turn number 3 up onto the crest of the hill as they rocket down over into turn number 4 down to the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. So 5 riders up front, a lot of mid-pack passing going on as one rider goes way deep in Charlotte's Web but keeps it on the track as the lead bike out in front, taken away from it. Not sure who that is. A 3-way battle shaping up for second as everybody keen to get rolling on this race. $3 grand for the win, $2 grand for second, 1,500 smackers for the top 3 as the field works their way down through turn number 9, up that hill through turns number 10 and 11. Now over in front of the fan zone, you guys need to give them a big round of applause as they come ripping along. One rider still way out front as a 3-way battle for second out of turn number 11 over into 12, waiting for him to come around to see what the running order is going to be here in just a moment as everybody's keen to take a little bit of the piece of pie home with them today.
Holy smokes, that was a freight train happening down this back straight here.
Boy, it was. Race leaders over through the turns 14, 15 area. Here they come onto the front straightaway at the line out front right now. It is going to be waiting for the system to catch up here in just a moment. Still waiting for my race monitor to catch up. Couldn't quite get the numbers. We'll get the race monitor figured out here in just a moment.
Yeah, I like to catch her on the second lap. Race monitor is a lady, so I call her her. All right, our leader is very, very smooth sailing coming out of Charlotte's Web with darn near half a length of straight length between him and second place.
Looks like we've got a breakaway riders between first and second as they are absolutely flying out there. One rider, it looks like 2 riders coming together over in the Charlotte's Web area. Tough break as the workers running over to take care of that situation.
Well, unfortunately, a couple people got a little tangled up over there in Charlotte's Web. I'm waiting to see what all happens here. It's yellow flag for right this second.
Right now, the way Race Monitor has it put out there, it's 2P Peter Katsakis out front with 4L Drew Jancourt there in second and 19
Red.
Nate Kern in third. But I don't have any laps, so I don't know that I can trust that. And looks like we've had a Crimson Adventure on that situation over there in Charlotte's Web. So tough break on that one as a race gets stopped early on here. In just, I believe, a couple of laps, we're going to take care of this situation out there in Charlotte's Web and get back with everybody in just a moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, this high horsepower race out here, there's going to be a little bit of bumping and grinding going on. So
Yeah.
a couple folks made some contact and came off over in Charlotte's Web, which is a precarious corner anyway.
Could you tell if Nate Kern was in third out there or not? I know you
I
know
could
what his
not.
bikes look
it was,
like.
It was so fast.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. It was really hard to keep track of because
Okay.
it was just so incredibly quick. But we are gonna be getting these folks rocking and rolling and picked up here. I can't quite tell what's going on. It's kind of on the downhill side of Charlotte's Web. So we are going to go ahead and probably send everybody back to the paddock. It sure looks like it. The bikes are heading in.
Well, looks like we're going to
Yeah.
send the bikes back to the paddock, so stay tuned. We'll get this situation addressed out there and then roll the calls when appropriate. I know we've got some back-to-backs in this one in 13 since we moved 13 back to the end of the day. That did create some back-to-backs in this class, race 16 and race 13. So for those of you that are hanging around waiting for race 13 to get started, we understand there's some back-to-backs. Don't be too alarmed about that. We will make sure that we drag appropriately so that we can get everybody in for race 13. While we got a moment, I want to remind everybody that the museum is still open here for about another hour or so. They're open till 6 p.m. this evening if you want to get over there and check out the museum. They will be open from 8 till 5 tomorrow. And man, if you get over there and check it out, you definitely got to get up to that 5th floor and check out the new Advanced Design Center. They've got some great stuff going on up there. Plus, this weekend is one of only 3 times a year that they open up the restoration level to the public. And that is worth the price of admission alone to get down there and see how they take what the steps they take to restore a lot of these motorcycles to get them where they're at, and the automobiles too, because Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum has the world's greatest Lotus collection and the world's largest motorcycle collection, and it's all right here in beautiful Birmingham, Alabama. So make sure you get over there and check that out. You can, while you're over there, you can also check out the museum store and see what kind of merchandise they've got over there. They've also got merchandise available in the trailer over in the swap meet. They can fill your track and museum sportswear and souvenir needs. And they have this year's official Vintage Festival merchandise in stock. At least they did at the beginning of the day. I know that things sell pretty quickly over there. So if you haven't gotten your merchandise, you definitely want to get over there as quickly as possible. If not today, first thing in the morning. And, you know, it's not that far away from Christmas. It's a great time to use this opportunity to shop for that hard-to-find motorcycle enthusiast. Again, we encourage everybody to stop by the Motorcycle Museum over there and also check out their souvenir collection.
Okay, both racers are up and moving around, so we're just getting them loaded up. Somebody might be going to get checked out. That does look like
Almost looks like Paul Canale, but I don't think he's out there. I don't know who that is.
I was gonna say it looks like Nate
You think that looks like Nate?
with the BMW logo.
It might be him.
So, but he's fine. He's standing up. Everybody's
Yeah,
okay.
He's up. Yeah.
Everyone's all right. They're just gonna check him out, make sure everybody's okay. The bikes, however, are gonna end up going on a truck, so that's gonna take a couple minutes.
Copy. Attention on the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 16, Formula Thunder, featuring the 4SR's Pro Series Challenge. You guys will be up in a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 16. First call for race number 16, telling everybody it's going to be a 7-lap race. Again, first call for race number 16. If you folks want to get ready, we'll bring you back up here in just a moment to restart this thing for a 7-lap race. Again, first call for race number 16. Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. You folks are up in just a moment. First call, race number 16.
What call was that? First?
First. Okay.
All right. So we are going to take just a few moments to get this going, like 2 minutes.
Probably more like 3, but it
Okay.
won't be very long.
So I'll tell you what, gang, while we have these 3 minutes together, I wanted to show you again and thank one of our AHRMA racers, Eric Watts, who threw a GoPro on the front of his bike during practice session and grabbed some footage for me so that way you at home can see what it's like to race here at Barber. It's this great point of view onboard camera, and it takes you through all the corners and all the turns, and you can see Barber for yourself. So let's go ahead and check it out while we're waiting to get this race ridden back out.
This time, 7 laps to get it done. It's third and final call. Race number 16, Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Construction Concepts and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge. Let's go third and final call for race number 16.
All right. So we got the bikes all picked up, and those racers are fine. They also picked those folks up and got them back to their pits and paddocks. And we are bringing the bikes back out for a 7-lap race for this 4SR Pro Purse Championship race for all the dollar bills. Huge thanks to 4SR. Racing is exciting. Racing for cash is way more exciting.
As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up once again when they come back around. On the row number 1, it's going to be 38A Arnold Hastings, 77L Patrick Lansu, 13X Steve Metz, and bike number 222R Jeff Graham. Row number 2, it's going to be 37X Stefano Mason, 77X Hayden Gilliam, and 4L Drew Jancord. Row number 3, it's going to be 15R JM Padron, 771 Ray Hoffman, 212 Israel Gillette. Bike number 19, Nate Kern. Row number 4, it's going to be 370 Brett Folkerts, 562 Jay Walker, and 045 Curtis Adams. Row number 8, it's going to be 090 Christian Miegma, 429 Matthew Crabtree, and 99T Todd Murray. Then bike number 11T Mark Jurasek's back there too. Row number 9, it's 850 Tim Nelson, 21K Greg Avello. Bike number 2, Peter Kasakis back on row number 9. And row number 10, it's going to be 762 Shane Quigg. Bike number 90, Lee Trollope. Bike number 68R, Craig Grantham. And 4X Irv Kolek. Row number 11, it's going to be 901, Sean Weiss. 956, Peter Evans. And 57A, Robert Schadl. That's your field here for race number 16.
The 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge is what this race is today. This is a special race 4SR sponsored for us just today, just this Saturday race. We are real grateful for all of our awesome partners. The folks at 4SR keeping it real racy out there.
You betcha.
You betcha. Somebody asked me who that Onboard was. It's Eric Watts, and that was aboard a KTM. What are those? 390s, 360s? 390s, the little singles.
Yeah.
But it still got up to over 100 miles per hour on the straights.
Oh yeah, those little things are fast, man.
That little guy cooks on along. A huge thanks to Eric for providing the footage. I thought it would be cool to give everybody at home a chance to kind of see what it's like to race here. And that it's a more modern bike. It's not just old bikes here. We've got classes with modern bikes too.
Did you have any problems with your race monitor showing the laps whenever you were doing?
Okay, looks like we're all kind of headed towards the right spots. Some people were pushing some bikes around. I think this is everybody. Oh, there we go. A couple more.
I know Drew Jancourt was pretty darn fast in his races earlier too.
David Munsey says, "Come on, Peter Evans." Stephen Pettinger.
7 laps to get it done out here as
bummer.
the grid's starting to shape up out there. As the green flag waves, it's 38 Arnold Hastings once again. Looks like Drew Jancourt getting a good jump. It's bike number 77L, Patrick Lansu, also getting a great start as the field thunders down into turn number 1. Everybody once again are kind of keen to get going here with a lot of money on the line. Again, $3 grand for the win as the freight train comes out of turn number 3 up over the crest of hill down into the braking zone. Looks like it's Lanso out front. I believe that's Steve Metz back there in that second place position, but can't quite tell as they work their way out of the crest of the hill over into 7, down that back straightaway towards turn number 8. Everybody's single file through out of Charlotte's Web as they get the freight train rolling back over to turns number 8 and 9. Waiting for them to come around to complete lap number 1 in just a moment, but we'll get the full running order at that point in time.
Stephen Pettinger, sorry that you have a dead engine. Bummer. Normally part of the Sportsman 750 class. You are missed, my friend. Barber is a heck of a good time. All right, our race leaders on the backside of the track. Let me go track them down. There they are. Coming through the last couple of turns before the front straight.
Race leaders working their way back over through the back section through turns 14, 15, and 16. Here they come onto the front straightaway at the line to complete lap number 1. Looks like it's 37X Stefano Mesa rather. Then 77X Hayden Gillen. He started from back there in that second row. Actually, both of them started in the second row up front. Then 13X Steve Metz back there in third place. 19 Nate Kern back and forth, and 4L Drew Jancourt rounding out your top 5. So those guys are all in the money right now. 38 Arnold Hastings is back there in 6th, 771 Ray Hoffman in 7th, 212 Israel Gillette back in 8th, 562 Jeremiah Walker in 9th, and 370 Brett Folkers round out your top 10. As Stefano Mesa really puts down his head and starting to try and check out over 77X Hayden Gillum. Those guys have got a pretty good stretch over there as one rider runs a little deep over into, actually got 2 more over into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web, as it looks like it's bike number 21 on its side over there. Tough break for Greg Avelo as his race comes to an end over in Charlotte's Web, as out front 37X Stefano Mesa continues to stretch it out. 77X Hayden Gillum holding on to that 3rd place position. We'll see what kind of a lead they're going to have as we're working for the waiting for the leaders to come back around here to complete the 2nd lap of a 7-lap race.
Yeah, just a slide out over in Charlotte's Web.
Here comes your race leader out of turn number 17 onto the front straightaway. About a quarter of a front straightaway lead. 37X Stefano Mesa leading 77X Hayden Gillum. That's first and second. That's $3,000 and $2,000. Then it's going to be bike number 13X Steve Metz solidly back there in that third place position. That's $1,500. Here comes the battle for the rest of the money. Nate Kern up on the money for $1,000 in fourth place. And then it's going to be 38 Arnold Hastings back there at $500. But Drew Jancourt, 771 Ray Hoffman, and 370 Brett Foker all trying to reel themselves in and make a battle for the rest of the money, as Stefano Mesa looks like he's got the field covered out front with 77X Hayden Gillum and then 13X Steve Metz. But again, it's anybody's race. Here's the battle for fourth as they dive down into Charlotte's Web. Looks like 562. Jeremiah Walker's race comes to an early end over in, I believe, that is turn number 1. So tough break for Jeremiah Walker as he gets away from him into the entrance of turn number 1 here in an exciting race number 16, the Formula Thunder, sponsored by Elite Constructions and featuring the 4SR Leathers Pro Challenge with $8,000 on the line.
Waiting on these race leaders. They should be coming out of this last turn right now.
Race leader on the front straightaway. It is 37X Stefano Mesa starting the next lap. He's still got 77X Hayden Gillum.
Sexy Hayden Gillum.
I'm telling you, it's been one of them days. Hayden Gillum still not content to hold on to $2,000. He's still got his eye on $3,000 as if he can reel in Mesa and make a move on it. Meanwhile, 13X Steve Metz holding on to that third place position. 19 Nate Kern still in fourth, and 4L Drew Jancourt on the podium and still in the money. Well, not in the podium, but in the money at $500, and he's still got 38A Arnold Hastings right there behind him, still within striking distance as those guys duke it out. I mean, $500 buy you a nice set of tires for crying out loud. Then back there in that 7th place at 771, Ray Hoffman. 8th is 370, Brett Fokers. 9th is bike number 77, L. Patrick Lansu. And 212, Israel Gillette. Rounding out your top 10 is Stefano Mesa on 37X holding the lead, but he's still got 77X Hayden Gillum got in his sights trying to reel him in here as the laps continue to click off.
Stefano Mesa is on rails out here. Holy smokes. You're right, Hayden Gillum isn't backing down, but just putting on a clinic out here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Race leader one more time out of turn number 17. Still about the same distance, only about a half. Well, actually, the distance grew a little bit bigger as Stefano Mesa on bike number 37X has about a half a front straightaway lead over 77X Hayden Gillum. Those guys have got a couple of turns lead over third place rider. Here he comes. It's going to be 13X Steve Metz solidly there in third in the money at $1,500 right there. Then it's going to be bike number 19, Nate Kern. He's in for $1,000. Then it's bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt. But 771, Ray Hoffman moving forward a little bit. Then it's going to be 38, Arnold Hastings. So that's it's still anybody's guess for that last $500 spot as they're going to be coming up here on the white flag in just a couple more laps.
I guess that wasn't Nate that went
I
off
caught a
into.
copy that we've got back to back, so I'm going to have to drag.
I guess that wasn't Nate that went off into Charlotte's Web.
No, what?
I just saw the BMW logo. It's hard to see the cameras.
I didn't think that looked like his haircut. Plus, that guy looked a little older than Nate.
That's true. Sorry, Nate. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. I didn't
You're
mean
trying to take him out of the
I didn't mean to age you.
He's going to look at it and go, that guy's twice my age.
Look, I can't see much, but I could see that roundel. That I could see. That I could figure out.
Bike number 37X, Stefano Mesa, solidly in the lead out there and looking forward to a $3,000 paycheck as he continues to lead out there. 77X Hayden Gillum still holding on to that second place position. 13X Steve Metz solidly there in third. Nate Kern, 19, tenuously in the money, but the big battle is for that last bit of cash between 4L Drew Jancourt, 771 Ray Hoffman, and 38 Arnold Hastings. It's anybody's race as the laps continue to click down. Looks like 37X Stefano Mesa, who starts his next lap, should see the white flag next time by, as he's probably going to start catching some of the back markers. Then 77X Hayden Gillum Then there goes 13X Steve Metz. That's third place, while the leader, Stefano Mesa, all the way over to Charlotte's Web. Oh, and Drew Jancourt really comes on strong, moves himself up into the money position at fourth, and brings Ray Hoffman back there on 771 with him. So 19, Nate Kern has a bit of a moment evidently out there off the money back there in that sixth place position. So he just saw $1,000 evaporate right there in front of his eyes. Tough break, and he is keen to get back up there as Jancourt leads Hoffman, Kern, Folkerts, and Hastings all right there. So a four-way battle for that fifth place position. Well, that's money right there. As looks like Jancourt still has Hoffman behind him. Hoffman looking to make his payday a little bit higher. He's in for the 500. He wants that 1,000 as he continues to push Drew Jancourt hard. While bike number 19, Nate Kern, watches it all unfold in front of him. Meanwhile, up front, it is 37X Stefano Mesa solidly in the lead, waiting for him to come back around one more time and see the white flag. And here comes your race leader, 37X Stefano Mesa, seeing the white flag. Still has about a half a front straightaway lead over second place rider, 7X Hayden Gillum. Then it's going to be a back marker here. So again, looks like Stefano Mesa still got to get around a slower rider on this one. We'll see if that's going to cause him any problems as they're working their way out of turn number 2 over into 3. Here he comes, just a rocket out of 3 up at the crest of the hill and 4 down into turn number 5. White flag out on your race leader. Then 77X Hayden Gillum back there in that second place position. 13X Steve Metz there in 4th. But here comes the battle. Looks like Hoffman just nipped Jancourt at the line, so put Hoffman up at $1,000. Drew Jancourt at 500. 19, Nate Kern still out of the money, back there in 6th, but they see the white flag, so if something's going to happen, it's going to happen this lap. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment to complete your race. Again, first call. First call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply. And Battle of the Twins 2 presented by Moto Course Performance. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 13. Rest of the field seeing the white flag. It looks like as the money race, at the end of the tail end of the money, Drew Jancourt was leading Hoffman as they dove down into Charlotte's Web on that last lap. So again, anybody's guess who's going to end up in 4th and 5th as the checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner. Bike number 37X Stefano Mesa taking home the $3,000. Then 77X going to be bike number Hayden Gillum taking home that's $2,000 amount of money. Waiting for 13X Steve Metz as he's working his way out of turn number 13 here. Nope, that's a back marker getting across the line. Still waiting for that 3rd place. Now Hoffman and Jancourt were pushing hard, so it could be, nope, looks like 13X Steve Metz is still going to be in for $1,500. Who's going to get the 1,000? It's going to be Ray Hoffman and 370s for Brett Folkerts. So I want some of that cash too. So he went from 6th or 7th all the way up into 5th. So take home $500 to 370. Brett Folkerts with 4L. Drew Jancourt, who ran one heck of a race, comes up short back there in 6th with bike number 19. Nate Kern back in 7th. Bike number 77L. Patrick Lansu in 8th. 38, Arnold Hastings in 9th position, and 212, Israel Gillette, rounding out your top 10. So congratulations to Mesa, Gillum, Metz, Hoffman, and Folkerts for taking home the money put up by 4SR Leathers, and we appreciate their sponsorship here in this Pro Challenge race.
Woo! Thank you, 4SR. We appreciate you. What an awesome race, Stefano Mesa. Woo!
You're a viewer.
Attention to the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 13. We're going to restart this one. This will be the Sound of Thunder 3 presented by N-Cubed Motorcycle Racing and N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply, and Battle of the Twins 2 presented by Moto Course Performance. Again, it is second call. Second call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply, and Battle of the Twins 2 presented by Moto Course Performance. Second call for race number 13. Ooh, I didn't realize I had to go pick up the bike.
Sound of Thunder 3.
Laraber. I can never get Brian's. I have struggled with his name since I first started. announce to control. I put second out.
All right, so it is our do-over race for number 13.
Yeah.
Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of Twins 2, which is the smaller displacement of Battle of the Twins classes. So this is 900cc and less.
Getting ready for our final race here of the day, race number 13. While we got a moment, I want to say thank you to Law Tigers out there for their sponsorship. Do the people that work at your insurance company wear khakis? Do they think they have your best interest in mind when you call them after a motorcycle wreck? Remember, Jake wears khakis, not leathers, like you and the Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS now for a free case evaluation. They help guide you through everything following a motorcycle accident. Law Tigers doesn't get paid until you get paid. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS now. The Law Tigers, America's motorcycle lawyers, and we thank them for their sponsorship at the Barber Vintage Fest this weekend. Third. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 13. Sound of Thunder 3 presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply, and Battle of the Twins 2 presented by Moto Course Performance. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for the final 4 laps of your race. And man, this is going to be a fast sprint race. 4 laps to get it done. Again, third call for race number 13. Bring them on up. We'll get this 4-lap sprint race going here in just a moment.
I'm going to see if this camera magically turned itself back on. No, it did not. All right. So now I know what I will be doing tonight after work. I will be scrubbing that camera
Yeah, there you go.
with some electronics cleaner to see if I can get it to be fixed. All right. Let's see. Let's do that.
As the racers take to the track for their gridding and their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up out there. Row number 1, 4L Drew Jancourt, 1F Kevin Grimmel, bike number 553 Paul Canale, and 901 Sean Beats. Row number 2 at 69M David Miller, bike number 811 Tommy Ryan, and 771 Ray Hoffman. Row number 3 is 46 Bob Robbins, 009 Kyle Smith, 242 Michael DeRoche, and 16 Teddy Honan. Row number 4, it's 47Z Norman Smith, 713 Maxim McLaughlin, and 899 Clifton Ginger. Row number 8, it's going to be 67N Mark Perrone, 696 Douglas Parker, 418 Alexander Cook Jr., and 632 Dwayne Hickson. Row number 9, it's 576 Christian Jensen, 691 Timothy Stewart, and 220 Tim Terrell. Row number 10, it's bike number 86 Ian Oberholzer, 32Q Dale Quarterly, and 47 Sam Weidel. For the Battle of the Twins 2, sponsored by Moto Course Performance. Back on row number 12, it's 1A Clint Austin, 15X Tony Prust, 198 Dylan Connor, and 69A Carl Estelle. Row number 13, it's 114 Trip Nobles, 69B Matthew Estelle, and 09 Eugene Casario. Row number 14, it's 762 Shane Quigg, 15R JM Padron, 456 Chloe Peterson, and 823 Jessica Martin. And rounding out your field on row number 15, it's 22A Mark 10 and 311 Nicole Perso. That is your field here for race number 13, Sound of Thunder 3, presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply and Moto Course Performance, sponsored Battle of the Twins 2. Remember, a 4-lap sprint race as we need to get this one completed.
Great day of racing here, Jay. And we're going to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yes, yes we are.
17 more races tomorrow, too?
Yep. We do the exact same schedule again tomorrow.
That's exciting.
Yes, it is.
Exciting.
Yes, it is.
That sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was stoked to have my buddy Nate come up here and chat with us earlier, and he was right. There was just such a positive vibe here. Everybody's just super into it, and young people, older people, I mean, everybody's here, all different walks of life, and
Yep.
that's AHRMA's about that too. In our paddock, we have doctors, we have construction workers, we have all sorts of people that come race with us. It's people from all over, and I love that. All here like celebrating these awesome motorcycles. That was my kumbaya motorcycle moment for the day. Kimberly Munsey says, good luck, Max and Doug.
Looks like the Sound of Thunder 3 bikes all lined up out there waiting for that green flag to wave, letting them know they've got 4 laps to get it done. As the shadows start to grow long here in the afternoon here at the wonderful Barber Motorsports Park.
It gets dark here so early. Oh my gosh.
Well, you're only about 40 miles from the Eastern time zone. As the green flag waves, looks like 7-1. Hoffman gets a great jump from that second row, working their way down in through turn number 1. Looking back towards the Battle of the Twins 2, waiting for them to get going here. Green flag waves for that group as they take off down the front straightaway to start their race here one more time. Meanwhile, Sound of Thunder 3 bikes all the way out of turn number 4 up over the crest of the hill. Looks like Hoffman's back there running in that second place position. Can't quite tell who's out front. We'll get the full running order for you when they come around to complete lap number 1 of this 4-lap race. Oh, whoever it was went just a bit wide, had a moment. It looks like bike number 771, Ray Hoffman, took advantage of it, but trying to work a draft pass as they're side by side down into turn number 8. So my mystery rider back to the lead as they dive out of sight over through turns number 8 and 9 over by the museum. Want to remind everybody at the conclusion of this race, we'll bring everybody down and start doing the trophy presentation down in the tech area. I'll put some calls out on that one. We'll get everybody assembled down there. We're going to have a 50-50 raffle and some prizes to give away or to raffle off. So make sure you get your tickets down there. I know Ralph Wessel's usually the one in charge of that one. He's down there with the tickets. In fact, if I know Ralph, he's already down there selling tickets right now for the 50-50 raffle and the prize giveaway that we're going to have, the raffle for some of the gifts that have been graciously donated by our sponsors down there. So again, immediately following this race, we'll get everybody put together and put it up there, get everybody down there in the tech area and get the awards presentation going. At the line, looks like it is looks like it's 762, Shane Quigg out there with bike number 4L Drew Jancourt at second, and then 771, Ray Hoffman. So I had the mystery riders out there, so it looks like 762, Shane Quigg, at least if I can trust race monitor timing. That's the way they're calling it right now as they rocket up over the crest of the hill down into turn number 5, Charlotte's Web, one more time. But I'm not sure I trust that because I'm looking at the leathers out there and they just don't look that familiar, like that's who I'm looking at.
Sometimes it takes till second lap.
I still think that's Hoffman at second. They're saying he's showing third, but I don't see it. But that's all right. Like you said, we'll figure it out. Or they'll figure it out. It's only a 4-lap. Hey, it is right. It is Drew Jancourt and Ray Hoffman.
Yeah, it just takes it just takes a minute for it to.
So my mystery riders are 4L Drew Jancourt and 771 Ray Hoffman. So Jancourt managed to get back around Hoffman, trying to check out a little bit, but not being able to do much with it. About 4 bike links separate those two as they rocket over through the back section through turns 14, 15, over into 16. Remember, this is a 4-lap race, and they're working lap number 2 right now. So Jancourt working his way out of 16 over to 17, waiting to come on the straightaway. Here they come. Oop, they're side by side out there. Oh, they're trying to do some side drafting as Jancourt still has Hoffman out there. Steve Alexander, bike number 43A. Steve Alexander, would you please report to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower if you're still here? Again, 43A, Steve Alexander to to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower as quickly as possible, please. Again, Steve Alexander, 43A, to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower, please. Out front, Jancord and Hoffman really pushing each other hard on that last lap. White flag will be coming out next time by, so they know they don't have time to fool around with who's going to lead and who's going to follow. They're going to have to figure it out pretty quickly here, as again, the white flag will be coming out next time by.
Race leaders are back by the curves over by the museum,
This ain't good.
and they're just popping out. There they are.
He didn't sign his card.
All right, let's go find them.
I lost my race leaders.
They're coming through just in 1 second.
Race leaders working their back way through the section. White flag in hand as here they come out of the last turn. Down that front straightaway, it looks like it's going to be Jancord leading with bike number 711, Ray Hoffman right there. So at this kind of the game, what do you want to do? Do you want to lead this lap or do you want to be second? How is this going to work as they rocket down the front straightaway? Meanwhile, 16 Teddy Honan back there in that third place position, waiting to see how the race leaders are going to work as they're working their way through turns 3 up into 4. Here they come. Looks like Jancord gets a great drive out of turn number 4 down in the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. But Hoffman now right there behind him, about a bike length. Here comes Hoffman trying to work the draft, but can't quite make it work. He's working the draft. 2 bike lengths separate them as they rocket down that back straightaway here on this exciting final lap of the last race here today, as they disappear out of sight down into turn number 8, over into turn number 9. Jancord had about a 2 bike length advantage over 771. Ray Hoffman. Hoffman's been stalking him most of this race. Granted, it's only a 4-lap race, but these guys have been racing each other in other classes, so I'm sure Hoffman's been studying Jancord's lines, trying to figure out where he's going to make his move. Looks like Drew Jancord gives a great drive out of 10, 11 over into 12. So Ray Hoffman's got his work cut out for him, about 3 bike lengths adrift as they disappear out of sight over through turns 13, 14, 15 here on this exciting final lap of race number 13. The Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2 waiting for him to come into view here in just a moment. Here they come out of turn number, right, is this a back marker?
Yep.
Oh, we got a back marker here coming out of the track. Here comes the drag race. Down front it is Ray Hoffman out front, but can he hold on at the line? Oh, it's Drew Jancord. Nips him by about a half a bike length. So Ray Hoffman pulls the trigger on the back section over there, leads out of turn number 17, but just comes up a little short on the motor department. Still comes in a solid second in there with bike number 16, Teddy Honan, rounding out your top 3. And an exciting conclusion to race number 13, the Sound of Thunder 3 and Battle of the Twins 2. Once again, Steve Alexander, rider number 43A. If you're still here, please make your way to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower immediately, please. Again, Steve Alexander, if you're still here, please make your way to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower, please. What an exciting finish out there to the Sound of Thunder. Looking on back through for the Battle of the Twins. Shane Quigg takes the unofficial win out there over 1A. Clint Austin looks like that's first and second for the Battle of the Twins 2. Then going on through the field, looks like Mark 10 on 22A takes the unofficial Battle of the Twins to third place position. I want to remind everybody here that we are going to be doing the awards presentation here as quickly as we can get everybody assembled up down there. Give us, 15 minutes or so. We are going to be doing a 50-50 raffle and a prize raffle, so make sure you see bike number 81, Ralph Wessel. I'm sure he's selling tickets down there again. Sorry about that, Ralph. Look for Ralph Wessel down there selling tickets, and we'll get again the award ceremony going here in about another 10 or 15 minutes. Again, Stephen Alexander, please come to the third floor of the timing and scoring tower if you're still on site. Again, Steve Alexander, number 43A to the timing and scoring tower, please. Third floor.
Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. From Jackie Van Ham and Jay McMacken, thank you for tuning in for day 1 here at the 2022 Barber Vintage Festival. We're back tomorrow morning for more awesome road racing action, approximately 8:30 a.m. Central Time. We do take a break for lunch, and then we run all afternoon, so make sure you come on back. You are not going to want to miss it. Huge thanks to all of our great sponsors and partners. We'll see you tomorrow.